In an instant, reality unraveled. Buildings crumbled to dust, lives were snuffed out one by one, and an unstoppable plague devoured the planet. At first, people refused to believe it, but denial didn't last long. Panic spread like wildfire. Markets crashed, governments collapsed, and trust between nations shattered overnight. Famine struck mercilessly. A single packet of instant noodles became worth a fortune. Streets overflowed with desperate masses, pleading, fighting, surviving. The world as humanity knew it was gone. But the real catastrophe? It wasn't human-made. Let's hit 100 likes. Want early access to episodes? Join our Patreon now. Without warning, creatures from myth and legend descended upon Earth. That was the true breaking point. As these beings emerged, humans began to change. Mysterious abilities awakened within them. Floating messages appeared in the air, offering guidance and resources to battle the invaders. Amid the smoldering wreckage of the world, one building stood untouched, a lone stronghold in a sea of destruction. Inside, a young man sat alone, idly munching on a snack. He wasn't deluded. He knew the world hadn't completely ended. After all, he was still alive. The familiar taste of food was a fragile link to the past, a fleeting reminder of normalcy in a broken world. Yet loneliness gnawed at him. His parents, grandparents, his entire family were somewhere out there, lost in the ruins. He had no idea if they had survived. The apartment he now called home had come at a steep cost. It had drained nearly 200 million won, stripping away both bank savings and family possessions. But ironically, he had only ended up here because of a legal technicality. Someone had to occupy the place for 2 years to receive certain tax benefits. A meaningless rule, yet now it had sealed his fate. And to top it off, his internet was barely working. The last fragile thread connecting him to the outside world was slipping from his grasp. As he exhaled, attempting to clear his thoughts, an unfamiliar noise broke through the silence. Something was coming. His gaze snapped to the window. A dark shape streaked toward the building, its screech cutting through the stillness like a blade. Then, boom! The impact sent vibrations through the entire structure, knocking him off balance. He hadn't been touched, yet the force was enough to make his heart slam against his ribs. The creature wasn't done. It circled back, preparing to strike again. He tensed, every muscle on edge, waiting for whatever came next. Then, an emotionless voice rang out. Unauthorized entry detected. Access denied. A wave of relief washed over him. The apartment's ultimate shut-in system had activated, enforcing its one unbreakable rule. No one could enter without the owner's permission. As he steadied himself, he finally grasped the truth. This was why he was still alive. His ability protected him from any invading creatures, but the sense of safety was short-lived. As he reached for the door, another realization struck. He wasn't just blocking others from coming in. He was also preventing himself from getting out. The truth hit him like a ton of bricks. Anger flared inside him as he grabbed the handle and pulled with all his strength. When that failed, he resorted to brute force, slamming his foot against the door again and again. Each impact echoed through the empty apartment, a futile attempt to break free. It was the third day since the world had begun to collapse. He was thankful for the ability that kept him alive, but at the same time, he hated being trapped. Sometime later, he sat in front of the system window, its cold glow casting a faint light over the dimly lit room. He stared at it in frustration, unable to do anything to change his situation. The weight of helplessness bore down on him as he clenched his fists. Glancing to the side, he noticed something even worse. His supplies were running dangerously low. His fridge, powerless since yesterday, held only food that was quickly spoiling. The ticking clock of survival was a cruel reminder of how dire his situation was becoming. His only remaining energy source was a few cooked meals left in pans, and they wouldn't last much longer. Then, an unexpected beep broke the silence. A system notification appeared. He had somehow hunted a Kalak, level 23, gaining a large amount of XP. A list of new skills had been added to his status. His attention locked onto the screen, mind racing to understand how this had happened. Looking out the window, his gaze fell to the ground floor. There, lying lifeless, was the same bird that had crashed into his window earlier. A group of goblins surrounded it, tearing into its corpse. That was when it clicked. Even though he hadn't attacked the creature, its death had still granted him experience. The system had credited him for it. Outside, the goblins' behavior seemed to shift. They grew restless, their actions more frantic. He couldn't tell why, but something had changed. The system chimed again, completing its calculations. 2,203,241 won has been deposited in your wallet. His eyes widened. The number on the screen didn't feel real. How did this even work? The logic behind it escaped him, but before he could think further, the apartment's power came back on. A hum filled the room as lights flickered to life. Appliances whirred, their familiar sounds cutting through the oppressive silence. He stood there, frozen. For days, he had rationed energy, adapting to the growing darkness. Now, everything was working as if nothing had happened. The system notification continued. House declaration evolved to level 3. Relief flooded him. His newly unlocked ability, dignity preservation, had restored the apartment's essential functions. Without hesitation, he ran to the refrigerator and yanked it open. Cool air rushed out. A laugh bubbled up in his throat. It was running. He darted to the sink, twisted the faucet, and watched clean water flow freely. The electric stove? Fully functional. A rare sense of joy surged through him. For just a moment, it felt like life had returned to normal. But that moment shattered when he grabbed his phone. The screen was unresponsive. The internet was still dead. Frustration gnawed at him again. His fingers clenched around the device, but then something else caught his eye. A small object on the floor. A flash drive. Curious, he picked it up and plugged it into his computer. Files loaded, photos appeared. His mother holding him as a baby, walking him to school. A family laughing at birthdays, gathered in parks. His chest tightened. These were more than just images. They were reminders of the life he had lost. A thought took root, a decision. He had to find them, no matter what it took. As he turned back toward the window, another system notification appeared. New feature unlocked. Warehouse store. Items available at original prices. His breath caught. A store. This wasn't just about survival anymore. Hope stirred inside him. Without hesitation, he opened the store menu, determined to see what it had to offer. As he pondered his situation, he walked over to the window, staring out at the world beyond his confinement. The vast, empty landscape only served as a harsh reminder. He was still trapped. Frustration bubbled inside him. Despite leveling up and unlocking new abilities, the invisible wall that kept him locked inside remained unbreakable. It was an unyielding prison he couldn't escape. One thing was clear: gaining more levels might unlock a skill that could eventually set him free. That thought ignited a flicker of determination. If he wanted to get stronger, he needed to hunt monsters. But a new problem arose. How was he supposed to do that? The memory of how he had gained experience before resurfaced. It was pure luck. A monster had crashed into his window and died. Expecting that to happen again was unrealistic. He needed another way. His gaze dropped to the ground below. That's when he spotted them. Goblins. A spark of hope flared. Grabbing a bottle, he decided to test something. He lifted his arm, preparing to throw. If the barrier only prevented him from leaving but allowed objects to pass through, then maybe... With a quick motion, he hurled the bottle forward. It soared through the air, clearing the boundary without resistance. A rush of excitement filled him. He had just found a loophole. If objects could be thrown, then weapons could too. He needed something heavier, something with real impact. Scanning his apartment, his eyes landed on a dumbbell. Its solid weight made it the perfect choice. Returning to the window, he peered down at the goblins, still scavenging the remains of the fallen monster. Some had begun dragging pieces away. Panic surged through him. They were leaving. "Don't go!" he shouted instinctively, his voice echoing into the night. The goblins flinched, momentarily startled. Wasting no time, he lifted the dumbbell and sent it hurtling toward them. It struck with deadly precision. One goblin collapsed instantly, crushed by the impact. The others jumped back, confused, their shrill cries filling the air. Fear coursed through him. What if they retaliated? His heart pounded in his chest. He looked at his remaining supplies. Only one dumbbell left, not nearly enough. He needed alternatives, fast. His mind raced, considering everything in his apartment. Would throwing his TV work? His computer? A loud, guttural screech snapped him back to reality. The goblins below had taken notice. Their howls grew louder, more urgent. They weren't running away, they were gathering, charging. Terror should have overtaken him, but instead, a strange realization dawned. They were getting closer. That meant they were easier targets. This wasn't a setback, it was an opportunity. Determined, he rushed back to the store interface on his system. He needed more weapons, fast. His last dumbbell was registered in the store. The system processed it, displaying its stats and price. He compared the listed value to what he had originally paid before the world fell apart. It matched. Relief washed over him. If the system allowed him to purchase items at their original market price, then he had a way to restock. With no hesitation, he confirmed the purchase. The dumbbell materialized in front of him. A grin spread across his face. It worked. Now came the real test. He stepped back to the window, dumbbell in hand, and prepared for another throw. As it left his grip, time seemed to slow. The weight spiraled through the air. Another direct hit. The system responded instantly, displaying the XP gained and the 1 acquired from the goblin's death. The surviving goblins barely had time to react before more dumbbells rained down upon them. Some tried to flee, dodging wildly. He scowled. He couldn't afford to let them escape. Adjusting his strategy, he purchased 3 dumbbells at once, rapidly hurling them down. More direct hits, more XP, more rewards. Then another system notification appeared. The store now functions as a warehouse, allowing storage for later use. His mind reeled at the possibilities. Testing the new feature, he placed one of his remaining dumbbells into storage. Moments later, he withdrew it. Instant materialization. His pulse quickened. If he could store objects, then he could place them wherever he wanted. A plan formed. A better, smarter way to kill. Returning to the warehouse menu, he queued up multiple dumbbells and set their placement outside, above the goblins. They materialized mid-air and fell. The results were devastating. The goblins never stood a chance. A flood of system messages filled his screen. More kills, more XP, more 1. He had turned his prison into a fortress, and for the first time since the world ended, he felt in control. After finishing his hunt, the protagonist had already stocked his warehouse with various supplies. Many of them consisted of food and drinks, ensuring he could sustain himself for as long as necessary. Survival was his top priority. Additionally, by selling the items he had used to eliminate the goblins, he managed to accumulate more, 1. The influx of resources provided a sense of security, but that feeling didn't last long. A sudden realization struck him. His total, 1, had decreased by 1 unit. Confused, he began to wonder if the preservation of dignity ability was responsible for the deduction. Determined to find out, he meticulously inspected his apartment, carefully observing the status of his electricity, gas, and water usage. A growing sense of frustration crept over him as he discovered that the only appliance actively consuming energy was his refrigerator. Why just the refrigerator? Could it be draining his resources? The thought irritated him. His mind drifted back to the recent hunt, recalling how several goblins had fled their previous hideout. Since then, he had only managed to take down 2 more. The minimal progress gnawed at him, making him question whether all the effort was even worth it. His thoughts then shifted to other potential prey. Were there any other creatures he could hunt? He remembered the flying monster from before, the Sikan, a formidable foe that had nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, since that encounter, no similar creatures had appeared near his apartment. A new idea formed. If another Sikan were to pass by, it could offer a significant reward, if only he could find a way to bring one down. Then, almost as if the universe had heard his thoughts, movement in the sky caught his eye. A Sikan. His pulse quickened. This was it. His moment of hesitation vanished as adrenaline kicked in. He needed to act, now. Thanking God for not abandoning him in this crucial moment, he scrambled to execute a plan. With a metal structure and a mirror attached, he positioned his makeshift tool to reflect a concentrated beam of light directly at the monster's eyes. It worked. The creature took notice. With an ear-splitting screech, the Sikan changed course, now fixated on him. The air trembled as the beast surged forward, its powerful wings creating a gust so strong that it knocked him off his feet. The sheer force reminded him all too well of the previous attack, but he wasn't afraid. He had anticipated this. Regaining his balance, he prepared himself for what came next. The monster, unfazed by its failed attempt, beat its wings again, unleashing another devastating gust. He staggered but held his ground, his determination unwavering. Then it disappeared. Panic flared in his chest. Where did it go? Seconds later, his question was answered. The Sikan had repositioned itself, now attacking the building's structure, looking for an opening. The system alert chimed. Unauthorized entity attempting entry. He clenched his fists. Would the creature be strong enough to break through the ability's barrier? No time to dwell on the thought. He had to act fast. Opening his storage menu, he scanned through his inventory, knowing he needed a strategy. His mind raced through past experiences, recalling a critical detail. The system wouldn't register spoils unless they were within range. That had cost him before.
When goblins had carried away their fallen, he hadn't received credit for the kills. He refused to let that happen again. He had to make this count. His eyes landed on an unexpected item in his storage. Canola oil. An idea formed. A risky but potentially devastating plan. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 bottles, his mind piecing together the steps. Once they materialized, he grabbed them and rushed to the kitchen, working quickly to heat the oil in a pan. While waiting, he tore a strip of cloth, wrapping it around a stick to create a makeshift torch. When the oil reached the right temperature, he soaked the cloth in the scalding liquid, storing the pan full of heated oil into his system's inventory. Every second mattered. Pouring the remaining oil into storage, he completed the setup. The system confirmed the listing, and with the final step, he ignited his torch with a lighter. Now, he was ready. Positioned at the window, he observed the Sikan, waiting for the perfect moment. The monster flapped its wings violently, unknowingly sealing its own fate. As it hovered in the right position, he triggered the system. The canola oil rained down. The creature reacted instantly, its feathers becoming soaked in the slick substance. Then, with a swift flick of his torch, flames erupted. The Sikan shrieked as fire consumed its body, its massive form spiraling downward. He watched, breathing heavily as the monster burned. A grim satisfaction settled in. His plan had worked. Moments later, the system delivered its verdict. The Sikan was dead. The calculations rolled in. His level increased. A new skill was unlocked. The system finalized the spoils. 9,347,471 won has been added to your wallet. His eyes widened. 10 million won. He never expected a single kill to bring in such a massive reward. But what caught his attention even more was the new skill. Territory expansion unlocked. Then, something strange happened. His body changed. A strange sensation spread through him as his vision sharpened. His eyes darkened. Everything around him became clearer, almost as if he could see through solid objects. Testing his newfound ability, he scanned the building. And then he saw them. 4 people, survivors, hidden in a room within the same structure. His mind reeled. He had assumed he was alone, but he wasn't. This revelation changed everything. His thoughts spiraled. How was this possible? Had other survivors really been here all along? And how exactly did this new ability work? As the effects of his transformation faded, his mind reeled from the unexpected revelation. Before he could process it fully, the system chimed in with a series of notifications. The messages informed him that the detected individuals met the conditions to be recognized as citizens and presented him with a choice: to either accept them into his jurisdiction or reject them. Names and details flashed before him. Choi Hang-jun, known as Chubby, 30 years old, husband. Park Hye-won, 30 years old, wife. Cho Nan, 6 years old, daughter. Cho Yo-yeon, 3 years old, daughter. A deep frown settled on his face as he turned to the system, still grappling with what this meant. What if he refused them? The system answered without hesitation. Those not accepted as citizens would be expelled from the residential zone. Expelled, thrown into the outside world, left to die. His breath caught in his throat. There was no way they would survive out there. The monstrous threats roaming the streets would tear them apart within minutes. Faced with the brutal reality of the situation, the decision was easy. He accepted them. One by one, the system registered their names, finalizing their addition to his domain. The protagonist couldn't help but wonder, would this unlock new abilities? Would managing citizens come with its own set of powers? Curious, he turned his attention back to the system, searching for answers. Details about his latest skill were revealed. Ultimate Eyes Level 1 ensures that nothing within the home remains undetected. That explained how he had suddenly perceived the presence of others. Delving deeper, he explored new system functions related to citizen management. A menu displayed a roster of names alongside various stats, including their current levels and trust scores. A number at the bottom caught his eye. Population, 4/600. His eyebrows shot up. 600 people? That was far more than he had expected. Curiosity pushed him to examine Chubby's profile in greater detail. Awakened skills: none. XP distribution, 0%. Money distribution, 0%. There were also options to assign a mission or remove him from the citizen list. The sections for XP and money distribution intrigued him. Could he set a percentage of their earnings to flow back to him? Could this system be leveraged to grow stronger? The possibilities intrigued him, but he needed more information. Navigating to the Mission Assignment tab, he found a structured form requiring detailed inputs: task description, time limit, rewards, and even penalties for failure. This level of control surprised him. To test it out, he drafted a simple mission. Task: Goblin Hunt. Time limit: 168 hours. Reward: small amount of XP. Failure penalty: none. Before confirming, he hesitated. Could he modify these conditions? Increase penalties or rewards based on the task's difficulty? Even impose severe consequences like elimination? The idea disturbed him. At the confirmation screen, he canceled the assignment. Forcing a citizen into a dangerous task with the possibility of death felt reckless. He wasn't ready to make that kind of decision. Instead, a new thought surfaced. He still had Ultimate Eyes. Why not use it again to observe the family and see what they were discussing? Activating the ability, he turned his vision toward their room. Inside, the family sat around a small table, their faces filled with exhaustion and uncertainty. The mother, Park Hye-won, broke the silence. What do we do now? The reason for her question became clear almost immediately. Chubby was planning to leave the safe zone. He wanted to search for supplies, specifically water. His expression was conflicted. He knew how dangerous it was outside. He didn't want to leave, especially not with his wife and daughters depending on him. But the need for essentials left him little choice. His wife reacted sharply, her voice rising in panic. "You can't go out there. It's too dangerous." Chubby understood her fear, but desperation weighed on him. If we don't try, what happens when we have nothing left? He wondered aloud if there were any places nearby that might still have clean water. A convenience store came to mind, a large one. If there was anything left in the area, it would be there. Before the conversation could continue, their daughter suddenly spoke up. "I'm thirsty." The words hung in the air like a blade over their heads. Haiwan turned to her daughter, trying to quiet her. Now was not the time to voice complaints, not when every word could push Chubby to act. But it was too late. His mind was already made up. He took his wife's hands in his own, looking into her eyes. "Do you trust me?" She hesitated but found no argument to stop him. "I'll come back," he promised. "I will bring something back for us." The protagonist deactivated Ultimate Eyes, stepping away from the vision with a heavy heart. He had a decision to make. Opening the store interface, he scanned the list of available items, searching for anything that could help. A new limitation appeared. His inventory had a maximum storage capacity. Frowning, he wished there were a way to expand it. While exploring the skill menu, the protagonist took note of several important details. Storage was at level 1, dignity preservation remained at level 1, and the store was also sitting at level 1. Seeing these levels filled him with a sense of relief. If they could be leveled up, then that meant their capabilities could be expanded. And if they could be expanded, then he had a path toward greater survival. With several upgrade points available, he immediately focused on the store. The moment he increased its level to 2, its capacity grew by an additional 20 item slots. Additionally, the system granted a 10% discount on all previously used items. Encouraged by this, the protagonist reviewed his remaining 2 points, contemplating where to invest them next. Should he strengthen the store further? Or should he allocate points to dignity preservation, a skill that could potentially help him manage more people in the future? After careful consideration, he upgraded the store once more, raising it to level 3. The effects were immediate. Not only did his inventory expand to 40 slots, but a new function was unlocked: item recovery. This feature allowed him to restore used items, effectively making them good as new. A solid investment. Without hesitation, he accessed the store again, purchasing additional water and fruit to replenish his supplies. With his last remaining points, he shifted his attention to dignity preservation, upgrading it to level 2. The moment the upgrade was confirmed, another system prompt appeared. New feature unlocked: ability to register vassals. The term puzzled him. What exactly did that mean? His thoughts were interrupted by a scene unfolding within the family's living room. Chubby stood near the door, readying himself for departure. His wife and daughters looked at him with worried expressions, hoping he would change his mind. But his decision had already been made. Despite their desperate pleas, he reassured them with a warm embrace, promising he would return. Turning to his daughters, he gently instructed them to protect their home while he was gone. The youngest, still too young to fully grasp the danger, simply nodded. But his eldest daughter wasn't convinced. She knew better. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out, her voice cracking with fear. "There are monsters outside!" A rush of painful memories consumed her. She could still see it clearly. Day 1 of the apocalypse. She and her sister had been playing in a park, happily digging in a sandbox. Then, the sky changed. The shadows lengthened. And then, the monsters arrived. At first, she and her sister had merely stared, their innocent minds struggling to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before them. Then came the screams, the chaos, their parents' desperate voices shouting their names. They ran. Their father had grabbed the youngest child, holding her tightly in one arm, while their mother had lifted the other, running as fast as she could. Behind them, goblins shrieked as they gave chase. Chubby clenched his teeth as he sprinted, forcing himself forward despite the terror clawing at his mind. He had to get his family to safety, no matter what. Now, standing in their home, he pushed those memories aside, swallowing his own fears as he prepared to leave. His wife tried to soothe their daughters, but the fear in their eyes made his resolve waver. Was this the last time he would see them? Would he return? His hands clenched into fists. He had to return. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The sharp chime sent shockwaves of tension through the room. Everyone froze. A monster? Chubby's heart pounded. He grabbed whatever he could to use as a weapon, preparing for the worst. Then, a voice, muffled but unmistakably human. "Please, let me in." His breath caught. Was it really a person? Or was this some kind of trick? The voice continued, growing more urgent. He hesitated. The silence stretched. Then, click. The door opened. Chubby spun around, shielding his family, expecting an attack, but none came. Instead, standing before them was a lone figure, a young man. He held a bag in one hand, his posture calm, his expression unreadable. A stunned silence filled the room. Then came the inevitable question. "Who are you?" The stranger's name appeared in the system, Kim John. But from this moment forward, he would be known simply as June. He introduced himself briefly, explaining that he lived nearby. Then, without hesitation, he extended the bag toward them. Inside, water, fruit, supplies. Chubby's wife gasped, barely believing what she was seeing. June offered a small nod. "I'd like to talk when you've all had a moment to settle." For a long moment, Chubby studied him. He could see the concern in his wife's eyes, the unspoken fear, but something about June's presence. He didn't seem like a threat. At last, Chubby exhaled and made his decision. With cautious gratitude, he stepped aside. "There's no reason to refuse," he said, gesturing toward the house. "Come in." Once everyone was seated, the children stared at the visitor with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. June wondered if their surprise was due to his unexpected arrival, but quickly turned his attention to the dark curtains covering the windows. He recognized this as a smart decision. Keeping the room dark reduced the risk of monster attacks. However, the darkness also meant they needed light. So, June activated his skill, restoring power to the room where they were conversing. As he organized his bag, the family, still in shock, was stunned by the sudden return of power to their apartment. June then decided to break the ice by offering water to everyone, starting with the children. Chubby expressed his gratitude and passed the bottles to his daughters, who eagerly drank. The youngest, Shaw, guzzled her water so quickly that she briefly choked, worrying her mother. June watched with concern and immediately offered her a tangerine, which she accepted hesitantly. The mother intervened, asking Shaw to hand over the fruit so she could peel it. After taking a piece, the mother returned it to her daughter, who quickly devoured it with a delighted expression. The mother asked if it was good, and Shaw enthusiastically confirmed it. The elder sister, seeing this, also asked for a piece, which she too enjoyed, showing similar delight. As June observed this interaction, the system notified him that the family's trust levels had increased. Shaw's trust score had risen to 50 points, and her loyalty level had exceeded 30 points, qualifying her to become a vassal. With her trust at 57 points, she now had new missions available to her. though at her young age, June decided she was not yet ready for such responsibilities. June reflected on the limited number of vassal slots and the importance of selecting them carefully, not to waste them on unqualified candidates. He glanced at Chubby, whose trust level was at 31, realizing that this score needed to be raised further. Before he could dwell on this, Chubby spoke up, asking if there was a way to repay June for his help. June invited him to step outside for a more private conversation. Once in the hallway, June asked if Chubby had received the invitation to become a citizen. Chubby checked his notification window and confirmed that the entire family had received the invitation about 30 minutes ago. June then asked if anything unusual had happened during that time. Chubby explained that they had been immobilized for a short period, which June understood. He reassured Chubby that life would soon return to normal, though Chubby was understandably shocked by this statement and asked if it was truly possible. June confidently replied that it was, thanks to his abilities. Chubby processed this and, knowing there would be a cost, asked what he would need to do. June explained the risks involved, hinting that Chubby could lose his life during the mission he would be given. He asked if Chubby was truly ready to take such a risk. After a brief pause, Chubby firmly confirmed that he was prepared to do whatever it took. He revealed that he had already been considering stepping out of his comfort zone to seek food and water before June's arrival. With conviction, Chubby declared that he was ready to risk everything. Suddenly, June interrupted, curious about the golf club Chubby was carrying. Chubby, confused, explained that it had cost around 400,000 to 500,000, which struck June as a considerable sum. He realized the importance of saving money for future needs, but dismissed the question as unimportant and steered the conversation back to the monsters. June asked Chubby if he remembered the day the monsters first appeared. Chubby recalled the terror of that weekend when the monsters attacked. June reflected that those who stayed indoors during the attack likely survived, as goblins weren't particularly strong, and their conditions were unfavorable compared to those of an adult human. Their strength lay in their strategy of always attacking in groups. However, humans had the strategic advantage of forming armies, and that was exactly what June intended to build. Chubby would be the first member of this army, and together they would search for other survivors to join their cause. After some time, back in his apartment, June reviews the system, which informs him that his trust level with Chubby has increased. He checks the list of citizens, and the system shows Chubby's trust level at 40 points. Reflecting on the idea of having an entire family as citizens, June considers the possibility of registering his own family. As he continues to develop the system, a loud screech from a goblin catches his attention. Rushing to the window, June looks down to see a large group of goblins attacking humans. He watches carefully, pondering how he could help and how difficult it might be. June formulates a plan while observing the chaotic battle. One human, armed with a baseball, steps up and hurls it at a goblin. The ball hits the goblin square in the face, knocking it out instantly, sending it flying with its skull bursting in a gory display. June is left astonished by the sheer power of the attack. Meanwhile, another human, a young woman, draws her bow and shoots 2 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow hits a goblin in the chest, taking them down. Nearby, a man armed with a baseball bat attacks another goblin. He leaps and smashes the bat into the creature, reducing it to a green pulp. Seeing the overwhelming strength of the humans, the remaining goblins begin to retreat, fearful for their lives. The young woman, still on alert after the battle, notices something unusual moving. She quickly aims her bow at the object and, after a moment, realizes it's just a food package. This causes her some confusion. June, from his position on the building's top floor, catches her attention. He waves his arms and calls out frantically to get the group's notice. As he does so, someone knocks on June's door. Looking through the peephole, June sees Chubby holding a box. He invites Chubby in. Chubby, following June's instructions, approaches the entrance but is stopped by a system barrier that prevents him from entering. The system states that Chubby is not qualified to enter, and June wonders what this means. Could the system stop anyone from entering his apartment? While pondering this, June considers registering Chubby as a vassal to see if it resolves the issue. However, he decides to focus on receiving the box first. Inside the box, he finds a toolbox and several knives. June quickly accesses the system and orders 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles, which arrive from the system's store. Chubby is stunned by this, not understanding how something like this is possible. June proceeds to pack the requested items into the box and hands it back to Chubby. He tells him to take it to the building's entrance on the first floor. Chubby accepts the box, but he is concerned about the potential danger. June reassures him that the goblins seem to be more active during the day, and that the humans below might be valuable additions to his group of citizens. The food box will serve as a way to gain their trust and loyalty. June emphasizes that it's a simple task. Just leave the box at the entrance and return. Chubby, still a bit unsure, agrees to carry out the mission. As he heads downstairs, June watches him go, reflecting on the importance of rewarding Chubby's trust. The system details the mission. Deliver the box containing water bottles and instant noodles to the first floor and return within 24 hours. The task offers a small amount of experience points with no penalties for failure. Chubby, now realizing he will gain experience from completing the mission, wonders if this is like a leveling system in a game. June confirms it, explaining that Chubby's current level is 9. As Chubby levels up, he will gain rewards. June assures Chubby that he's relying on him, and Chubby heads downstairs, armed with the box and a golf club for protection. As Chubby reaches the first floor, he begins to place the box on the ground, but something catches his eye. He sees movement nearby, and a wave of panic hits him. It's getting darker, and he suspects goblins are nearby. In a hurry to escape, he twists his ankle and falls, sending the contents of the box spilling across the floor. As the goblins draw closer, Chubby scrambles to regain his composure. He shields himself with his arms and tightly shuts his eyes, bracing for the worst. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Opening his eyes, Chubby sees a group of humans approaching, asking if he's okay. As June was relaxing in his apartment, an alert suddenly blared, notifying him of a potential breach. He quickly started theorizing the cause, wondering if it was an attack from a group of invaders. Activating his enhanced vision, he scanned the area and immediately noticed Chubby leading a small group. They were discussing an unusual event. Someone had thrown a packet of noodles, sparking their hope that the building might still have resources left, something they were desperately lacking. Once June turned off his power, he recognized every face in the group. The system then chimed in, suggesting that these individuals met the criteria to become citizens of his zone, encouraging him to extend an invitation. However, June hesitated. He was cautious, knowing the risks of letting outsiders in. His mind raced with doubts about their willingness to accept the offer, adding to his stress. While he was still deliberating, Chubby's voice called out to him, snapping him from his thoughts. June responded, and the system notified him that Chubby was now on a mission. It suggested editing the task, to which June quickly agreed. The updated task included providing the newcomers with some food. After finalizing everything, June gave Chubby the go-ahead to deliver the meals to the group. Chubby took action right away, instructing the group to wait outside the safe zone's barrier while explaining the situation. June, now confident in his plan, accessed the system to send invitations for the group to join as citizens. The invitation was sent to Hongun, Kong, Diaku, Kim, Gang, Yuyin, and Moon, all of whom accepted, bringing the total number of citizens to 10. The system then confirmed the new citizen count, rewarding June with a 10% XP and monetary boost. June smiled, knowing that the new members would be valuable assets for future monster hunting missions. The system also updated their trust scores and levels. Dong, 19 trust, level 23, Kong, 28 trust, level 13, Yu Yin, 17 trust, level 17, Kim, 30 trust, level 10, and Moon, 15 trust, level 15. June's eyes lingered on Dong, whose trust score and level stood out. He speculated that Dong might be stronger than Keikon, who he'd recently taken down. Curious, June checked Dong's stats and discovered a unique skill, Baseball Throw D rank. This ability allowed Dong to amplify the power of any thrown object, making him a dangerous opponent with deadly accuracy. Realizing the value of having Dong on his side, June was eager to build a strong relationship with him. With this in mind, June adjusted the group's XP sharing ratio to 70%, ensuring that everyone would benefit from hunting together. The system confirmed the new setting, and June began assigning hunting tasks to help everyone level up and gain necessary supplies. He compared the process to an automated hunting feature, something he was using to grow his team efficiently. June also thought about reuniting with his family. He knew that building trust with his new citizens was key to making that possible. Just then, the system announced that the trust scores for Dong, Yu Yin, and Kim had increased, which only piqued June's curiosity further. Meanwhile, Chubby brought the group into his apartment, where his wife seemed confused by the new arrivals. Chubby quickly reassured her, explaining that everything was part of June's plan. He then asked her to prepare food for the group, though she pointed out that there was nothing ready to serve and everything would need to be cooked. Undeterred, Chubby encouraged her to start cooking, and she reluctantly agreed. Dong, now referred to as Han, thanked Chubby and shifted his attention to Chubby's mysterious neighbor, June. Chubby confessed that he didn't know much about June, except that he was a quiet and capable individual who had been providing the group with essential supplies. Han, intrigued, assumed June must be a metahuman with extraordinary abilities, believing he was the key to their survival in the current crisis. Chubby told the group that they could use the showers while they waited for the food to be prepared. The women were taken aback by the idea, but Chubby quickly reassured them that the building had hot showers available. The women were left speechless when they found out there were even 2 showers, allowing multiple people to bathe at once. One group member, who bore a resemblance to Toy, jokingly suggested challenging June to a fight, but Han shut down the idea immediately, stressing that they needed to make a positive impression on June instead. The others agreed, knowing the opportunity to secure food and resources was too valuable to risk. Meanwhile, Moon appeared lost in thought, which didn't go unnoticed by Han. He gently placed a hand on Moon's shoulder, snapping him out of his reverie. Moon reassured him that everything was fine, though Han could sense some underlying tension. Han began expressing regret over a past decision, but Moon quickly interrupted, assuring him that the decision had been mutual, and there was no need to feel guilty. The group shifted their focus to securing supplies for Moon's grandmother. However, Moon remained quiet, privately fearing that it might already be too late for her. The conversation was interrupted by a sudden sound, and everyone turned to see June entering the room. Han, instinctively ready to baseball, prepared for any confrontation, but it turned out to be just June. His calm presence brought a sense of reassurance to the group, and they all silently acknowledged that June was their hope for a better future. A few minutes passed and the room remained filled with silence, tension thick in the air. Then, Hawan, the wife of Fatty, sensing the unease, finally broke the quiet. She apologized for the cramped space, and Han, trying to be polite, assured her it was no trouble since they had come without any prior notice. It didn't bother them. Just then, Fatty entered, announcing that the food was ready. One by one, Fatty set bowls of rice in front of them. They couldn't believe they were about to enjoy a real meal. It made them reflect on when they had last had something so decent to eat. Hawan, feeling a bit uneasy, hesitated before admitting she wasn't sure if the meal she had prepared would suit their tastes. What appeared to be a simple dish to Hawan left the group of archers in awe. The food was so delightful that one of the archers couldn't hold back her praise. She told Hawan that it had been a long time since she'd had something so delicious. Hawan shyly brushed off the compliments, explaining that the credit went to Ko-jun for providing the ingredients. Without his help, she would have only been able to serve rice and tangerines. Meanwhile, Ko-jun noticed that Hawan's trust level had hit 50. He smiled to himself, thinking of his mother, who had always beamed with happiness when her cooking was praised. However, as the thought lingered, Ko-jun realized with a hint of surprise that Hawan's trust had surpassed that of Jun's. Soon, everyone began to eat, expressing their gratitude to Hawan for the meal. Fatty and Hawan observed their guests devouring the food, eating like it was their first proper meal in ages. The archer couldn't stop complimenting the egg rolls, and another girl remarked that the egg style looked Japanese. Hawan smiled warmly, agreeing, and encouraged her to enjoy the meal. At that moment, Hawan's youngest daughter called out to her mother. The little girl wanted to try the egg rolls as well. Hawan gently told her that she would make more for her after the guests had left. This made the little girl a bit sad. Noticing this, the archer kindly asked if the child wanted to share the egg rolls with her. The little girl's face lit up immediately with excitement. She eagerly ran over and climbed onto the archer's lap, her joy evident. The archer smiled at her enthusiasm and fed her a piece of the egg roll, asking gently for her to open her mouth. The little girl beamed, her happiness lighting up the room. Ko-jun then suggested that Fatty and Hawan join them, assuring them that there was enough food for everyone. The two exchanged a hesitant glance at first, but eventually smiled and agreed to join in, happy to be part of the gathering. As they all ate together, the room filled with laughter and friendly chatter. Ko-jun took a moment to reflect on the warmth of the scene. The lively sounds reminded him of how long it had been since he had experienced something like this. His thoughts turned to his mother, recalling the care she had always shown. A soft smile appeared on his face as he silently hoped his family was safe and well. The meal soon ended, and the empty dishes were all that remained. Hawan's youngest daughter, now tired, mentioned she wanted to rest. Hawan gently lifted her, asking her eldest daughter to follow her for bedtime before leaving the table. Moments later, Ko-jun decided it was time to get back to business. He turned to the guests and suggested they continue their earlier conversation, specifically about why they hadn't been able to reach the grandmother's house despite its closeness. Han, his expression serious, explained that it was due to the goblins. Ko-jun raised an eyebrow, doubtful that it was truly goblins. He remembered his own struggles when he had first encountered them. Han nodded, confirming it was true. He elaborated that the goblins had found an underground parking lot and turned it into their base, hiding there. Ko-jun's curiosity deepened. He asked if they had any idea how many goblins were hiding in that underground space. Han, with a somber look, answered that there were several thousand goblins in the area. Ko-jun paused to think, realizing that his abilities were only effective from the ground level up to level 30, which meant they wouldn't be much use in the underground parking lot beneath the building. It all started to make sense. This was how the goblins had infiltrated the area. Han continued to explain that the underground parking lot was connected directly to the entrance of the apartment building they needed to reach. The goblins had turned it into their stronghold and rarely ventured outside. Ko-jun, remembering the nearby side roads, asked Han about them, recalling there were alternative paths they could have taken. Han nodded, admitting that their original plan was to use the side roads to escape, but they had encountered something far worse than the goblins. Intrigued, Ko-jun pressed Han to explain what could possibly be more dangerous than an army of goblins. Han recalled seeing a massive shadow, describing it as resembling a bear. He explained that they had managed to escape the apartment building because the bear had been fighting the goblins, creating a brief window for their escape. Ko-jun, pondering how to deal with such a large creature, asked Han for more details. Han admitted that he wasn't entirely sure it was a bear, as the darkness had obscured his view. Ko-jun, firm in his resolve, stated that eventually they would have to face both the goblins and the shadowy figure. Han agreed, but his expression darkened. He acknowledged that their group had limitations and wasn't equipped to handle both threats at the same time. Curious about these limitations, Ko-jun asked for clarification. The archer spoke up, explaining that both she and Han relied on items like arrows and baseballs for combat, but they were running low and couldn't replenish their supplies easily. Despite the challenges, Han remained composed and suggested he could find a solution. He asked to inspect their current weapons, the arrow and baseball bat. Without hesitation, the archer handed over her equipment. The system then prompted Ko-jun, asking if he wanted to list the new items. Ko-jun agreed, and the system began scanning them. Moments later, it displayed the cost to replicate the items. When asked if he was certain, Ko-jun confirmed. Ko-jun glanced around the table and asked if everyone could use the archer's weapon. The group nodded silently, understanding there was only one available. Ko-jun took their silence as agreement. Turning back to the system, he requested 5 sets of the archer's weapon and arrows. The newly created items appeared on the table, and Ko-jun addressed the group, encouraging anyone unfamiliar with the weapons to take this opportunity to learn. "These will be your primary weapons from now on," he stated firmly. As the items materialized, the system notified Ko-jun that several members of Han's group had increased their trust in him. Meanwhile, Moon's gaze was fixed on the weapons. He couldn't help but marvel at Ko-jun's resourcefulness, realizing that with him on their side, they might actually save his grandmother. The system confirmed that Moon's trust in Ko-jun had grown significantly. Han broke the silence, commenting that with Ko-jun's support, their hunting speed would improve dramatically. Another girl chimed in, noting that Ko-jun's assistance would make their tasks safer, as they wouldn't have to risk themselves to collect arrows anymore. Ko-jun then gathered everyone's attention and announced that before they could move forward, they needed to reduce the number of goblins in the area. Han agreed and asked when they would begin hunting. Ko-jun replied decisively, "Tomorrow." Han seemed hesitant, questioning the urgency, but Ko-jun explained that the sooner they acted, the better their chances of success. Han eventually nodded, though he still appeared uncertain. Ko-jun turned to Moon and assured him, "Tomorrow, we're going to rescue your grandmother." Moon's face lit up with hope and excitement at the thought of seeing his grandmother again. Han, still wary, voiced his concerns about how they would manage with so many obstacles in their way. Ko-jun smiled confidently and revealed his plan. "We'll use a bait strategy to lure the goblins." After Ko-jun spoke, everyone at the table turned their attention to him, waiting for more details about his plan. Han and the archer girl remained pensive, wondering if the idea could truly work. The boy with glasses voiced his concern, saying the plan would only succeed if everything went exactly as planned. As they deliberated, the system notified Ko-jun that the mission previously assigned to Fatty had been completed, along with a reward of 30,001. Reading the message, Ko-jun was surprised. He hadn't realized that payment was given for every completed mission. He reread the notification to confirm, and it was true. Ko-jun quickly realized that with money, he could assign missions to his citizens, allowing them to level up. The more money he had, the more power he could accumulate. While this seemed like a strong long-term strategy, he hoped not to rely on it too heavily. The system also informed Ko-jun that his trust level with Jun had increased to 50 points, unlocking a new status: loyalty. With this, Fatty transitioned from being a simple resident to becoming a vassal. The system displayed Jun's updated stats. He was now at level 9, with a trust level of 51 points and loyalty at 62, but no awakened skills, and 0% shared XP or money. After analyzing the information, Ko-jun decided to register Fatty as his first vassal. As a result, a blue aura began to emanate from Ko-jun, and he felt sudden changes in his body, breaking into a sweat. The system confirmed the vassal registration was successful, unlocking a new skill for Ko-jun: Summon Vassal. This skill allowed Ko-jun to summon the vassal within his house, with a cooldown of 2 hours after use. The system updated Ko-jun's stats, revealing that he had reached level 20 and gained the title of First Servant. He had also awakened his first skill, Gorilla Strength, a Tier SE passive ability that granted him superhuman strength. Thanks to the First Servant title, all XP and gold earned by Fatty through hunting would now be shared with Ko-jun. The system also revealed that Ko-jun could use the Ultimate Eyes skill to summon the vassal within a 5-meter radius of his house. Ko-jun noticed a plus symbol beside Jun's level and wondered what it did. Upon pressing it, he discovered it was a feature to increase the vassal's level at the cost of 1 million gold. Shocked by the exorbitant cost, Ko-jun exclaimed that it was far too expensive for a single vassal skill. Seeing his expression, the woman at the table asked what was wrong. But Ko-jun brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and turned his attention back to Jun, asking how he was feeling. The focus shifted to Jun, who stated that his strength was overflowing, with his veins visibly pulsing. He asked if the transformation was Ko-jun's doing. Ko-jun confirmed with a nod. Jun, looking at his hands, remarked that it felt as though his body had become 10 years younger. Ko-jun smiled proudly and suggested that Fatty join the rescue mission team, handing him a bow. Fatty looked confused by the gesture, but Ko-jun explained that vassals earned double the rewards of regular citizens. In a commanding tone, Ko-jun instructed Fatty to defeat as many monsters as possible. Fatty nodded in agreement, prompting Ko-jun to smile and express his trust in him. Outside the house on the first floor, the rescue team began their search for survivors. The boy holding a baseball bat questioned whether it was necessary to search the first floor, but Han reminded him that it was Ko-jun's order. The team embarked on their first mission, to locate all survivors in the building and lead them to the 30th floor. The crucial part of the mission was to draw out a large number of goblins for elimination while rescuing as many survivors as possible. The boy with the baseball bat acknowledged the plan, and the group pressed forward. Han, shouting to keep the team alert, emphasized that goblins could appear at any moment or from any direction. As they continued their search, they had yet to encounter any survivors or goblins. While guiding the team, Han noticed something unusual. Some members of the group couldn't believe their eyes. Several lifeless bodies were sprawled across the floor, victims of the goblins. The sight filled the team with sorrow and rage, intensifying their hatred for the goblins, but they couldn't afford to stop. Determined, they pushed on to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was catastrophic. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, leaving the team horrified. As they continued to the third floor, everything appeared calm. The team leader knocked on the doors, calling out to see if anyone was inside. The rest of the team followed suit, hoping to find survivors. After several unsuccessful attempts, the team lowered their heads, burdened by a sense of sadness. However, the boy with the baseball bat refused to give up, encouraging the team to press on to the next floor. On the 4th floor, they resumed knocking on doors, announcing themselves as the rescue team. Suddenly, a door creaked open, revealing a man with a tired expression. He asked if they were truly part of the rescue team, mentioning that he was extremely thirsty and begging for water. Han quickly pulled out a bottle and handed it to him. The man, still skeptical, asked again if they were really from the rescue team. Han reassured him, confirming their purpose and explaining that, as a resident of the building, he was helping to lead all survivors to a safe location. The man seemed surprised to hear this, closed the door momentarily, but reopened it shortly after, revealing 2 others inside. Introducing himself as Hong Yong-soo, he stated that he would rely on the team. Han introduced himself as well, expressing his hope for good cooperation between them. Han then introduced the girls on the team and instructed them to escort Hong Yong-soo and his group to the 30th floor before returning to continue the mission. Hong Yong-soo hesitated, questioning the safety of the 30th floor and expressing his reluctance to leave his son. However, he admitted he had been hoping for a rescue and suggested there might even be a helicopter waiting for them. The girl clarified there wasn't a helicopter, but assured them there was hot food and the chance to take a bath. Hearing this, Hong Yong-soo's daughter became excited, marveling at the idea of taking a bath even in the midst of the apocalypse. The girl chuckled and confirmed it would be a warm bath. The daughter eagerly turned to her father, urging him to stop hesitating and go with them. Reluctantly, the man gave in to his children's wishes. Shortly afterward, the system notified Ko-jun that the total number of citizens had increased to 40, and with this, their XP and gold had increased by 90%. Sometime later, the mission was deemed a success as they had managed to rescue several people. The elderly and children were taken to Fatty's house, where everyone seemed happy. The younger members stayed in the hallways. Han confidently confirmed that there were now a total of 40 people, with no one missing from the search. Ko-jun thanked everyone for their excellent work. Ko-jun then activated his skill, Absolute Eye, causing his eyes to turn black as he carefully observed every movement of his citizens. He saw them carrying chairs, working with cables on the stairs, hauling ropes, and even climbing the stairs with heavy objects. After ending the skill, his eyes returned to normal, and with a smile, he told Han it was time to begin Phase 2 of the goblin hunting operation. In the hallway, Han, along with the other members, called for focus and explained the plan. Everyone listened patiently as Han outlined how they would lure out all the goblins hiding in the basement. Initially, they would start on the first underground floor, B1. The group would divide into 2 teams with the goal of attracting and clearing out the goblins on B1. Afterward, they would proceed to B2 to eliminate all the goblins there as well. A boy with glasses raised his hand and voiced a question, asking what they would do if more goblins appeared than anticipated. He also mentioned that if the goblins counterattacked, the bodies on the floor might obstruct their escape. The archer and Han confidently assured him they could handle all the goblins on their own, as they now had plenty of arrows, unlike before. The boy with glasses nodded in agreement and said he trusted them. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Turning toward the source of the sound, they noticed a small group of 3 goblins ready to attack. Without giving the goblins a chance to make the first move, the archer drew her bow and, with 2 quick shots, hit the heads of 2 goblins, leaving only 1 alive. Without hesitation, the man with the bat charged forward and, with a single blow, smashed the remaining goblin's head. The 3 goblins now lay lifeless on the ground. The boy with glasses questioned the man with the bat, asking why he was using the bat when he had previously said he would need a bow to defeat goblins. The senior admitted they were right. Meanwhile, the archer pointed to the goblin bodies, noting that they were disappearing shortly after being defeated. The newcomer wondered if this phenomenon was also a skill of Ko-jun's. Han declared the mission on that floor complete and announced they would now proceed to B1. The newcomer, still lost in thought, remarked that he had expected Ko-jun to have a solution for dealing with the goblin bodies. The system then alerted the group that the citizens' trust was increasing. The scene shifted to Ko-jun, sitting calmly and opening a bottle while a series of system windows appeared in front of him. He found the moment quite enjoyable. He remarked that it wasn't intentional, but reassured himself that he was still keeping an eye on everyone. The system sent another notification showing that Moon's trust had reached 50, unlocking the loyalty stat. The loyalty stat had surpassed 30, meeting the conditions for registration. Ko-jun was surprised by how quickly he had achieved these stats. However, he noted that the faster this happened, the better it would be in the long run. Sitting on the floor and staring thoughtfully at the system window, Ko-jun reviewed Moon's stats: 55 in trust and an impressive 88 in loyalty, along with other attributes. Ko-jun was surprised by the 88 loyalty, but remained calm, considering it a positive outcome. With a sly smile, he pressed a button on the system window, marking the end of the retention registration. Back on basement level B1, the group was locked in a fierce battle with the goblins. Suddenly, the newcomer began to emit a blue light, similar to the burst Fatty had triggered earlier. Holding his Bao Moon, the newcomer stood stunned as lightning surrounded him. The rest of the group was equally confused, unable to comprehend what was happening, while the goblins seemed just as baffled, unable to see through the intense glow emanating from Moon. As the newcomer revealed his red eyes, the goblins struggled to bear the brightness, leaving them temporarily blinded. Han, seizing the opportunity, shouted that they couldn't afford to miss this chance. A part of the group rushed forward to gain some distance while the others stayed behind, taking out goblins with their bows from afar. Both archers demonstrated incredible precision, aiming straight for the goblins' heads. In a fit of fury, the archer executed a quick maneuver, taking down several more goblins. The goblins, now enraged, charged forward, seemingly undeterred by the growing number of their fallen comrades. As they ran, the group realized just how relentless their opponents were, remarking that they hadn't expected such ferocity. The archer yelled for everyone to retreat to the emergency stairwell, while the man with the baseball bat speculated that all the goblins from floor B2 had likely gathered at their location. Upon reaching the emergency stairs, the group ascended frantically, not daring to look back. To slow the goblins' advance, Han pressed the door shut. One goblin managed to wedge its hand through the gap, sarcastically asking Han if he was holding the door alone. Hearing this, the boy with glasses and the man with the bat quickly joined Han, pushing with all their strength to keep the door shut. But the goblins were slowly overpowering them, forcing the door open despite their efforts. The group admitted it was becoming harder to hold the door due to the overwhelming number of goblins. Suddenly, a voice from behind reassured them that help had arrived. It was Fatty, using the gorilla strength ability that Ko-jun had granted him. Fatty, channeling the power, managed to single-handedly hold the door and block the goblins' advance. Han asked if Fatty would be all right, to which Fatty urged them to hurry up the stairs. Despite his superhuman strength, Fatty was sweating and straining to keep the door closed, but he remained focused, saying it was his duty, a duty he had to fulfill. Finally, Han called out to Fatty, letting him know everyone was safe and telling him to come up the stairs as well. Without hesitation, Fatty turned and began running up the stairs. However, halfway up, he tripped and fell, just as the goblins were closing in on him. Lying on the ground, nearly within their reach, Fatty shouted for his friends to leave him behind and continue the evacuation. Han hesitated, unsure of what to do, but before he could act, someone rushed down the stairs without hesitation. It was the boy with the baseball bat. With a single powerful swing, he struck down the goblin threatening Fatty. He called out to Jun, urging him to hurry, and extended his hand to help. Still on the ground, Fatty tried to crawl toward his rescuer, but before he could reach him, one of the goblins grabbed his leg. In an instant, Fatty vanished without a trace, leaving his rescuer stunned and speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As the goblins continued to advance relentlessly, one leaped toward the boy with the bat. Without missing a beat, he swung his weapon and took it down mid-air. Meanwhile, the other group members continued providing support with their bows, urging Diaku, the boy with the bat, to move faster. As the goblins closed in, Han and the archer shouted frantically, pleading with Diaku to hurry. Clutching his bat and without looking back, Diaku pushed forward, racing up the stairs. Under the eerie glow of a full moon, the scene unfolds. A monstrous bear-like creature with glowing red eyes feasts on a goblin, its agonized screams cutting through the night. The creature radiates a sinister aura, finishing its grisly meal. Its sharp fangs and burning eyes make it clear that its hunger is far from satisfied. A growl rumbles from deep within as it turns its attention toward a distant sound. The source of the noise comes from a massive building behind the creature. The top floor is still illuminated. Its bloodlust grows stronger as it snarls, promising to devour everyone inside. Just then, a swirling purple portal opens and Fatty falls through it. But don't worry, he's not dead. Instead, he was teleported to safety by Ko-jun, who had been watching from afar. Ko-jun's timely intervention saves Fatty just before the beast can reach him. Fatty lands in an unsteady hero's pose, confused yet relieved. Ko-jun, standing nearby, remarks that it was a close call. Fatty rubs his eyes, unsure if he's imagining things, and sees Ko-jun offering a hand to help him up. Ko-jun explains that he had kept an eye on the situation using his absolute eye ability, ensuring the vassal summoning worked perfectly. Fatty tries to stand, but a sharp pain shoots through his leg. He realizes the goblin had managed to cut him during their earlier struggle. He hadn't even noticed how quickly it happened. Ko-jun immediately asks if Fatty is all right, but Fatty brushes it off, assuring him that the wound will heal faster than expected. Ko-jun, however, notices that his medical supplies are running low and suggests registering some new medicine into the system. He asks Fatty to wait for a moment. Fatty, still confused, agrees. Inside, Ko-jun searches his inventory for medical supplies and finds a first aid kit. As he looks at it, memories of his childhood flood his mind, memories of his mother leaving him temporarily. He snaps out of it and opens the kit, finding it contains more than he expected. Sitting on the floor, he examines the items and mutters to himself that his inventory has only 4 slots left, but there's so much to register. After a brief pause, he decides to register the entire kit rather than individual items. The system begins the registration process, scanning the kit, and a notification pops up confirming it's a standard first aid kit worth 77,331. Ko-jun accepts it without hesitation. Back in the corridor, Ko-jun hands the kit to Fatty, who notices Ko-jun's genuine concern for him, someone he barely knows. Kneeling down, Ko-jun asks to examine the goblin-inflicted wound. Fatty rolls up his pant leg, revealing a cut near his calf. Ko-jun warns him that he's going to disinfect the wound and carefully dabs the cotton onto it. Though Fatty winces in pain, he reassures Ko-jun that he can endure it. The system notifies Ko-jun that Fatty's trust and loyalty have increased after the interaction. After partially cleaning the wound, Fatty thanks Ko-jun for his care. As Ko-jun packs away the supplies, he expresses concern for the others. He stands and instructs Fatty to rest, explaining that he has something important to take care of. Fatty nods, agreeing to follow his orders. Ko-jun closes his eyes, focuses, and activates his ultimate eye ability. His eyes darken as he scans the building, seeing everything happening inside. Meanwhile, at the emergency stairs, Dyaku, also known as Toy, the baseball bat wielder, is desperately fleeing from relentless goblins. The archer provides support, taking down goblins with perfect headshots. Han and the guy with glasses try to help Dyaku escape, but they can only handle one goblin at a time, urging him to run faster. Dyaku sprints with all his might, but the goblins chase him without tiring. From behind an improvised barricade, the support team fires arrows dangerously close to Dyaku, yet each shot lands perfectly on the pursuing goblins. Dyaku reaches the end of the staircase and leaps over the barricade, but in a moment of carelessness, two goblins leap at his back. Reacting instinctively, the rookie Moon charges forward, determined to protect his comrade. With a single, powerful blow from his bow at close range, he takes down the two goblins. Moon stands with a serious expression, his eyes glowing blue, filled with determination. Without hesitation, he leaps back into the stairwell, plunging into the swarm of goblins. Han is left speechless as Moon delivers rapid, precise strikes, significantly thinning the goblin horde. The rest of the group, witnessing the scene, asks in disbelief if Moon has always been this skilled in combat, remarking that his actions are utterly insane. From afar, Ko-jun observes everything and comments that the rookie is performing exceptionally well. The system screen appears, displaying Moon's status. Full name, Moon Bango, second vassal, with a confidence level of 55 and a loyalty of 88. His ability is teleportation, consuming mental energy to move within his line of sight, with the cost increasing based on the number of companions and distance traveled. Ko-jun smirks, commenting that registering Moon as a vassal was a brilliant decision. Back at the stairwell, Moon decimates the goblins, each of his blows landing with deadly accuracy. Han asks the guy with glasses if the extension cord is ready. Gon replies that it is. Han checks if the water tank is prepared, and the archer and baseball bat wielder confirm it. Realizing he has to retreat, Moon sprints toward the barricade. Han yells at him to hurry. With a swift jump, Moon lands safely behind the barricade. For a moment, the goblins believe the group has fled, but suddenly, a massive water tank appears above the barricade. It tips over, flooding the emergency stairwell and soaking the goblins. Initially confused, the goblins think it's just a stalling tactic. Han shouts that this is the perfect opportunity, and Gon flips the switch. An electrical surge travels down the soaked stairwell through the wires they had previously set up, electrocuting all the goblins that had been chasing them. Despite the carnage, some goblins still remained, relentlessly pursuing the group up the emergency staircase. One among them, instinct sharpened by survival, suddenly shuddered. A foreboding chill crept down its spine as it sensed something else lurking behind them. Warily, it turned its head, only to be met with an immense shadow. The goblin's breath hitched in its throat as its gaze adjusted, revealing the silhouette of a towering bear. Before the goblin could react, the beast lunged. With fangs bared and eyes glowing a menacing red, the bear released a thunderous roar that shook the stairwell. In the blink of an eye, it struck, sinking its massive jaws into the goblin's neck. A strangled cry escaped the doomed creature, alerting its kin. The other goblins froze mid-ascent, turning their heads toward the commotion. What they saw sent a jolt of panic through their ranks. The first goblin had already fallen, and the bear wasted no time before moving on to the next. With swift, merciless strikes, it tore through the creatures, its razor-sharp claws cleaving through flesh. Another goblin fell, then another, then two more. Despite the bear's monstrous size, the goblins quickly realized they had the advantage in numbers. A surge of confidence emboldened them as they regrouped, surrounding the beast. Their attack came in unison. Some latched onto the bear's back while others distracted it from the front, striking with jagged claws and snapping jaws. The bear roared in fury, swiping at the goblins clinging to its thick fur, flinging them off like rag dolls. But its efforts left it open. Another goblin lunged, biting into its flank, while one scrambled onto its head, clawing desperately at its eyes. The beast thrashed, crushing foes beneath its weight, but the relentless assault took its toll. The goblins clawed and bit, their sheer numbers wearing down the mighty predator. Then, just as one was about to gouge out its eye, boom! All at once, the goblins' heads exploded like overripe fruit. Blood and viscera splattered the stairwell. The bear, panting and battered, blinked in stunned silence. Kujun's domain expansion had activated. As the bear stood amidst the carnage, a system notification materialized. A citizenship had been granted. Its massive frame trembled, its breath ragged from the brutal skirmish. Then, something strange happened. Its body began to shrink, limbs twisting unnaturally, fur receding as muscles contorted. A human face slowly emerged from beneath the shifting mass of fur. When the transformation ended, a woman stood in place of the monstrous bear, stunning, with chestnut brown hair and piercing eyes. Her body, drained from the intense battle, gave out beneath her, and she collapsed onto the cold concrete, surrounded by the remains of her foes. Meanwhile, Kujun grimaced, his ultimate eye's ability straining him as he observed the scene. His gaze lingered on the unconscious woman. A system prompt provided her details. Yanju, level 33, trust points 9, awakened A rank ability, werebear. Kujun's eyes narrowed. An A- rank ability was rare. The power to transform into a beast, amplifying physical prowess while granting regenerative abilities. She was a valuable asset. At the same time, another system message notified him of his allies' progress. Dongan and Hiran had reached 50 trust points, unlocking full loyalty. Deok's trust level had risen to 30, making him eligible for vassal registration. Without hesitation, Kujun assigned Deok as his third vassal. The system confirmed his new title, Vassal Level 25, Ability, Iron Knight B rank. His new ability allowed him to summon full steel armor and a halberd. As Kujun processed this, a realization struck him. A pattern was emerging. The rank of a vassal seemed tied to their awakened ability. Fatty, for example, had unlocked a C rank ability, placing him at level 20. Deok's B rank ability positioned him at level 25. Moon's A rank teleportation ability had designated him at level 30. The logic seemed straightforward, until he reconsidered Fatty's case. If Moon's ability rank was influenced by loyalty, shouldn't Fatty, who had even higher loyalty, have received a B rank instead of C? An inconsistency? An anomaly? Kujun frowned, deep in thought. Was the ability selection random? Or was there some hidden factor determining these rankings? The implications were crucial. With only 10 vassal slots available, choosing those with the highest growth potential was imperative. Another thought crossed his mind. What about those who had already awakened their abilities before becoming vassals? The system's latest message provided an answer. Awakened individuals could traverse staircases, hallways, and elevators freely. Making his decision, Kujun turned toward the elevator. His ultimate eyes activated again, casting an ominous glow over his vision. Meanwhile, the woman remained motionless in the parking lot, oblivious to the world around her. Kujun tapped into his communication channel. Fatty, head to the parking lot. There's someone on the second level. Bring her back to our floor. Fatty, always quick to obey, rushed down without question. As he sprinted, the team at the emergency stairwell dismantled what remained of the electric trap. Diaku, relieved at their unexpected victory, turned to his comrades. What just happened? Why did the goblins explode? The bespectacled man beside him adjusted his glasses. It had to be someone's doing. A bead of sweat rolled down Han's temple. His instincts screamed the truth at him. There was only one person with a power of that magnitude, Kujun. Han swallowed hard, replaying his first meeting with Fatty. The man had spoken of Kujun as if he were an enigma, an anomaly beyond comprehension. Hot baths, fresh meals, effortless survival. All of it because of him. As he coiled the wires from the dismantled trap, Han glanced at Moon. He remembered how the once introverted boy had transformed under Kujun's influence. It all clicked. Being saved by Kujun meant being chosen by him. Back in the parking lot, the elevator doors slid open. Fatty burst through, quickly spotting the unconscious woman. He hoisted her up without hesitation, carrying her toward the 30th floor, where Kujun watched it all unfold through his omniscient gaze. Han, meanwhile, clenched his fists. In this world, survival wasn't just about strength. It was about being in Kujun's favor. A distant memory surfaced. A small boy full of excitement, playing with a tiny toy car in a sunlit park. His laughter rang out as he called to his mother, eager for her to watch his latest trick. His mother, Yanju, stood nearby, her warm smile filled with love and encouragement. But as the child stood and waved to her, something shifted. From behind, a dark presence emerged. The joy on Yanju's face drained in an instant, her expression twisting into sheer horror. She stood frozen, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. 3 grotesque goblins had crept up behind her son, their twisted grins revealing their vile intentions. The boy, oblivious to the danger, continued waving, his innocence stark against the nightmare unfolding behind him. Yanju's instincts screamed at her to act. She summoned every ounce of her strength to move, but she was too slow. Before she could even take a step, the goblins struck. The child's terrified scream cut through the air, a sound that would forever be burned into her soul. Helpless, she could do nothing but collapse in despair, forced to witness the nightmare she could never stop. And then, silence. The only thing left of her son was the small toy car lying abandoned in the dirt. Yanju awoke with a start. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as the painful memories faded into the present. Disoriented, she turned her head and found herself staring at Seo-jun, who was watching her intently. He spoke her name, his voice calm, yet laced with curiosity. Still shaken, she forced herself upright, her head throbbing from the torment of the dream. Seo-jun extended a hand toward her, introducing himself with polite formality, but she barely registered his words. Instead, she fixed him with an intense gaze and asked, "Was it you?" Seo-jun hesitated. "What?" Yanju's eyes burned with urgency. "You know exactly what I mean. The thing that made the goblins' heads explode. Was it you?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. His hand, still extended, trembled slightly before he clenched it into a fist. Then, with a steady breath, he gave his answer. "Yes, that was me." A heavy silence hung between them as Yanju processed his words. Her mind reeled. This man had the power to eradicate an entire horde of goblins in an instant. Just how strong was he? A wild, desperate thought clawed its way into her mind. If he could do something that impossible, then maybe, just maybe, her entire body trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke, her voice cracking under the weight of her emotions. "Please," Seo-jun tensed. "Please, bring my son back." Her words shattered the room's quiet. "Just one day," she sobbed. "That's all I ask. just one day, to see him again. She looked at him with unbearable pain etched across her tear-streaked face. It was the face of a mother who had lost her child in the cruelest way imaginable. Seo-jun clenched his jaw, anger surging within him at the injustice of it all. Yeonju was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, her entire frame shaking uncontrollably. Seo-jun stood motionless, grappling with the crushing truth that there was nothing he could do. Or was there? A desperate thought formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he called upon the system. New mission: hunt down 1,000 goblins. No time limit, no penalty for failure. Reward: resurrection of the lost child. Seconds passed. Then, mission request denied. Seo-jun's heart pounded. The system's cold response sent frustration surging through him. Resurrection requires immense power and resources. Before he could fully process the disappointment, another notification appeared. Insufficient funds for resurrection mission. Increase funds and try again. Seo-jun stared at the message, stunned. His pulse raced. Resurrection was possible. His breath caught in his throat. Could he really do this? Could he truly bring someone back to life? The answer was right in front of him. All he needed was more power, more resources. Determined, he turned back to Yeonju, who was still drowning in sorrow. "Listen to me," he said firmly. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to him, desperate for any glimmer of hope. "I think I can help you," he continued. "I don't know how long it will take, but there is a way." Yeonju inhaled sharply, gripping the bedsheet as if it were the only thing keeping her from falling apart. Are you serious? Or is this just some kind of cruel joke?" Seo-jun met her gaze without hesitation. "I would never joke about something like this." The weight of his words settled over her. She wiped her eyes, nodding slowly. "What do I have to do?" she asked. Seo-jun considered his options. His team was already strong: H, Moon, Toy, and Fatty, all wielding formidable abilities. But adding Yeonju, a level 33 fighter, would take their strength to another level. His lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "First, let's get you introduced to the others." Shortly after, the group gathered. Yeonju met Han, who greeted her politely. When she recognized him as the one who had been throwing baseballs at goblins, Han was visibly startled. She then turned to the archer, pointing out that she had seen her firing arrows at the goblins as well. The archer stiffened. "Wait, how do you know that?" A mischievous glint appeared in Yeonju's eyes. She bared her teeth slightly, curling her fingers like claws. "Really? You don't recognize me?" Confused, the group exchanged glances. Then, before their eyes, Yeonju began to change. Her transformation was gradual, fur sprouting along her arms, her fingers thickening, her snout elongating. In seconds, where Yeonju had once stood, a towering brown bear now loomed before them. The archer gawked, pointing in disbelief. That's the beast from the alley." Yeonju chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. "Not a beast, a bear." Han crossed his arms. "So, our meeting really wasn't a coincidence?" "Not at all," Yeonju confirmed. "Anyone who fights goblins is a friend of mine." Before the group could fully process this revelation, Seo-jun stepped forward. His expression turned serious. "We're moving forward with the plan," he announced. "Tomorrow, we rescue Moon's grandmother." The group immediately straightened, listening intently. Seo-jun explained that goblin numbers had decreased significantly, making this their best chance. However, Fatty would sit this one out due to his injuries. "Yeonju," Seo-jun said, turning to her, "you'll be joining us." The bear woman blinked, taken aback for a moment, then dipped her head in gratitude. "Thank you for the opportunity. I won't let you down." With the meeting concluded, the group dispersed to prepare for the mission ahead. But before the night ended, Seo-jun pulled Toy and Moon aside for a private talk. Under the full moon, he asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" The two exchanged uneasy glances. They weren't sure, but deep down, maybe they already knew. The unexpected question caught both of them off guard, their startled reactions making it obvious. Toy hesitated for a moment before admitting he wasn't entirely sure. Moon, however, spoke up first, wondering aloud if it had something to do with the strange powers they had recently developed. Jun smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Yes, it's about your powers," he confirmed. Without wasting time, he explained that both of them had awakened unique abilities. This revelation stunned them. How had their leader figured it out so easily? Jun continued, turning to Moon first. "Your ability is teleportation," he revealed. Moon's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of being able to teleport. He could barely contain himself as he eagerly asked how to use it. Then, Jun shifted his gaze to Toy. "As for you, your ability is called Knight of Steel," he stated. Toy furrowed his brows, intrigued by the name. What exactly did that mean? A more serious expression settled on Jun's face as he considered the situation. He needed to fully understand the extent of their abilities before they embarked on the mission the following day. Deep in thought, he accessed the system interface to analyze their progress. A mission notification appeared on the screen. Objective: demonstrate your newly awakened abilities within 1 hour. Reward: increased strength. Penalty for failure: sleeping in the corridor. The system confirmed the mission parameters, and Jun found himself fascinated by these team-based challenges. Toy, unable to contain his excitement any longer, blurted out, "Wait, so I really do have an ability?" Jun nodded. Toy practically vibrated with enthusiasm, snorting with exhilaration. "This is amazing," he exclaimed before quickly sobering up. "But what exactly is Knight of Steel?" Jun explained, "It allows you to summon a full suit of steel armor and a halberd." Before Toy could ask more, especially since he was used to wielding a baseball bat, his attention was abruptly pulled away by a flash of blue light beside him. Moon had vanished. Toy's mouth hung open in shock. What the? Jun, too, was momentarily stunned. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, struggling to process what had just happened. Seconds later, Moon reappeared down the corridor, stumbling slightly upon landing. He looked at his hands, his expression shifting from confusion to sheer exhilaration. Clenching his fists, he grinned. "With this power, rescuing my grandmother will be a breeze." The system promptly notified Jun that Moon's confidence had increased, along with a boost in his loyalty. Still overwhelmed by gratitude, Moon bowed deeply before Jun. "Thank you for everything," he said sincerely. Jun blinked, caught off guard by the sudden display of appreciation. After a beat, he raised a hand. "Hold on. Before you get too ahead of yourself, you need to slow down and assess the situation." Moon frowned. "What do you mean?" Jun sighed. "Just because you teleported once doesn't mean you have full control over it. You could have gotten lucky. Going straight to your grandmother's house like this isn't possible. Not yet." Moon's excitement wavered, and he lowered his head in disappointment. Jun, noticing this, quickly reassured him. "For now, let's figure out your teleportation's maximum range and see if there are any limits or penalties for using it repeatedly." Moon nodded silently, understanding the importance of training. Just as the conversation settled, something unusual caught their attention further down the corridor. They turned. A towering knight stood there, clad in gleaming steel armor, gripping a massive halberd. Toy's jaw nearly hit the floor. Holy! Realization dawned on him. That was his power. Ecstatic, he turned to Jun, barely containing his excitement. This is perfect for me. He grinned, swinging the halberd in a wide arc, testing its weight. Another system notification popped up. Toy's confidence and loyalty had increased as well. While Toy reveled in his newfound strength, June focused on Moon again. He pointed toward a nearby building. Try teleporting to that rooftop. Moon studied the target, calculating the distance. He exhaled. I don't know if I can make it, but I'll try. The system issued a new mission. Objective: teleport to the rooftop of Building 113 within 3 minutes. Reward: enhanced teleportation ability, penalty for failure, sleeping outside. Moon took a deep breath, positioning his hands in a stance similar to a Kamehameha as he concentrated. Toy, still thrilled from his own success, started cheering. Come on, you got this! Moon shut his eyes, focusing. Then, a burst of blue light engulfed him and he vanished. The sheer force of the teleportation sent out a shockwave, causing Toy to instinctively raise an arm to shield himself. On the rooftop of Building 113, Moon reappeared. He landed in a dramatic superhero pose, but as soon as he did, a sharp pain shot through his body. His eyes turned completely white, his vision fading in and out. Down below, both June and Toy froze. Their previous excitement vanished in an instant, replaced by immediate concern. June muttered before acting fast. He summoned a servant using his ability, retrieving Moon's unconscious body within moments. Back in the corridor, they laid Moon down on a bed. Toy hovered nearby, his voice laced with worry. Is he gonna be okay? June scanned the system readout, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. Yeah, he's just unconscious. The teleportation must have drained him. With enough rest, he'll be fine. The system confirmed June's assessment. Moon was healthy but in a deep sleep. Toy let out a relieved sigh. Good. I was worried for a second. June, however, wasn't done. He turned to Toy, his expression suddenly sharp. Now it's your turn, he announced. Toy blinked. Wait, my turn. The system displayed a new mission for him. Objective: perform 100 push-ups and 100 squats while wearing the steel armor. Time limit: 10 minutes. Reward: increased strength. Penalty for failure: sleeping outside. Toy swallowed hard but wasted no time. He immediately dropped to the ground and started the push-ups, the sheer weight of the armor making every movement feel agonizingly slow. Sweat dripped onto the floor as he pushed himself to his limit. His arms trembled. His muscles burned. Yet, he refused to stop. With gritted teeth and unwavering determination, he pressed forward, moving on to the squats as his body screamed in protest. He would finish this. As the final task was completed, Toy straightened up, his body trembling from exertion, yet filled with the thrill of success. A victorious grin spread across his face as he threw his fists into the air, shouting, "Mission accomplished!" I did it. The system instantly verified his success, alerting June that Kongdiaku Toy had officially completed the mission. Toy exhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling as he leaned against the cold wall to catch his breath. His muscles ached, but the sense of triumph overpowered the exhaustion. June observed him with silent admiration. With a body like his, athletic, resilient, it's no wonder he has such incredible endurance, he thought to himself. Just then the system beeped, displaying a notification unlike any June had ever seen before. What's this? He muttered, his brow furrowing as his eyes scanned the unfamiliar message. Toy, still catching his breath, glanced at him. That's it, right? The mission's over? June looked up and nodded, a warm smile crossing his face. Yeah, you did great. You can rest now. The system finished processing and displayed the results. Toy's strength had increased slightly. Toy turned toward June, his expression one of genuine gratitude. "Thanks for helping us out. I really appreciate it." June, still fixated on the notification, watched as Toy flexed his hands, clenching them into tight fists. A new energy coursed through his veins, his body already feeling the effects of his strengthened abilities. He smirked. This reward changes everything. The next day, a desperate scream tore through the narrow streets. "Run! Get out of here!" Han's frantic voice cut through the night as the group scattered in all directions, their footsteps pounding against the pavement. Behind them, a ferocious horde of goblins surged forward, snarling and snapping, their twisted faces filled with bloodlust. But Toy didn't run. Instead, he turned to face the oncoming threat, his fury igniting like a wildfire. He assessed the situation in a split second. Retreat wasn't an option. The goblins were too fast. A blinding flash of light erupted in front of the creatures, forcing them to halt, their shrieks rising in confusion. As their vision adjusted, a towering figure came into focus. Toy, clad in gleaming steel armor, his massive halberd gripped tightly in his hands. Without hesitation, he lunged. The nearest goblin barely had time to react before Toy's halberd pierced through its chest in one swift, devastating strike. With an explosive burst of movement, he unleashed a relentless series of diagonal slashes, his blade carving through flesh and bone, cutting down goblins in rapid succession. But the creatures were relentless. Fueled by rage, they refused to falter, shifting their strategy. Instead of attacking head-on, they darted past him, targeting the weaker members of the group. Toy's eyes widened. "No!" Before he could react, a flurry of arrows sliced through the air. Each shot landed with deadly precision, striking the goblins in their heads, their bodies collapsing instantly. Toy turned sharply to see Moon standing atop a crate, his bowstring taut, his expression calm and confident. "Don't worry," Moon called out. "I'll take care of any that get past you. Focus on the ones ahead." Toy smirked, gripping his halberd tighter. "Got it." His unwavering focus sent a ripple of fear through the remaining goblins. For the first time, they hesitated, their grotesque faces twisting with uncertainty. Then, one by one, they turned tail and fled, their retreat rapid and chaotic. Toy growled, "Cowards, get back here and fight!" But before they could escape, a massive shadow loomed over them. Glowing red eyes cut through the darkness like burning embers. A deep, guttural growl sent a wave of terror through the goblins as they skidded to a halt. The bear girl had arrived. This was her grand entrance, an ambush set perfectly for the fleeing creatures. The goblins' despair was instant. They collapsed in terror, wailing as their fate became clear. Mercy wasn't an option. Moon's arrows rained down like a relentless storm. Toy's halberd struck with earth-shattering force. The bear girl tore through the goblins with savage ferocity, her razor-sharp claws slicing through them like paper. One by one, the monsters fell. Han seized the opportunity. "Moon, now's your chance. Go!" Understanding the urgency, Moon immediately sprinted toward his grandmother's house, weaving through the narrow streets. "Thank you, Han," he called back, his voice filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, back in his room, Ko-jun sat comfortably, his ultimate eyes activated as he observed the system screen. A steaming cup of noodles rested in his hands, the scent filling the air. He slurped idly, watching as the system pinged with updates. A notification popped up. Citizen Moon has successfully completed his mission. Another message followed, stating the system was now evaluating Moon's tasks for rewards. Jun leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as the assessment finished in record time. The system displayed the results: 132,133 XP awarded. Another chime, all available missions for Citizen Moon have been completed. Jun exhaled through his nose, shifting his attention back to his noodles. All right, let's see what the reward is. The system's next message made him freeze. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. The text blinked in bold, glowing letters. A footnote clarified for those unfamiliar. A jackpot was the highest possible prize accumulated in games of chance, like slot machines or lotteries. Jun's breath caught in his throat. He was paralyzed. Eyes locked onto the screen, hands gripping his noodles mid-bite, he waited, anticipation mounting. What kind of reward was powerful enough to be classified as a jackpot? Still fixated on the system notification, Jun remained frozen in shock. His cup noodles hung halfway to his mouth, forgotten, as he struggled to process what hitting the jackpot could actually mean. Then, the system displayed his reward. A single skill point. A slow grin spread across Jun's face. This was perfect. He could allocate the point exactly where he needed it most. Meanwhile, back on the streets, Moon tore through the city, sprinting toward his grandmother's house at an unbelievable speed. A faint blue aura shimmered around him as he pushed his body to its limits. His heart pounded in his chest, worry gnawing at the edges of his mind. What if I'm too late? What if something happened to her? The small, familiar house finally came into view. A simple structure, utterly defenseless against the chaos around it. No barriers, no fortifications, just an ordinary home, standing alone in a world overrun by monsters. Moon didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, shoving the door open and charging inside, fear clawing at his chest. "Grandma?" he called, voice cracking as he sprinted through the house, checking every room. Then he reached the bedroom. His breath caught. His eyes widened. There she was, resting peacefully on a futon, her frail frame rising and falling with each steady breath. Moon's legs nearly gave out as relief flooded through him. He stepped forward cautiously, his hand shaking as he gently touched her shoulder. "Grandma," he whispered, voice thick with emotion, giving her a light shake. Her eyelids fluttered open and she reached out with trembling fingers, brushing them against his hand. "Moon," she murmured weakly, "is that you?" At that moment, Moon felt his composure crack. His chest tightened and tears blurred his vision. The sheer relief of seeing her alive overwhelmed him. Without thinking, he collapsed beside her, wrapping his arms around her fragile frame, his body trembling with sobs. "I'm sorry, Grandma," he choked out between ragged breaths. "I'm so sorry it took me this long." Despite his tears, she smiled, her warm, wrinkled hand patting his back. "You're a good boy, Moon. I knew you'd come for me." Just then, a system notification flashed in front of Kojun. Moon's loyalty has reached 100. Moon has officially been registered as a vassal. Number of available vassal slots has increased. Jun squinted at the message, confused. Huh? Apparently, reaching a certain level of trust unlocked an additional vassal slot. Curious, he pulled up his current vassal list. Choi Ha-yoon, Fatty, level 20 Moon, level 30. Kongdiaku, Toy, level 25. Jun rubbed his chin, surprised. Wait, I can level them up too? Excited, he tapped the plus symbol next to Moon's name. Another notification appeared. Insufficient funds to level up. Then, a second window popped up with the required amount. 100 million won is needed to upgrade Vassal Moon to the next level. Jun's jaw nearly hit the floor. 100 million won? His fists clenched as frustration surged through him. That was absurd. Just to level up one vassal? With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair and lightly punched the table. "I'm sorry, Moon," he muttered. "I'll make it up to you. I'll assign you missions every single day." Just then, a noise pulled him from his thoughts. The elevator was moving. Jun's eyes narrowed. Who the hell could that be? His comrades were still outside fighting goblins. No one else was supposed to be here. Activating ultimate eyes, his pupils darkened as his vision extended, scanning the entire building. Two figures stood outside one of the apartment doors, a man and a woman. The man carried a box on his shoulder while the woman knocked, her voice carrying through the hallway as she called out to whoever was inside. Something about them felt off. Their posture was tense, their faces gaunt, dark circles shadowing their eyes. Exhaustion, or something more sinister. Jun's stomach sank as recognition clicked. That's Fatty's apartment. Inside, Fatty's wife hesitated, staring at the door. The knocking continued. She swallowed hard, then called out cautiously, "Who is it?" Seconds ticked by. Then, against her better judgment, she reached for the handle and opened the door. Standing at the doorway was a young woman who greeted her with a bright smile. "Hello," she said cheerfully. "I'm Kim Dabin." Then, gesturing toward the man beside her, she continued, "And this is my younger brother, Kim Miho." She mentioned that they lived in Unit 1701. Intrigued, Fatty's wife asked what brought them there. The girl sighed, explaining that she had only come because she desperately needed help, leaving Fatty's wife wondering what kind of help she could possibly need. Then, with a sudden burst of desperation, the girl blurted out, practically shouting, "Would it be possible for you to let me take a shower?" Fatty's wife was completely caught off guard. Her jaw dropped. Of all the things she had expected to hear, this was the absolute last. Still trying to process it, she blinked in disbelief and asked if she had heard correctly. "Did you really just ask to take a shower? And that's all you need?" The girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's all. I just want a shower." Relieved that the request wasn't anything too complicated, Fatty's wife let out a small chuckle and waved them inside. "Well, that's easy enough. Come in." The two entered, expressing their gratitude. The man, still carrying the box on his shoulder, also thanked her before asking where he should put it. Curious, Fatty's wife asked what was inside. As he placed it down on the floor, the girl, still grateful, explained that it was just canned food and some miscellaneous supplies. The man opened the box, revealing various types of canned goods, exactly as she had said. Seeing this, Fatty's wife smiled and thanked them, mentioning that they really didn't have to go through all that trouble. The girl waved it off. "It's nothing, really. If you think about it, I just walked into a stranger's house and made a pretty weird request." Just as she finished speaking, something caught her attention from the corner of her eye. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on the collection of bows lined up against the wall alongside Toy's baseball bat. Curious, she couldn't help but ask, "Do these bows and that bat belong to the owner of this apartment?" Fatty's wife hadn't expected that question. Still, after a brief pause, she shook her head. "No, actually, these don't belong to the apartment's owner. The real owners live in another unit, but it's kind of a complicated situation to explain in just a few words." The girl nodded in understanding. "I see." Watching everything unfold, Ko-jun deactivated his ability and thought to himself that, so far, they didn't seem like bad people. He then shifted his gaze toward the window and murmured, "I'll go check it out later." After a brief moment of thought, he added, "I also need to talk to them. I want to ask if they'd be willing to help rescue other survivors from the nearby apartments." Before he could dwell on it further, a sudden system notification popped up. Jun blinked in surprise as the message appeared before him. "You have successfully hunted a red tiger." A second notification followed immediately after. "You have gained a large amount of XP." Then another, 39,718,384 abilities to their limit. Despite the strain, outside, the battlefield was far from calm. Han, the archer, and the guy with glasses were both lightly wounded. In front of them, the corpse of a massive red tiger lay motionless on the ground, and next to it, the werebear was also severely injured, struggling to move. The rest of the group stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. June observed everything, but a strange feeling crept up on him. His stomach twisted, and his chest tightened as a wave of unease washed over him. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. His muscles spasmed, cold sweat dripping down his face as an overwhelming pressure gripped his chest. He groaned in agony, barely able to keep himself upright. Then, the system sent another notification. You have discovered individuals who are eligible to receive citizenship. Through the pain, June barely managed to process the message. There were still people who weren't citizens yet. His breathing was ragged, but he forced himself to speak. System, grant them citizenship. A new notification appeared instantly. A list of names flashed across the screen. Citizenship has been granted. And then another alert. You have officially reached 50 citizens. An additional message followed. The amount of XP and money that citizens can earn has increased by 100%. But the surprises didn't stop there. A final notification appeared on the screen, revealing something unexpected. As the number of citizens has reached a specific threshold, all citizens have unlocked a new ability. Power of Trust. June stared at the words, his mind racing. Power of Trust. What does that even mean? Despite his lingering confusion, his thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. He clenched his jaw. Did anyone get seriously hurt? Back on the streets, Moon was slightly injured and gasping for breath, making a tremendous effort as he carried his grandmother on his back. Everyone else is wounded, desperately running while providing cover for Toy, who is carrying the injured warbear woman. Observing the chaotic scene, June quickly realizes the situation outside is far worse than he had imagined. And of all people to be seriously injured, it had to be the warbear. As the group races to escape, a horde of goblins suddenly emerges in front of the two carrying the wounded. The team members, covering them from behind, immediately unleash a volley of arrows, striking down goblins to clear a path. The archer, watching closely, is startled by the precision of the man with glasses. How the hell did you pull that off with a single shot? She asks, eyes wide. The man looks just as confused. I honestly have no idea. As they continue running, the archer suddenly notices something. For some reason, my body feels lighter. Han, running beside her, nods in agreement. Yeah, and I just realized I'm not even out of breath anymore. Meanwhile, back with June, the system finally provides an explanation. Ability, Power of Trust. A passive skill that increases all stats by X%, where X equals the trust level of each citizen. Kojun stares at the message in disbelief. This skill didn't even exist before. How the hell is it so strong? Then, another realization hits him. Every single member of his group has at least 50 trust points or more. That means all their stats, stamina, strength, reflexes, and more, have naturally increased by 50%. At that very moment, Moon's expression shifts, as if something suddenly clicks in his mind. He has a hunch. This must be another one of June's new abilities. The system then notifies June of something else. Both of the girls have now surpassed 30 loyalty points. As a result, they are now eligible to be registered as vassals. Without hesitation, Kim immediately commands the system to register both of them. The moment it happens, the two women suddenly stop in their tracks, their bodies tingling as an overwhelming power surges through them. System update: Kim Gang, level 20 has acquired the skill. Piercing. Uyin, level 25, has awakened the skill. Poisonous Mist. Now, brimming with newfound power, the two turn back, ready to face the goblins chasing them. The archer steadies herself, drawing her bow. She fires an arrow straight at the goblins. Normally, her shots always land as headshots every single time. But this time, something is different. The arrow doesn't just pierce through one goblin, it ricochets, striking several others and tearing through them effortlessly. Confused, the archer furrows her brows. What the hell? What just happened? The system promptly provides an answer. Skill. Piercing. A Tier S skill that uses mental strength to fire a penetrating arrow. June, standing with his arms crossed, watches as the information unfolds before him. Now that he knows what the ability is, he immediately issues a command to the system. New quest, created mission. The archer must use piercing to hunt 10 goblins within a 10-minute time limit. Reward, increased piercing proficiency. Penalty for failure, fatigue. As he processes this, June shifts his attention to the other ability. Unlike piercing, this one seems far trickier. Poisonous Mist is a deadly attack, and while it's classified as a B-rank skill, using it incorrectly could endanger the entire team. June exhales sharply, deciding to deal with it later. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Just then, the system sends another notification. Mission complete. The archer has successfully eliminated 10 goblins. A follow-up message appears. Daily mission limit reached. Evaluating the results, June sighs, unimpressed. The rewards weren't that great this time. But now that the battle outside has settled, he decides it's time to check on the citizens living on the lower floors. Activating Ultimate Eyes. He scans the corridors. His gaze locks onto the silhouette of a man walking calmly through the halls, hands tucked into his pockets. June watches as the man heads toward the bathroom, likely to collect water. Smart. This man has good survival instincts. He's gathering water before supplies run low. Shifting his focus elsewhere, June spots another pair, a man and a woman sitting together, preparing to eat. He observes them for a moment, realizing something important. They're already capable of gathering food and water on their own. Then, in another part of the building, something unexpected catches his eye. A woman lying motionless on the floor inside a room. Without a second thought, June bolts toward her. The system immediately provides an update. Kim De-young, trust level 18. Ability, awakened. Healing. June's heart pounds in his chest. Healing. His eyes dart between the system message and the unconscious woman on the floor. She can heal wounds. A surge of urgency floods through him. She's the first healer they've found, and they desperately need her. Without hesitation, June sprints forward. He has to help her, no matter what. After sprinting through the hallways, June finally arrives at the door of the room where the woman had collapsed. His breathing is still heavy from the run, but he quickly composes himself and reaches for the doorknob. Slowly, he tries to turn it, hoping to gain access without any trouble. However, to his surprise, the door is locked from the inside. A deep frown settles on his face as he realizes there's no way to open it from the outside. Frustration creeps into his thoughts, his shoulders slumping slightly. Just as he starts contemplating another course of action, something unexpected happens. His eyes widen as a new system notification appears before him. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps fate itself, he has just acquired a new skill. New ability acquired, Invisible Hand, level 1. The system promptly displays its details. The ability allows him to summon and control an invisible hand at will. Reading the notification, A surge of newfound determination fills his chest. His grip tightens into fists as he mentally acknowledges the absurd yet undeniable reality of his new power. Silently, he expresses his gratitude for this sudden stroke of fortune. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Jun focuses entirely on the locked door before him. He visualizes himself breaking the lock, willing it to yield under his command. When he opens his eyes, he is met with an unexpected yet welcome sight. Right before him, materialized from sheer energy, is a lock-breaking tool, a sturdy bolt cutter formed entirely of the strange energy he has come to rely on. Without hesitation, he reaches forward, taking hold of the newly formed tool. The cold sensation of the manifested object in his grip confirms its existence. Without wasting another second, he positions it against the lock and applies pressure. A sharp snap echoes through the quiet hallway as the lock gives way effortlessly. With a swift motion, he pushes the door open and rushes inside. The moment he steps into the dimly lit room, his gaze immediately lands on the unmoving woman lying on the floor. Now that he is seeing her up close, the eerie stillness of her body makes the entire scene feel unsettling. Jun quickly kneels beside her, concern evident in his expression. Reaching out, he gently nudges her shoulder, his voice calm yet firm as he speaks. "Can you hear me? Are you all right?" There is no response. A deep sense of unease washes over him. Carefully, he observes her condition, scanning for any visible injuries. But what he notices instead sends a wave of worry through him. Her face is unnaturally pale, her lips dry and cracked. Severe dehydration. His mind races. Dehydration this extreme could be dangerous. She needs help immediately. Quickly, his eyes dart around the room, searching for anything that might assist in stabilizing her condition. Then, something catches his attention, making him pause. There's water in the room. Yet despite the presence of water, she is still in this critical state. It makes no sense. The contradiction unsettles him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Glancing back at the woman, he forces himself to push aside the troubling thoughts. Now is not the time to question the situation. The priority is saving her. A sudden idea forms in his mind. Without hesitation, he opens the system interface. There's a chance this might work. Mission assigned. Breathe. Objective. Breathe. Reward. Immediate recovery from dehydration. The system processes the command, deducting 10.1 as the cost for activating the mission. Almost instantly, a soft blue aura begins to envelop the woman's body. Jun watches intently, his pulse quickening as the energy works through her. Then, faint sounds escape her lips, a weak, breathy noise, but a clear sign that she is beginning to stir. Relief floods through him. It worked. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open. Her gaze is hazy and unfocused. A blurred silhouette of a figure stands before her, a voice reaching her ears asking if she is awake. Her mind struggles to process the situation. Her voice, weak but laced with confusion, manages to form a question. Who are you?" Jun straightens slightly, meeting her dazed gaze. He introduces himself, explaining that he lives in a unit just above hers in the building. She blinks, her expression still foggy with exhaustion. The information doesn't seem to register right away. Still lying on the floor, she questions him again, her voice laced with uncertainty. How did you get inside?" Seeing no reason to hide the truth, Jun states it plainly. "I saw that you were unwell. I broke the door open to reach you." A moment of silence lingers between them. Then, her breath hitches. Her expression shifts as realization dawns. Without warning, tears begin streaming down her face. And yet she does not say a word. She simply cries, as if the weight of everything she had been enduring had finally caught up with her. She raises her hands to her face, wiping away the tears in an attempt to hide them. Her shoulders tremble slightly as she struggles to compose herself. June, watching her closely, immediately senses that something is wrong. There is an uneasiness in the way she reacts, something beyond just exhaustion or confusion. Taking a deep breath, he calls her name. Kim De-young. His voice is firm, yet gentle. She slowly pushes herself up from the floor, still visibly shaken. He speaks again, apologizing for being so abrupt, for barging into her life so suddenly, but he makes it clear. He needs her help. There is urgency in his tone, something that makes her pause despite her lingering distress. Now sitting upright, her tear-filled eyes meet his. Though her expression remains guarded, her lips, still cracked from dehydration, barely part as she listens to him speak. June wastes no time explaining. One of my allies is severely injured. The words seem to take a moment to register. De-young slowly turns her body toward him, staring as if trying to process what he just said. Silence stretches between them. She blinks, her mind racing, trying to make sense of his words. His ally. Someone severely injured. Why is he telling her this? She doesn't understand. She doesn't even know this man. Panic begins to rise in her chest. He wants her to save someone. Why her? Doubt and fear intertwine within her thoughts. Her hands tremble slightly as she lowers them to her lap. It seems impossible, an absurd request thrown at her out of nowhere. He's putting his faith in the wrong person. And then, another realization strikes her, like a bolt of lightning. How does he know she's a nurse? Her breath catches. She's never told him that. No one in this building should even know. A wave of unease washes over her. Yet at the same time, something about the way he speaks, the way he asks for help, doesn't feel threatening. There is no malice in his words, no ill intent in his eyes. Still hesitant, still uncertain, she makes a decision. She has to see for herself. Slowly, she turns to face him completely. Though suspicion lingers in her gaze, she swallows down her doubts and agrees to help. Her voice, though weak, carries a firm resolve as she asks where exactly she is supposed to go. June doesn't answer right away. Instead, he opens the system interface, his fingers moving swiftly across the translucent screen in front of him. He asks her to wait just a moment. He assigns her a mission, one that instructs her to use healing magic to cure the wounded werebear. The mission comes with a 1-hour time limit, a reward labeled as improved, and, to his relief, no penalties. His eyes flicker with determination as he reads the details. He must save the werebear no matter what. Turning back to De-young, he tells her that for now she should rest. He will personally bring the injured person to her. Then, he instructs her to find something to help with her own dehydration. But De-young, already overwhelmed, barely has time to process his words before something utterly impossible happens. From seemingly nowhere, oranges begin to materialize in midair. Her eyes widen in pure shock, her breath hitching as she watches several bright oranges fall from the void and land in front of her. For a long moment, she simply stares, her mouth slightly open, completely stunned. Then, snapping out of her daze, she frantically raises a shaking finger, pointing at the fruit on the floor. What is this? Her voice trembles as she demands an answer. June, realizing how bizarre this must seem to her, quickly apologizes. But De-young isn't satisfied. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears as she watches more oranges drop into existence. Where are these coming from? How is this happening? What kind of person is this man? Before she can demand further explanations, June simply turns his back to her. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he tells her he'll explain everything later once things have calmed down. And with that, he walks away, leaving her still kneeling on the floor, still staring in disbelief. He exits the room with a final request. He reminds her that she is still weak, that her body needs to recover, and he asks, no, insists, that she prioritize her own rest. As soon as June is gone, Dae-young lowers her gaze to the scattered oranges. Slowly, she reaches out, picking one up. The texture, the weight, the coolness against her fingertips, it all feels real. She squeezes the fruit gently, expecting it to vanish like an illusion, but it remains solid in her grasp. A shiver runs down her spine. What is this? Still overwhelmed, she hesitantly mutters to herself, wondering if she's dreaming, because never, never in her life has she seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, June wastes no time. He rushes back to his shut-in apartment, moving with quick, determined strides. His mind is already focused on helping his allies outside as fast as possible. The system chimes with a notification. The healer's trust level has increased. He stops for a brief moment, narrowing his eyes at the message. She hadn't trusted him before, that much was obvious. But now it seems like her perception of him has changed, even if only slightly. Still, it isn't enough for him to let his guard down. Trust takes time. And honestly, he can't blame her. If someone broke into his home out of nowhere, he wouldn't trust them either. Shaking his head, he steps onto the balcony, his gaze drifting downward. His thoughts remain heavy, but as he looks out toward the streets below, something makes his entire body freeze. His blood runs cold. A massive, ferocious red tiger is charging through the streets, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. And it's chasing his allies. June's breath catches as he sees his companions below, running for their lives. Desperation is evident in the way they scramble to escape, but the monstrous beast is closing in on them, its deadly fangs gleaming under the dim light. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, its piercing eyes lock onto its targets, its muscular body moving in perfect synchrony as it hunts his team. A wave of panic washes over June. This isn't just a dangerous situation. This is a massacre waiting to happen. June stood frozen, stunned by the chaos unfolding around him. The red tiger, which had already clashed with the werebear woman and left her gravely injured, wasn't alone. Another beast had emerged, its fiery eyes scanning the area, its massive form casting an ominous shadow. Below, panic gripped the group as the monstrous tigers advanced, and terror spread like wildfire. In an instant, the survivors scrambled for their lives, their instincts screaming at them to run, to flee, to never look back. In the midst of this desperate flight, Hirin, who had gained the power of poison, misstepped. Her foot twisted at an unnatural angle, and an intense, searing pain shot through her leg. A scream ripped through her throat as she collapsed, unable to catch her balance. The archer woman and Han, running ahead, heard the cry and immediately skidded to a halt. Panic flashed in their eyes as they turned back, calling out her name in frantic desperation. Hirin, gritting her teeth against the agony, tried to push herself up. Her body felt heavy, her limbs like lead, unresponsive to her commands. She fought to move, but her strength was failing her. With every second that passed, it became clearer. She wasn't going to make it. The archer's voice rang out, a pure scream of distress. The massive red tiger had locked onto Hirin as its prey, its muscles coiled, preparing to pounce with lethal precision. The beast's blood-red eyes gleamed with a chilling intent as it bared its fangs, ready to strike. Hirin, still struggling to stand, remained oblivious to the tiger's approach. Perhaps she was lost in disbelief, perhaps formulating a plan, or perhaps resigned to her fate. But then, she turned her head, just in time to see the tiger mere inches away. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. Her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding in her chest. There was no escape, no chance to survive. For a moment, her body went still, her eyes empty of hope. She braced herself for the inevitable, surrendering herself to the tiger's jaws. And then, a flash of light. Violet smoke swirled around her, and in an instant, she was gone. The tiger's jaws snapped shut, its teeth clashing in empty air. It let out a low, frustrated growl as it scanned the space where its prey had been just moments before. Confusion flickered in its glowing eyes. The hunt had been so close, and yet she was no longer there. A deep, primal fury surged through the beast at its failure. It let out a roar of frustration, the sound vibrating the air. Meanwhile, Hirin reappeared, disoriented and soaked in sweat. Her breath was shallow, ragged, as she tried to process what had just happened. Had she died? Was this some kind of afterlife? Then, the sharp pain shot through her body once more, grounding her back in reality. She was still alive, and that was when she saw him. Jay. He stood before her, calm and steady, but his eyes betrayed the intensity of the situation. It had been too close. A second longer, and she would have been dead. The weight of that realization pressed down on him like a heavy stone. Hirin, still trembling from the close call, met his gaze. She was too shaken to speak, too overwhelmed to form coherent thoughts. Above them, the other survivors were still in full flight, their fear palpable as they rushed to escape the relentless threat of the tigers. June took a steadying breath, his mind racing with calculations. At least, he thought he had bought them some time. With Hirin no longer in immediate danger, there was a slim chance the others below could make it out alive. Suddenly, his system screen flashed, pulling his attention away from the chaos around him. You have discovered individuals who meet the criteria for citizenship. Do you wish to approve their status? Before he could process the notification, a sudden movement caught his eye. Moon appeared out of nowhere, his teleportation ability dropping him into the room with a flash. In his arms was the frail form of his grandmother, her body limp but still alive. Moon's breathing was labored, but his grip on her was strong and firm. His eyes, wide with urgency, locked onto June. "Take care of her," Moon pleaded, his voice thick with desperation. June's gaze flicked between Moon and the elderly woman, his mind quickly weighing the situation. Moon's concern was evident, but there was no time to waste. A far greater danger loomed. Raising a hand, June motioned for him to stop. "Wait." Moon opened his mouth, ready to argue, to insist that June help his grandmother immediately. But then he saw it, the expression in June's eyes. The sheer gravity of the situation. Without a word, Moon's shoulders slumped. He understood now. Whatever was happening here, it was far worse than anything he had anticipated. There was no time for distractions, no time for anything but survival. Below, the red tiger continued its relentless pursuit, refusing to let up. The battle for survival raged on, and June knew that the choices he made in the next few moments would determine the fate of everyone involved. The red tiger, driven by a primal fury, relentlessly pursued the scattered group, each step thunderous as it closed the distance. June's heart raced, his fists clenched tight as he mentally braced for what he had to do. His new ability, Invisible Hand, pulsed with energy within him. He couldn't let this beast escape. It needed to die, and he was the one who would make it happen. Down below, chaos reigned. The archer, Han, and Togi, still carrying the injured werebear, fled with all their strength. They were fast, but no matter how much ground they gained, the tiger was gaining too. Han dared a quick glance back, his stomach twisting with dread. It was closing in on them. If they didn't do something soon, they would be the next meal. Without thinking, Han dug in his heels and skidded to a stop, his focus narrowing to a single action. His hand gripped one of his baseballs tightly, his fingers tingling with anticipation. A faint blue light flared around him, flickering and building in intensity as he poured everything into the throw. Then, he launched the ball with all the force he could muster, watching as it cut through the air toward the beast. For an instant, hope flickered in his chest. Maybe this would be the shot. But in the blink of an eye, the tiger moved, swift, too swift, and the ball whistled past, smashing harmlessly against the pavement. The tiger's deafening growl filled the air, and with one spine-chilling roar, it made its presence known. It was faster than any of them could keep up with, and it wasn't slowing down. The archer's frantic voice rang out, her words distorted by panic. "Run!" she screamed, her face filled with terror. But it was too late. The tiger was already locking onto Han, its eyes burning with the hunger of a predator. The beast leapt. Han's heart pounded in his chest as he turned, knowing there was no way to stop the tiger. But he had one choice left. He could run, and maybe, just maybe, he could buy the others time. A surge of adrenaline shot through him as he sprinted in the opposite direction, pushing himself harder than ever before. Every muscle screamed, but he kept moving. His legs burned and his chest ached with each labored breath. He pushed himself toward the parking lot, praying for a miracle. Perhaps goblins or some other distraction might appear to divert the tiger. But the sound of the beast's pursuit was unyielding. It was right behind him. Han took a fleeting glance over his shoulder and his breath hitched. The tiger's massive, deadly fangs gleamed in the moonlight, coming closer with terrifying speed. This was it. There was no way out. Their eyes locked for a brief, horrible moment, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. This was the end. But just as all hope seemed to shatter, something incredible happened. A strange, violent purple energy surged into the air, coiling like a serpent around the tiger's neck. The force was sudden, brutal, unlike anything Han had ever seen. It yanked the tiger down with such force that the earth beneath it cracked, the pavement shattering as the beast's head slammed into the ground. The tiger snarled in fury, thrashing against the unseen power, its claws scraping desperately at the earth as it tried to break free. The force was unyielding. Slowly, the tiger's massive body lifted from the ground, suspended in the air as if by invisible hands. The energy constricted around its throat, tightening with a merciless grip. The beast's struggles grew weaker, its limbs jerking helplessly in the air. The life was draining from it, and Han stood there, frozen, his mind racing. He knew exactly who was responsible for this. It was June. He had done it. Seconds passed, and the archer woman and Togi arrived, breathless and wild-eyed, having raced to reach Han. Their gazes locked onto the scene before them, disbelief written all over their faces. The red tiger hung suspended in midair, still thrashing but utterly helpless against the unseen force. The archer's eyes widened as a glowing system screen appeared in front of her, and she quickly scanned the information. After a moment of hesitation, her face shifted. The shock faded, replaced by calm understanding. With a deep breath, she regained her composure and took a step forward, her hand pulling an arrow from her quiver. From his vantage point above, June's eyes never left the scene. His focus was laser sharp. He didn't need to intervene any further. The tiger was done. He had given the others the time they needed. Now, as long as Gang the Archer made the final strike, June would reap the reward. 4 times the loot. Below, the red tiger, still trapped and gasping for air, thrashed desperately in a futile attempt to escape, but its fate had already been sealed. The archer, understanding the significance of this moment, took her time preparing what would be her most crucial shot yet. The tiger's fiery gaze turned to her, desperation evident in its glowing eyes. It was pleading for mercy, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope for survival. But the woman standing before it held no sympathy. Her expression was one of cold resolve. Mercy was not an option, not for this wretched beast. She pulled back the string of her bow, channeling an intense blue aura into her arrow. The pressure emanating from the charged shot was immense, causing the very air around them to tremble. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, she released the arrow. A powerful gust of wind exploded outward as the arrow soared through the air, its force cutting through the night like a spear of vengeance. The instant it found its mark, a system notification flashed before June's eyes. You have successfully hunted a level 28 red tiger. You have gained a significant amount of experience points. 62,311,776. One has been deposited into your shut-in wallet. As the tiger's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, another notification appeared, this one highlighting the growing dynamics among the group. Team trust and loyalty levels have increased. Another notification followed shortly after. Han's loyalty level has exceeded 30. He now meets the requirements to be registered as a vassal. A satisfied smile played on June's lips. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He nodded to himself before selecting the prompt to accept Han's registration as his vassal. A few moments later, the scene shifted to another part of the building, where someone was being healed. It was the healer, the woman who had previously collapsed in exhaustion within one of the rooms, now fully conscious. She focused her energy, her hands glowing faintly as she tended to the wounded. The injuries of the others faded rapidly under her care, not even leaving scars behind. The first person she prioritized was the werebear woman, whose body had suffered severe damage during the brutal encounter with the red tiger. June, watching from afar, reflected on the sheer luck they all had, him included, in having found a healer in a situation like this. Han approached, still catching his breath. Without wasting any time, June turned to him and asked what had happened below, particularly why the red tigers had suddenly appeared. Han, his voice still carrying traces of exhaustion and gratitude, explained that the location where Moon's grandmother's house had once stood was likely territory belonging to the red tigers. They had managed to take one down, but another had soon appeared, proving that the area was far more dangerous than they had initially assumed. Hearing this, June processed the information carefully. It made sense. There was no reason to believe that only goblins would inhabit this region. And now that he thought about it, there hadn't been any goblins in this area. That meant the goblins had probably already invaded the buildings nearby. If that was the case, Moon's grandmother wouldn't have been safe if she had remained inside. Despite everything, the only reason she had survived was that she had unknowingly been within the red tiger's territory. June exhaled slowly, shaking his head. The sheer luck involved in this entire ordeal was truly something extraordinary. Just then, another system notification appeared before him. Healer's performance is being evaluated. 73,321 has been deducted for the mission. The healer let out a relieved sigh upon realizing that her task had been successfully completed. Seeing her reaction, June stepped forward and acknowledged her efforts, telling her that she had done a great job. However, she quickly waved off his praise and instead asked if she could finally return home. Before anyone could respond, a voice interrupted, "Wait a moment." It was Fatty, who had finally reappeared after spending some time resting and recovering from the ordeal. Scratching the back of his head, he looked around awkwardly before addressing the group. I know this might not be the best time to bring this up, but are you guys seriously planning on gathering in my apartment all the time?" June turned his attention to Fatty and, for the first time, truly took in the number of people currently occupying the space. The realization dawned on him, and at that moment, everyone around them wore equally amused and sheepish expressions. With a small chuckle, June reassured him that there was no need to worry. He had already made all the necessary arrangements. Unit 291 stood empty and ready for occupancy. Everything needed for daily life, electricity, water, and all other essentials, would be available, and the group was free to settle in. The news was met with immediate excitement as the entire group erupted in joy. June, not wasting a moment, turned to Dabin and informed her that 2 more units, 2101 and 2102, were also available. He assured her that he would ensure the supply of electricity to these units as well, and requested that she notify the other survivors about the availability of the bathrooms and showers in those apartments. Dabin, still processing the information, exchanged a quick glance with her brother before nodding in agreement. They promised to take care of the message. June, noticing their reaction, continued by offering them something unexpected. He told them that out of the 2 available units, they could choose one for themselves. The offer took Dabin and her brother by surprise, their expressions showing pure shock. For a moment, they could barely believe what they were hearing. However, June, ever calm, maintained his composure and told them to let the others know that they could claim the other unit. Once that matter was settled, June shifted his focus to something else. He told Dabin that he had a favor to ask of her. Dabin, still taken aback by the offer, encouraged him to go ahead without hesitation. June explained that he needed her to act as the intermediary between himself and the rest of the survivors. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dabin paused, a confused expression crossing her face. She repeated his request, incredulous, "Did you mean messenger?" With unwavering seriousness, June confirmed it. He then laid out the details of his plan. He asked Dabin to inform the others that whichever team was able to hunt down 100 goblins the fastest would be rewarded with one of the empty units. But there was more. June emphasized that this was not just about gaining a place to stay. The winning team would also receive crucial supplies, unlimited electricity, running water, gas, and food, ensuring their comfort and survival. And on top of that, he proposed that if the winning team agreed to take in 10 additional survivors, those individuals would also benefit from these same resources. The room grew silent for a moment, the gravity of his proposal sinking in. June could feel the weight of his words pressing down on everyone. It wasn't just a competition, it was a challenge that would change the dynamics of their survival. Then, almost as if anticipating the hesitation that would follow, June added one final note. He told Dabin to make sure to inform everyone that the distribution of these resources might take a little longer depending on the floor of their new residence. As he observed the group's reactions, June realized that from now on, every decision would be like a move in a high-stakes game of strategy. Only those who truly proved their worth would have access to the resources they desperately needed. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up before him. A new quest had appeared, an official mission to hunt down goblins. The quest had a strict time limit of 168 hours, offering only a modest reward in experience points but with a severe penalty for failure: losing access to any shared facilities. A final message appeared before his eyes, the decision clear. Will you accept this quest? Yes or no? After June's efforts, the residents he had helped began taking matters into their own hands, hunting the goblins outside the city walls. Among them was a young man in a red jacket, running for his life as a massive horde of goblins chased after him with relentless fury. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs screamed in exhaustion, but there was no stopping now. The goblins were closing in, shrieking in anger, their eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger. The young man's stamina was quickly running out. Regret gnawed at him. He cursed himself for getting into this mess but pushed the thoughts aside, repeating in his mind that he just needed to hang on a little longer. Ahead, he saw it. The door into the parking lot, his last chance for survival. With a final burst of energy, he hurled himself forward, sliding across the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. His body narrowly squeezed through the doorway just as the goblin's claws swiped at him. Gasping for air, he screamed with panic, urging the others to attack now. His voice rang with fear as he warned them that the goblin's ambush was bigger than they had anticipated. A trap. 3 men armed with spears stepped forward, their faces set with grim determination. They nodded, recognizing the effort the man in red had made in luring even more goblins than expected. Without hesitation, the spearmen attacked, their weapons flashing through the air in swift, practiced strikes. Goblins fell one by one as the spears thrust through their bodies, sending the creatures stumbling back or crashing to the ground in a heap. But the goblins were not done yet. Some continued to fight fiercely, pushing forward with reckless fury, their claws slashing and teeth gnashing. The battle was a brutal dance of life and death, but the spearmen had the upper hand. Realizing the tide was turning, one of the goblins, seemingly of higher rank, let out a sharp, commanding screech, calling for a retreat. The goblins that heard the signal turned and fled in a panic, scattering in every direction. At the sight of their retreat, one of the spearmen grinned widely, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Want to see something cool?" he asked, looking over at his teammates. Though confused, the others nodded, eager to see what he had in mind. The red-haired man stood tall, breathing deeply as he focused intently on the retreating goblins. Gripping his spear, he aimed at the fleeing creatures. Then, with an impossible burst of strength, he hurled it forward. The spear flew through the air with such speed and power that it seemed almost unreal. It sliced through the air, heading straight for a goblin that thought it had escaped. The goblin, unaware of the danger, was struck squarely in the back. It convulsed once, then crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The red-haired man looked back at the twins, his face breaking into a triumphant grin. "That was pretty cool, right?" he said. The twins, eyes wide with amazement, nodded eagerly. "That was badass," they agreed, clearly impressed. Stretching his arms, the red-haired man casually asked how many goblins each of them had taken down. The twin on the left proudly declared, "I got 22. The twin on the right, with a smug smirk, said, "I got 23. The red-haired man chuckled, clearly pleased with the results. "Well, between the 3 of us, we've killed over 100 goblins. Mission complete," he said, his grin widening. The twins exchanged glances, surprised at how quickly they had reached their goal. They had expected it to take much longer to eliminate so many goblins. But just then, Min, the young man in the red jacket, stormed up to them, clearly angry and frustrated. "Hey!" Min snapped, glaring at the red-haired man. "You said there were only about 10 goblins. I barely made it out alive." His voice was filled with irritation. The red-haired man's expression hardened. Veins bulged on his forehead as he snapped back, "What's your problem now? We succeeded, didn't we? You're alive and the mission's over. What's there to complain about?" Min fumed, still seething. "You seriously can't think that many goblins were just 10. You nearly got me killed." Rolling his eyes, the red-haired man waved off Min's complaints. "Well, we killed a lot of goblins, and now we're about to get a new place to live. So, quit whining." Irritated, the red-haired man turned to Min, his voice laced with frustration. "Pay attention, bro," he snapped, the use of bro suggesting a deeper connection, possibly even siblings. His face flushed. the veins bulging more as his anger mounted. "I came up with this entire hunting strategy myself. There was never any chance of failure. I also suggested the spears, which the twins crafted. All you had to do was run, something you should be very good at." Min, exasperated, let out a heavy sigh. The red-haired man, still simmering, offered him an ultimatum. "If you're so dissatisfied, then leave. Your presence is hardly making any difference at this point." Sensing the rising tension between the two men, the twins quickly intervened to prevent things from escalating further. One of them stepped forward, speaking in a calm voice. "Relax, man. Min did his part too," he reminded the red-haired man. The other twin, with a playful grin, turned to Min and said, "You did great, bro. You ran faster than I thought possible." The red-haired man clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. "Men always know how to get under my skin," he muttered, his tone thick with annoyance. Then he demanded, "How dare you talk back to me like that?" The twin who had been grinning urged Min to apologize, hoping to defuse the situation. Realizing that continuing the argument would get him nowhere, Min let out another sigh and reluctantly muttered an apology. The red-haired man huffed in response, then turned his back on Min, dismissing the entire incident. "Whatever. Let's move on. We need to get to the 21st floor to claim our new home." As they made their way to the 21st floor, ready to collect their reward, they were greeted by unexpected news. Dabin, her expression tinged with apology, informed them that another team had already beaten them to it and claimed the reward. The group froze, disbelief and shock overtaking them. They had been quick. There was no way another team could have completed the mission before them. The red-haired man's face darkened, irritation flaring once more. "Are you telling me someone beat us to slaying 100 goblins?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Dabin nodded, confirming it. The red-haired man could hardly believe it. His brow furrowed and he snapped, "Stop joking around, Dabin. Hand over the house already." But Dabin's serious expression made it clear that she was not kidding. "It's no joke," she said firmly. "The team that finished first is already here." Just as she finished speaking, the group that had managed to finish the hunt even faster arrived. Seeing who they were only made the red-haired man even more frustrated. The group was led by Dabin's brother and an elderly couple, both of whom appeared unusually cheerful, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Dabin turned to her brother, her voice curious. "How did things go with June?" Her brother explained, "We made a deal. In exchange for giving up the new house, we've secured food, electricity, and other necessities for both our own home and the elderly couples. Additionally, their daughters won't have to take part in missions anymore." Dabin frowned, immediately pointing out the flaw in the arrangement. "But their daughters are minors. They should have been exempt from missions in the first place." The elderly couple, however, maintained their pleasant smiles, unfazed by the comment. The elderly man explained, "Our daughters may look young, but they're actually adults. They're older than they appear." The elderly woman added with a chuckle, "They're likely skilled with bows and arrows. My husband worries about them too much, but they're more than capable." Dabin's brother further clarified, "As part of the agreement, we'll be providing them with bows and arrows." Dabin's expression darkened. "Wait a minute. Are they planning to keep hunting goblins?" she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Her brother nodded, confirming that they planned to continue hunting goblins, but he clarified that June had only requested the goblins in the nearby areas. The goblins were relentless, constantly emerging no matter how many were killed, and it was essential to keep their numbers under control. As he absorbed this information, the red-haired man's frustration only grew. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the pointless chatter," he snapped. Then in a sharp voice, he questioned whether they were giving themselves special treatment simply because they were in charge. Isn't that a bit unfair to the rest of us? Dabin's brother nodded in agreement. That's why June had a plan, he explained. The second and third groups were tasked with killing 100 goblins and heading to the 30th floor for their rewards. A genuine smile spread across Dabin's face as she reassured the group. Everything's been sorted out. You can head to the 30th floor now. Ku Jun will be waiting for you there. Despite the reassurance, the red-haired man remained visibly bitter, still annoyed at not being the first group. As they ascended in the elevator, his irritation boiled over and he suddenly asked, "Is his name really June? He looks younger than all of us." With a sarcastic laugh, he added, "It's almost laughable hearing you speak so highly of him." One of the twins joined in on the sarcasm, teasing, "Maybe you think June's some kind of god or something." The other twin scoffed, chiming in, "God? Please. At best, he's just the leader of some cult." He then paused as if pondering the idea before asking, "Do you think this Ku Jun guy is even sane?" Min, who had been silent up until that moment, spoke up quietly, his tone calm but firm. "You're all protected because of June's abilities. Maybe you don't have the right to talk about him like that." The moment Min's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the elevator shifted. Tension thickened the air, and the others seemed visibly irritated. The red-haired man, his frustration peaking, shot a glare at Min. "Are you all trying to get on June's good side?" He spat, his voice filled with contempt. An uncomfortable silence settled over the group. All eyes were now on Min. The red-haired man, seething, muttered curses under his breath and turned to glare over his shoulder at Min. "We'll talk about this later," he warned, his voice low and dangerous. Just then the twins noticed something unusual. June was approaching them, walking at an unhurried pace, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. As he drew nearer, he flashed them a small, relaxed smile and greeted them with a simple, "Hello." The casualness of the greeting, combined with the way June carried himself, sent a wave of shock through the group. A nervous feeling crept up on the red-haired man, and, hesitantly, he extended his hand. "Beck Sanjob," he introduced himself. June shook his hand firmly but casually, acknowledging him with a brief nod. "I've been watching how you and your team hunted," he remarked casually. "You made excellent use of the barrier, and your strategy was very effective." Hearing this sent a chill down Sanjob's spine. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "How do you know that?" June didn't answer. Instead, he simply smiled and shifted the conversation. "From now on, I'll be providing electricity, water, and gas to Units 1301 and 1502. Sanjob, still trying to wrap his mind around everything, managed to mutter a thank you but couldn't help himself from asking, "How is any of this possible? How are you doing all of this?" For the second time, June ignored the question. He simply reminded them, "Since you've successfully hunted 100 goblins, you're now eligible for these benefits." But just as the situation couldn't get any more unsettling, June's expression shifted into something darker. A disturbingly eerie smile spread across his face, and his tone turned chilling as he added, "By the way, I'm not some cult leader." His eyes glinted with amusement, and he continued, "I certainly don't have any intention of becoming a god." The words hung in the air, leaving the group frozen, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of fear. They stood motionless, unable to react to the unnerving shift in the atmosphere. With that same eerie smile, June raised his hand near his mouth as if about to share a secret. "There's just one more thing," he said, his voice carrying an unsettling undertone. "I have a request to make of you."
Not long after, the group is seen sprinting at full speed, their breaths ragged as they flee from an unseen threat. As the perspective shifts to the front, it becomes clear. They aren't escaping from goblins this time. Towering, bloodthirsty orcs are in pursuit, their heavy footfalls shaking the ground. The four desperately weave through the streets, taking sharp turns in an attempt to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the rampaging monsters. Up ahead, Han stands, calmly gripping several spears. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges their effort. With the orcs still fixated on their fleeing targets, Han takes his time, channeling his energy into a spear. A blue aura flares around the weapon, pulsating with raw power. Just then, a system notification appears. Han, level 33. Title, 6th Knight. Trust, 70. Loyalty, 78. His awakened ability, Throwing, is displayed. Han's throws were already devastating, but with the consumption of mental energy, he can now magnify his attack strength by up to 5 times. As he steadies himself, energy visibly gathers along the spear's blade. The system provides additional information. His physical stats increase relative to his loyalty. All experience points and loot from monsters are tripled, and knights possess an accelerated growth rate. Without hesitation, Han launches the spear with immense force, striking one of the leading orcs directly. The instant the spear impales its target, another orc lets out a furious roar. Gripping an enormous machete, it charges at Han, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet Han remains unfazed. From the backline, an arrow infused with energy is already cutting through the air. It finds its mark, embedding itself deep into the orc's skull. With a heavy thud, the beast collapses. The archer had been covering Han all along. This was why he never wavered. As the second orc crumples to the ground, Han wastes no time. He draws another spear and hurls it at the third orc. When the weapon finds its target, Han finally exhales. "That's the last one," he mutters. A system notification pops up for June. You have successfully hunted a level 19 orc. Wands have been awarded for completing the mission, eliminate 100 orcs. With the task now finished, 3 individuals who had been hiding nearby cautiously emerge. Han approaches them, assuring them of a safe place to go. As they move toward the rest of the group, the system abruptly issues an alert. Unauthorized individuals are attempting to enter. A prompt appears before June, asking if he would like to grant them citizenship. Deactivating his ultimate eyes, June studies the 3 newcomers on the system interface. Upon confirming their acceptance, the total number of citizens under his protection reaches 200. A system notification immediately follows. Citizenship granted. Total citizens, 200. As the milestone is reached, the system reveals that unlocking new population thresholds grants additional abilities. This time, a new feature activates, tax collection. This ability allows June to claim 10% of all money possessed by his citizens, but it comes with a 30-day cooldown. June quickly realizes that this function effectively redirects a portion of his citizens' wealth back to him. However, once activated, he has no way to undo it. He hesitates, biting his finger as he weighs his options. Waiting 30 days for a full payout is too long. He doesn't have that kind of time. His parents are still out there, and he needs to send Han's team after them as soon as possible. Scrolling through the system interface, he makes a decision to redistribute only 30% of the collected funds, treating it as an investment. As soon as he confirms the action, the system issues another update. Tax collection has reached level 10, 3 additional skill points awarded. A sudden, crushing pain grips June's chest, sharp and overwhelming. At the same moment, a deep purple domain expansion surges outward, stretching beyond the confines of the building. The system swiftly generates a notification, its message glowing across the screen, a congratulatory alert. With the activation of this expansion, an official declaration has now been broadcast throughout every part of the apartment complex. Additionally, a massive sum of 1 billion won has just been deposited into his wallet. Another notification follows immediately. The construction function has been unlocked. Still clutching his chest, Jun forces himself to focus on the system screen, scanning the details. His mind races. What exactly does this new function entail? As if responding to his thoughts, the system presents a structured list of available facilities that can now be built, each with its associated cost. The display also highlights the total fund balance and an estimated annual production revenue of 30 million wons. Among the construction options listed are a solar power generator, a store, a training facility. As he carefully reads through the details, Jun can't hide his shock. The annual revenue is only 30 million wons, yet a single solar generator costs a staggering 130 million wons. At that rate, it would take nearly 5 years just to break even on the investment. The realization sinks in, but before he can dwell on it further, the system prompts him with a direct question. Would you like to proceed with installing the solar generator? After a moment of consideration, Jun shakes his head. Not yet. His priorities lie elsewhere. Right now, every resource needs to be allocated towards something more immediate, like increasing the levels of his vassals. Just then, something unusual catches his attention. The system displays the total construction fund balance. Exactly 1 billion wons, the exact amount he received upon leveling up. A flicker of suspicion crosses his mind, prompting him to investigate further. Moments later, the system clarifies. This fund is exclusively designated for construction. Realization dawns. At first, the implications don't fully register, but when they do, a slow smile spreads across his face. This money is entirely separate from his personal funds, which means there's absolutely no reason to hold back. Without hesitation, Jun confirms the installation of the solar power system. The system immediately processes the request and provides an update. Installation in progress. Estimated completion time, 24 hours. The new fund balance is now displayed, 867.7 million wons remaining. Surprised by the relatively low cost, Jun decides to test a theory. He asks the system if additional solar generators can be installed. The response comes quickly. Only one solar generator may be installed per apartment building. With that settled, his focus shifts to the store option. As he selects it, he's met with an unexpected yet welcome revelation. The feature is far more powerful than he initially assumed. Unlike what he expected, this store isn't a physical location. Instead, it directly integrates with the system, enabling him to sell registered items to his citizens. The real game changer, however, is that the system itself handles all production and transactions in real time, as long as funds are available. Up until now, supply distribution had been a frustratingly time-consuming process, with Dabin handling most of the logistics. But with this automated system, citizens will finally be able to purchase items on their own. Even better, Jun has full control over pricing. He quickly realizes that by adjusting the rates strategically, he can further accelerate revenue generation. Wasting no time, he selects Install Store. The system prompts him to choose a location for installation. After careful consideration, he decides on the 101st floor. A notification appears. Store installation confirmed. Estimated completion time, 48 hours. With 2 construction projects now underway, Jun turns to the third option, the training facility. The system provides a breakdown. This facility will enhance strength and endurance training with a 200% efficiency boost. Additionally, for those below level 15, an extra 300% bonus will be applied. Reading this, excitement sparks in Jun's eyes. He already knew training could lead to leveling up, but these bonuses would drastically accelerate progress. Not only would his citizens grow stronger faster, but this also meant completing missions and earning rewards would become significantly easier. Aside from these upgrades, Jun has also gained 3 skill points. However, what truly catches his attention is a newly unlocked feature, the itemization system. This function allows products to be purchased in various sizes and quantities. Intrigued, he taps the interface to explore the details. Previously, only bundled deals were available, but now individual purchases had become possible. Scanning through the updated list, he notices a range of liquid-based items, and while the selection isn't yet complete, the variety has expanded significantly. Different types of food and new product variations are now accessible. A sly grin spreads across his face as an idea begins to form. This new system could prove extremely useful. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Togi, clad in his knight armor, is locked in combat against an orc wielding a massive knife. The creature strikes, but Togi's armor absorbs the impact effortlessly, leaving him unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he counters with a precise and powerful strike, eliminating the orc in an instant. As the battle concludes, he exhales in relief, muttering about how much tougher this fight was than he had expected. From behind, Han calls out, posing a sudden question. What would happen if you threw that halir? Togi glances at the weapon in his hand, realizing he had never even considered the possibility. Han then extends his hand, asking to test something. Curious, Togi hands it over. As soon as Han grips the halir, a familiar blue aura flickers to life around his hands. Concentrating intensely, he takes a deep breath before launching the weapon with all his might. The halir soars through the air at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the distance with immense force. Togi, stunned, watches in disbelief before finally speaking. He had assumed Han was joking when he suggested throwing the weapon, but now it was gone, far beyond their reach. Han, unfazed, crosses his arms. Well, it's thrown now, he says casually, before suggesting that Togi deactivate the weapon's summoning ability and call it back. Only then does Togi grasp Han's intention. Refocusing, he channels his energy, cancels the weapon's summoning, and instantly reactivates it. A new halir materializes in his grip. His initial shock transforms into exhilaration. Turning to Han, he exclaims, "You're a genius!" Han, however, remains modest. "Don't exaggerate," he replies. Just then, the female archer arrives, looking tense. She informs them that they need to move. Her supply of arrows is nearly depleted. However, before she can finish speaking, something unexpected catches her eye. Glancing down, she spots something unusual. Confused, she asks what it is. Right before them, a brand new quiver filled with fresh arrows materializes out of nowhere. It was as if June himself was signaling that the mission must continue. Retreat was not an option. Make sure to like the video if you want more episodes.
The moment the arrow materialized before her, the female archer's eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, she grabbed it, instinct taking over. A notification flickered in June's vision. He could now multitask his skills. The archer swiftly nocked the arrow and let it fly. The projectile tore through the air, striking down an orc in an instant. You have hunted an orc. Level 1. You have gained experience. As the orc collapsed, another message appeared. 2,100,338 has been deposited into the Supreme Being's wallet at home. The system continued its relentless updates. Citizens Kim Ga-young, Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deoksu, Moon Byung-ho, Yu Heron, and Kim Gaeon-han have completed a mission. 2,332,581 has been spent on mission costs. Citizen Kim Ga-young has leveled up. June's gaze remained fixed on the notifications, deep in thought. As I expected, he mused, it's possible to increase attributes using mission rewards. For the first time in a long while, he felt hope flicker inside him. He calculated the distance from his current location to his home. About 10 kilometers, that would take 3 hours on foot. Determined to move faster, he stepped into the elevator and rode it up to the rooftop. From above, he could see the devastation stretching out into the horizon, a haunting sight. The world was crumbling, and time was slipping away. "I need to hurry," he muttered. His thoughts turned to the missions ahead. Should I start with Ha Dongjeon's group? Pulling up the system interface, he analyzed his citizens' stats. Kim Gyeon's profile caught his attention. Trust, 59. Loyalty, 33. Awakened ability, Crow Summoning. At the moment, Jun was utilizing Kim Jaeon's Grade C ability for reconnaissance. It was proving to be quite useful. Shifting his focus, he scanned through the other names. Oh Aeonju and Kim Dejong. First, I need to pair Oh Aeonju with Kim Dejong, the healer, to make this work. However, there was a problem. Unlike Kim Dejong, who was already registered as a follower, Oh Aeonju's loyalty was still too low. The difference between those who had awakened their abilities from the beginning and those who hadn't was overwhelming. I don't have a choice. I'll have to use that method. His thoughts drifted to Oh Aeonju's desperate wish, the only thing keeping her going. She wanted to resurrect her son. But when June attempted to access the system for the resurrection, a sharp notification stopped him. Insufficient funds. "Is it still not time?" he whispered, frustration growing in his chest. There was only one option left. He had to raise the mission difficulty to the maximum. A level 40 monster will be incredibly strong, but the reward will be enormous. Time limit, 24 hours. Penalty, death. He tried again. The system denied his request. Insufficient funds. His teeth clenched. There still wasn't enough. Just then, a system-wide announcement broke through his thoughts. A level 18 orc has been hunted. 2.7 million won has been deposited into your wallet. Jun's pulse quickened. With renewed energy, he opened the mission panel again. This time, he could do it. This time, he could fulfill Oh Aeonju's wish. Assign mission objective. Hunt one level 40 or higher monster. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, resurrection of the sun for 1 day. Penalty for failure. Death. Do you wish to assign this mission as is? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Jun selected yes. Just then, a desperate shout rang out from outside his room. "Open the gate!" He turned swiftly, unlocking the door. As soon as it slid open, Oh Aeonju burst inside. Her face was pale, her breathing ragged. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched his arm. "Is it true?" she asked, her voice trembling. Jun met her gaze. "Even with the time limit, it's possible," he assured her. Tears streamed down her face. "Even if it's just for 1 day." Her voice cracked, raw with emotion. "If I can see him again." She broke down, sobbing. And in that moment, Jun knew. This mission was no longer just about survival. It was about restoring hope. A notification popped up in front of Jun's eyes. Oh Aeonju's loyalty has exceeded 30 points. This meant she had finally met the conditions for follower registration. Jun smirked. Things were progressing smoothly. He looked up at the sky, feeling an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction. Everything was moving according to plan. Opening his fountain, he examined the swirling liquid inside, reflecting his own determined gaze. Electricity, water, gas. He had secured control over all three, solidifying his hold over the apartment complex. With these fundamental resources under his command, it truly felt like he was some kind of modern-day mage, bending the world to his will. Then, another notification arrived. Daily store sales have been settled. 320,981 won has been deposited into the Supreme Being's wallet at home. Jun's eyes flickered with interest. He did a quick mental calculation. If 320,000 won was only 20% of the earnings, that meant today's total store sales had exceeded 1.5 million won. He chuckled. The store was turning into an essential part of the kingdom's economy. Activating Supreme Being's Eye, Jun scanned the streets below. Near the entrance of the store, a group of survivors stood in a tense discussion. A young man in a beanie crossed his arms, frowning. How much more do we need to save? Another man flipped through a small notebook. The bow costs 150,000 won. Today, we managed to gather about 10,000 won. So maybe another 2 weeks? The guy in the beanie scoffed. Idiot! Have you even considered the cost of water and instant noodles for those 2 weeks? The other man scowled. If you're so smart, why don't you calculate it yourself, Hyung? Jun smirked. Just from distributing profits, the entire atmosphere has changed. Ever since the mysterious store appeared on the first floor of the apartment complex, money had become a powerful motivator. The small amounts they earned from hunting goblins fueled their desire to keep going. At first, people had hesitated to leave the safety of the complex. But once they realized that goblin hunting provided actual income, things shifted. Now hunting was no longer about survival. It was a profession. Another notification popped up. Current population, 789 citizens. Jun's kingdom was growing. What had started as a makeshift survival camp was quickly evolving into a structured society, and at this rate it would only continue to expand. Then, another system message. You have hunted an orc, level 18. 1.2 million won has been deposited into your wallet. Jun exhaled. The influx of money was stabilizing his domain, but more importantly, his people were getting stronger. His gaze returned to Eonju, better known now as Mama Bear. She fought like a monster herself, tearing through enemies as if they were nothing. Each step she took left destruction in its wake. Even now she was locked in combat, smashing through creatures with brutal efficiency. Her blows crushed bones, shattered armor, and sent monsters flying. Finally, she finished off the last of them. She stood there for a moment, catching her breath. A woman rushed toward her. Mama Bear, are you okay? I'm fine, Eonju said, wiping sweat from her brow. Even if I got hurt, it wouldn't be a big deal. Don't push yourself too hard, the woman warned. Mama Bear hesitated, then gave a small laugh. Sorry if I'm hogging all the kills. Watching through God's eye, Jun nodded in approval. Pairing Eonju and Kim De-jong had been the right move. Their synergy was undeniable. A quick glance at Eonju's updated stats confirmed his thoughts. Trust, 66. Loyalty, 66. Then, boom. The ground rumbled beneath them. A massive sound echoed through the air. Jun's gaze snapped toward the source. The air seemed to vibrate as a huge creature emerged from the darkness beyond the complex. It was twice the size of a normal orc, its muscles rippling like steel cords. Thick, scarred skin covered its body, and its eyes burned with a deep, animalistic rage. A colossal orc. Mama Bear immediately stepped forward, taking a frontal position. Her entire demeanor changed. The survivors froze in place, staring at the monstrous being. Fear crept into their eyes. Jun's heart pounded. This is different. This was no ordinary fight. And this time they weren't just hunting a monster, they were being hunted.
Gripping a colossal club in its massive hands, the towering orc utters a string of guttural words in a language none of them recognize. The sheer presence of the creature radiates danger, but the werebear woman does not waver for even a heartbeat. Without hesitation, she begins her transformation. In the blink of an eye, she fully assumes her beastly form, her powerful frame brimming with raw strength. Golden energy crackles around her as she plants her feet firmly on the ground, positioning herself between the orc and her allies. Ignoring the shouts of warning from the archer and healer behind her, She lunges forward with a deafening roar meant to shake her opponent's resolve. But the orc remains unfazed, meeting her gaze with cold determination. With his club gripped tightly, he shifts into a combative stance, ready to engage her head-on. The moment stretches for barely a second before the werebear woman launches her first attack. The orc reacts instantly, intercepting the blow with his vase weapon. Undeterred, she strikes again, relentless in her assault. Yet, he remains on the defensive, absorbing each hit with practiced skill. Seeing an opportunity, she shifts her approach, attacking from a different angle in an attempt to land a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the archer, eyes locked onto her target, draws back her bowstring. A radiant blue aura pulses around the arrow as she channels her energy into the shot. She watches intently, searching for the perfect moment to strike. A flicker of distraction crosses the orc's face as he parries another of the werebear's attacks. That's her opening.
She releases the arrow with pinpoint precision. Noticing the incoming projectile, the werebear woman instinctively retreats a few steps to avoid the strike. The orc, showcasing incredible reflexes, swings his club to deflect the arrow, narrowly,
avoiding a direct hit. But in doing so, he leaves himself momentarily vulnerable. Wasting no time, the werebear surges forward, fueled by pure ferocity. With the full force of her massive body behind her charge, she slams into the orc, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he can recover, she bares her razor-sharp fangs. His eyes widen in horror. He knows this is the end. In a single, devastating motion, she delivers the fatal bite, ending his life instantly. A system notification appears before June, informing him that he has successfully hunted a level 28 orc captain. As a result, a significant sum of wands has been deposited into his account. Additionally, the completion of this hunt has triggered a new system function, the ability to construct a forward outpost. The system describes the outpost as resembling a defensive tower, acting as a secondary safe zone beyond the main house. When active, it temporarily provides the same protective influence as the primary base. However, it comes with conditions. A resident of knight rank or higher must live there for it to function, and if an unauthorized person remains inside for more than a day, the structure will self-destruct. Jun's eyes widen in surprise. He hadn't expected to unlock something entirely new. He smirks as he reads further details. The staggering cost of 1.3 billion wands is daunting, but his account balance is more than sufficient. With the orc threat eliminated, investing in this outpost seems like a wise decision. The system also specifies that construction will take 7 full days and requires 3 knight-ranked individuals to maintain it. Considering his options, Jun realizes that he has no choice but to wait for those 7 days while his people return to occupy the outpost. The thought frustrates him. Losing a week is not ideal. Most of the nearby monsters have already been cleared thanks to his team's efforts. Resolving not to let time go to waste, he presses the confirmation button on the system interface. Initiating the construction process. If nothing else, this will provide additional security. As he thinks about fortifying his domain, memories of his childhood surface, moments of joy and warmth spent with his family. Strengthening his home means protecting those he cares about. Gazing out at the ruined city beyond, a wave of unease washes over him. Bringing his grandparents here will not be an easy task. Closing his eyes for a moment, he silently prays for their safety. When he opens them again, his determination hardens. Since he can't afford to waste time, he decides that tomorrow, Hans's team will set out on a rescue mission. The next day arrives, and they find themselves back at the train station. A bespectacled man observes the unfolding battle in utter disbelief. On the front lines, the werebear woman carves through enemies like a force of nature, unstoppable in her rampage. From the sidelines, he watches in shock as she decimates monster after monster with nothing but brute strength. How could one person possibly be this powerful? Then it dawns on him. She isn't just a person. She's a werebear, even. Before Jun's blessing, she had already been formidable. But now she is something else entirely. With each orc she crushes, the bespectacled man can't shake a nagging thought. How in the world did Jun manage to win her over? Not long ago, she had been obsessed with hunting goblins. Had she gained new abilities? His train of thought is interrupted by a sudden system notification. A mission has been issued. A strict 1-hour time limit has been set. They must complete the objective and return home within that window. However, failure comes with no penalty. Back at the station, the bespectacled man moves to the front, scanning the area carefully. Not far from him, his teammates await instructions. Han calls out, suggesting they begin their return trip. After a brief moment of thought, the bespectacled man nods in agreement. Just then, his raven, a manifestation of his newly acquired abilities, returns from its scouting flight. The bird lands gracefully on his arm, and he runs a hand through its sleek feathers, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. Naming the creature Black, he praises it for its efforts. Han approaches, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Can you take point? Your new ability makes you the best scout." The bespectacled man nods before instructing Black to be cautious on its next mission. The raven lifts off, its dark eyes gleaming with eerie intelligence as it takes flight. Once more. Soaring high, it glides over the towering ruins, scanning the perimeter. Through their link, the bespectacled man sees everything the bird does, distance proving no obstacle to their connection. Once he processes the information, he turns to Han. "Area's clear," he confirms. Han acknowledges the report with a nod and signals the rest of the group. Moving swiftly, they adopt a formation, the strongest members on the edges, the healer secured in the center. As they march forward, an inexplicable unease settles over the bespectacled man. A subtle sound from behind makes his instincts flare. Whipping around, he searches for the source. A faint rustling, his eyes narrow. Then, he spots it, a small rat scurrying along the path. Not wanting to obstruct the others, he steps onto a platform, distancing himself from the tracks. His team continues ahead, yet the nagging feeling persists. He turns once more, double-checking their surroundings. Then he sees them, gleaming eyes lurking in the shadows. A rat. It moves unnaturally, its tiny body leaping forward, mirroring their movements with eerie precision. It doesn't scurry aimlessly. It follows them, relentless, focused. Its glowing eyes remain locked onto their trail, watching, tracking, and it doesn't stop. A short time later, back at the apartment, Jun lowers his head slightly, his voice carrying a note of humility as he asks for everyone's help. He takes a deep breath and begins explaining his situation, detailing the uncertainty surrounding his family. The group listens in silence, exchanging glances but offering no immediate response. Undeterred, Jun continues. Hondon, after processing the reality of their world, hesitantly asks if Jun's relatives are somewhere within the apartment complex. Jun shakes his head, uncertain. Before he can elaborate, Moon steps forward, his voice cutting through the quiet with unwavering conviction. Without hesitation, he declares that they will help rescue Jun's family. His outburst catches everyone off guard, drawing all eyes to him. Yet instead of arguing, Han simply offers a faint but genuine smile and nods. "We owe it to Jun," Han states, his tone firm. "None of us would have made it this far without him." He then turns directly to Jun. "We'll help, but we need a clear plan." A wave of relief washes over Jun. His lips curve into a small smile as he thanks them, his gratitude genuine. With everyone's attention locked on him, he explains their next course of action. Now that the subway station is clear of orcs, they should follow the tracks leading to the next station, the one closest to his home. Once they exit through exit 2, he will provide further instructions. However, Jun quickly clarifies that he is not asking them to charge forward recklessly. Their goal for now is simply to secure the next station. Bowing his head slightly, he expresses his thanks once more and urges everyone to get some rest. At that moment, the werebear woman steps forward, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Why don't you just use your abilities to bring your family to you?" Jun's expression darkens for a brief second before he exhales. "I've tried." His frustration is evident. "I once received a teleportation ability as a mission reward. When Moon awakened his own teleportation power, I thought maybe, just maybe, we could use it, but the system rejected the idea outright." He runs a hand through his hair. "I suspect my family is simply beyond the range of my abilities. If that's the case, even if they die, I won't be able to do anything about it." A heavy silence settles over the room. Despite all the power he has gained, there are still things beyond his control. Meeting the werebear woman's gaze, Jun softens his expression. "But don't worry. I still stand by the promise I made to you." The system chimes, notifying him that her trust in him has increased. She smiles warmly, appreciating his honesty. Jun, in turn, thanks everyone again before urging them to rest. One by one, they disperse for the night. As Han steps away, he pauses, glancing over his shoulder. "You should rest too, Jun." Just then, something flickers in Jun's peripheral vision. His instincts sharpen. The system suddenly alerts him that someone is attempting to enter, and they meet the necessary requirements. "Do you wish to grant them citizenship?" the system asks. Without hesitation, Jun activates his ultimate eyes ability and approves the request. The name of the individual appears on his interface, Yene, a level 31 awakened being with the ability Queen of Rats. His eyes widen in shock. A wave of disbelief crashes over him. The new citizen is a rat. 1 hour earlier, within the dimly lit subway station, a lone rat had been observing the group from the shadows. It watched as these strange beings effortlessly wiped out the orcs, something that should have been impossible. Were they truly just humans? Or was there something more? As the group ascended the stairs, the rat debated its next move. Curiosity gnawed at its thoughts. Perhaps it would be wise to follow them, to see where they were headed. Decision made, it scurried after them, staying just out of sight. Emerging from the station into the ruined streets, the rat's ears twitched. Laughter, voices, unmistakable sounds of life. The creature froze, its tiny mind struggling to comprehend what it was seeing. Children, playing. It was an impossible sight in a world consumed by devastation. Its gaze then shifted to the only standing building in the area. Intact, untouched. A fortress in a crumbling world. What was this place? Driven by curiosity, the rat approached, leaping toward the entrance. Thunk. Pain shot through its tiny head as it collided with an invisible barrier. A dull ache throbbed through its skull, and a lump immediately formed. The rat let out a pitiful squeak, rubbing its sore head in confusion. A system message hovered before its eyes. "Entry prohibited." The rat tilted its head. Another window popped up. "Do you wish to acquire citizenship?" Muttering irritably, the rat barely hesitated before selecting yes. It figured the system wouldn't actually allow such a thing. After all, it was just a rat. But then, citizenship granted. The rat blinked. Wait, what? Excitement surged through its tiny body. It clenched its small paws into fists and raised them triumphantly. Was this real? Had it just succeeded? Tentatively, it stepped forward, and this time, nothing stopped it. It was inside. The celebration was short-lived. The moment the rat scurried in, chaos erupted. Screams filled the air. "Rat!" People panicked. Feet stomped in its direction. A group of humans attempted to crush it on sight. The rat barely dodged the onslaught, twisting and leaping frantically to avoid being squashed. One wrong step. It lost balance, tumbled forward, and rolled straight into another room, a training facility. The rat barely had time to process its surroundings before its tiny jaw dropped. Han and Togi were lifting heavy dumbbells, their muscles straining under the weight. Moon and the bespectacled man were performing bench presses. The archer and the poison-wielding woman worked out across the room, while the healer and the werebear woman took turns at the lat pull-down machine. Astonished, the rat could only stare. What was this place? Elsewhere. A woman clutched her head, gritting her teeth as a searing pain pulsed through her skull. She had been in the subway station earlier. Now her mind was foggy, her thoughts scattered. Then, through the pain, something twisted in her expression. A slow smile, followed by a quiet, unsettling chuckle. This was an opportunity. Her fingers curled into fists, nails biting into her palm. She had found a way to survive. But getting there, that was the real challenge. Her eyes flickered toward the subway tunnel. It was the only path. A monster lurked there, an obstacle between her and salvation. Instead of despairing, she straightened, her grin sharpening. There was nowhere in this world she couldn't reach. With a simple thought, a swarm of rats emerged from the darkness, filling the space around her. A system notification flashed before him. He had successfully hunted a trained level 2 rat, earning a small amount of XP. That confirmed it. The woman's ability, Queen of Rats, allowed her to command any rat she encountered, binding them to her will and sharing their senses. June's mind raced. If she could control a rat remotely, she must be observing him even now. Without hesitation, he activated Ultimate Eyes. Someone with an awakened TR ability had approached of their own accord, meaning he had to acknowledge them no matter the circumstances. He scanned the apartment, methodically checking each room, but found no trace of her. Expanding his search, he peered outside. Still nothing. Considering his options, he contemplated summoning her through a mission. Since she had already obtained citizenship, she fell under his authority. He crafted a simple mission. Visit the apartment within 48 hours. The reward, a can of cola and a chocolate bar. Just before confirming it, a thought struck him. He was forgetting something. A conversation resurfaced in his memory. The werebear woman had once asked if he could directly summon people using his abilities. He had dismissed it at the time, having failed every previous attempt. But perhaps those failures were due to the targets being beyond his sphere of influence. Now things were different. Citizenship meant complete inclusion within his domain, no matter the distance. Even the bodies of creatures hunted beyond the apartment still registered in the system. That was proof enough. Testing his theory, he modified the mission. The task remained the same: visit the apartment. However, he shortened the time limit to just 10 seconds. The penalty? Immediate teleportation to the location. He braced himself as he confirmed the changes, half expecting the system to reject them or impose additional restrictions. But to his surprise, it allowed the modification without issue. A surge of realization washed over him. If this worked, if he could forcibly summon just one person, then he could do the same for his family when the time came. Once the forward base was established, he would temporarily gain the same authority as his original domain. Then, Hans's team could be deployed, the base could be constructed, and his family granted citizenship. From there, the mission system could summon them safely. It was a real possibility. The only uncertainty was the cost. But cost was irrelevant. If it meant saving his family, he would pay any price. Determined, he activated the mission. The countdown began. 10 seconds. He could only hope this wouldn't cost $1 billion. As the timer hit 0, a system notification appeared. Mission failed. His heart pounded. But then he checked the cost. Relief flooded him. Not even close to $1 billion. Just 30 million won. Then, at the entrance of the apartment, she appeared. Yene, the Queen of Rats, was kneeling on the floor, trembling. Her face was pale, her body shaking violently as her wide, terrified eyes darted around in confusion. Where am I? She stammered. June deactivated Ultimate Eyes, confirming the penalty had functioned as intended. Slowly, he approached. She flinched, shrinking back in panic. Her entire body quivered under his gaze. Then, at last, he spoke. Yene. Hearing her name from his lips sent another wave of fear through her. She stared at him, utterly lost. Desperately, she blurted out, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" His answer was simple. "I'm the one who granted you citizenship." A moment passed before the words sank in. She struggled to comprehend them, her mind still reeling. "Is this—" She hesitated. "Is this the same place my rat saw earlier?" June casually retrieved a can of soda from the system and nodded. "Yeah, this is the top floor of the apartment you were watching through your rat." He handed her the chocolate bar and soda as a peace offering. "Sorry for summoning you so suddenly. I imagine this is overwhelming." Still on edge, Yene hesitated before slowly accepting the items. She took a deep breath, attempting to steady herself. Then, gathering her composure, she asked the question that had been nagging at her. You were the one who pulled me here?" June nodded. "And that strange search in the subway earlier, that was you too?" Again, he gave a simple confirmation. Yene's expression shifted in an instant. Fear gave way to something else. Excitement. June narrowed his eyes. That was unexpected. Then, as if recalling something urgent, she leaned forward, her voice pleading. "I know this is a lot to ask, but there are people under my care. Could you bring them here too?" She clenched her fists, her determination clear. "I tried to do it myself," she continued, "but it's too difficult. Bringing everyone here is nearly impossible on my own." She had been on the verge of risking everything to make this happen. June, keeping his composure, looked at her calmly and asked, "How many people?" Without hesitation, Eugene responded, 35. The number caught him off guard. He hadn't expected her to have so many people depending on her. With a quiet sigh, he shook his head and apologized. "That's difficult." Eugene's expression tightened. "Why?" she asked, her voice urgent. His response was blunt. "Because I don't have the power to bring that many." Her breath hitched. Panic flooded her face as she grabbed onto his clothes, her fingers trembling. Desperation filled her voice. "My mother and my sister are among them. Please, I'll do anything to save them." June studied her carefully. Her fear, her resolve, it was all real. He nodded slowly. "Give me a moment to think." His mind raced. Then something clicked. Eugene had gained citizenship without directly interacting with him. The system had recognized her rat as an extension of herself. If that logic held, perhaps he could make this work. A system window materialized in front of him, displaying Eugene's stats. Trust level, 37. Level, 31. Her trust in him had already grown. After everything she had just said, it made sense that it would increase even further. Still kneeling in front of him, her eyes filled with desperation, she looked up as he spoke her name. "Would you really do anything?" "Yes." Eugene didn't even hesitate. "Anything," June inhaled deeply. "There is a way," he said, his voice steady. "But you have to trust me, completely. 100%, do you understand?" She clutched her hands together as if in prayer. "I trust you." Her voice was unwavering. "I swear, I'll do anything if it means saving them." A system notification flashed. Yi-Jin's trust level has reached 50. Loyalty has surpassed 30. A grin formed on June's lips. This was it. Without another thought, he pressed the system window. Yi-Jin has been registered as a vassal. surge of blue energy erupted around her. Eugene gasped, momentarily stunned by the sensation. Another system window appeared. Title granted, 10th Seed Knight, Tamer. Awakened ability, Queen of Rats, Evolution. June read the details carefully. As a tamer, she could enhance the stats of her tamed creatures based on their loyalty. Their growth speed would increase with her trust level, and the evolution ability, Tier A+, meant her creatures could grow continuously, eventually evolving when they reached a certain threshold. He glanced at Eugene, who was still absorbing, the new power coursing through her. "Are there tamed rats near your family?" he asked. She nodded quickly. "Good. Send them to where your family is. Now." Without hesitation, she dropped into a cross-legged position, eyes shutting in concentration. Her mind extended outward, commanding. Her rats. June didn't waste a second. Activating. Ultimate eyes. His vision expanded, shifting. He was no longer looking through his own eyes. Instead, he saw through the eyes of one of her rats. The system registered it as an extension of Eugene herself. A window appeared. T-Mouse, Level 2. The rats scurried forward, stopping in front of a cluster of people. Their gazes fixed on it, recognition flashing across their faces. Whispers spread. "Is this one of Yi Jin's rats?" Then, something extraordinary happened. A system window materialized above the rat. The sight left them frozen. And then, out of nowhere, supplies began to appear. Food, water, essentials, all manifesting in front of them. The people stared, stunned into silence. Someone finally murmured, "Was this Yi Jin's doing?" Another notification appeared. Yi Jin's trust level has skyrocketed. June smirked as he watched. This was exactly what he had planned, but something else dawned on him. The combination of Yi Jin's ability and his ultimate eyes was perfect. The tens of thousands of rats lurking in the sewers, they weren't just her tamed creatures anymore. They were now his eyes. His smirk widened. This was insane. He had just acquired the ultimate scout. The Rat Queen, ever composed, raised her voice politely, yet with unmistakable firmness. "May I speak?" Her eyes locked with June's, and without waiting long, she asked, "Is the place you're referring to the one near the coast?" Jun nodded, confirming her suspicion. "Yes," he said, a realization dawning on him as he spoke. That area, near the beach, was exactly where Yene had gone. The Nambuan Dong district. And coincidentally, that was also where his family's home was located. Surge of clarity rushed through him. Unlike Han's group, still fumbling through unfamiliar terrain, Yene was already there. She held the advantage. All she needed was a single rat, just one, and she could confirm whether his family was still alive. With her unique abilities, even delivering supplies wouldn't be difficult. After he laid out his plan, Eugene's lips curled into a smile, confidence lighting up her face. "You can leave it to me," she said reassuringly. At that very moment, the system chimed in. Her loyalty and trust values had both increased. Wasting no time, Jun asked eagerly, "Can you leave right now?" Still playing absent-mindedly with one of her rats. Eugene tilted her head slightly and answered without pause, "Of course." Jun leaned forward slightly. "Can you follow the subway tracks on your way?" That made her pause. The playful glint in her eye dimmed. "You're serious?" she asked. He nodded. "I want to use that route later for the rescue. It's the most direct path." What happened next caught him completely off guard. Her demeanor changed in an instant, her expression darkening, panic blooming across her face. "No," she said sharply. "That won't work." Jun blinked, startled by her sudden alarm. "Why not?" he asked, confused. She swallowed hard, visibly disturbed. "There's something living in the Kamayan station," she murmured. A monster? Her words hit him like a punch to the gut. Jun stood frozen, trying to wrap his mind around the unexpected revelation. "You're not joking?" he asked. Eugene gave him a grim nod. Silence settled between them for a long moment. Jun rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then slowly, an idea began to take shape. "Can you send one rat?" he asked carefully. "Just one, into the station?" Hesitation flickered in her eyes. The weight of her past, whatever horror she had encountered there, loomed large. Still, she drew a breath. Closing her eyes in focus, a soft, ethereal blue glow rippled through her. "I'll do it," she said quietly. Now the scene shifted. No longer human eyes, but the perspective of a rat. The tiny creature skittered through the hollow, echoing tunnels of the subway, the cold air thick with dust and silence. It stopped abruptly. Ahead, something stirred. The rat's gaze lifted slowly. There, emerging from the darkness, a hulking figure loomed. It was dragging the lifeless body of an orc as if it weighed nothing. Then, the full horror revealed itself. The creature wasn't humanoid. It was a snake, massive beyond reason, its scales slick with a ghostly sheen. With one fluid motion, it devoured the orc whole, swallowing the body effortlessly. The rat trembled, trying to remain still. It hadn't made a sound, hadn't moved. But somehow, the snake noticed. Its head turned, slow, deliberate, precise, its eyes locked onto the rat's position. It had sensed something. Without a moment's delay, the serpent finished its meal and shifted entirely toward the tiny observer. The rat bolted behind a nearby pillar, its heart thundering, legs trembling. For a split second, it thought it was safe. Then came the sound, soft, sliding, inescapable. The snake was already in motion. With terrifying speed, it lunged toward the pillar. Its jaws opened wide, fangs glinting like knives, ready to tear through anything in their path. The rat hesitated, frozen by fear. A chill gripped its tiny body. Death was moments away. And yet somehow, in that final breath before impact, instinct kicked in. The rat leapt. Just barely, it dodged the strike. The serpent's mouth snapped shut where the rat had been only a heartbeat before. Now, there was only one thought left in the creature's mind. Run, run, or die. The serpent would not stop. With terrifying persistence, it pursued the rat, each movement more menacing than the last. Just when it seemed there was no escape, the enormous creature paused, only for a moment. But a moment was all the rat needed to bolt, vanishing into the shadows in a desperate bid for survival. Back in the apartment, Jun watched in absolute silence, his ultimate eye's ability fully engaged. The sheer size and force of the snake made his pulse quicken. Judging by its aura alone, he guessed it was easily above level 40, maybe even stronger. Behind him, Eugene's voice quivered slightly. "Did you see that thing?" she asked, though she didn't wait for a reply. "This is exactly why Kamayan Station is out of the question. We can't go there." Without missing a beat, she offered. A new suggestion: skip the station entirely and aim for the next one. She had witnessed the strength of Jun's allies and was confident they could reach the next checkpoint without too much trouble. Jun considered her words. It didn't take long for him to nod in agreement. "You're right, that's a solid plan," he said with a small smile. Then, turning more serious, he added, "Head to Unit 2701. That'll be your new base. But you'll need to do some cleaning up first." Yenny accepted the instructions with a respectful nod. She rose to her feet and gave him a grateful look. "Understood. I'll go now," she said, already turning to leave. "Be careful out there," Jun reminded her gently. As she disappeared down the hallway, Jun sat quietly for a moment, deep in thought. Strangely enough, had he been alone, this might have been the exact plan he would have come up with. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Somehow she was always one step ahead. Snapping out of it, he opened the system interface and gave the next command. Install solar power generators. A confirmation message blinked on the screen. Installation will take 24 hours. Outside, solar panels immediately began assembling themselves. Across the building rooftops, the system working with uncanny efficiency. Jun watched the process from the window. It was impressive, yes, but it still wasn't enough. 800 people. That was how many now depended on him. Power alone wouldn't sustain them. If they were going to survive and expand, they needed more manpower, more work shifts, more structure. 3 shifts, minimum. The same logic applied to the newer communal systems, the training center, the solar energy grid, the marketplace. Now, Jun said under his breath, this is where the real challenge begins. Elsewhere, Han's group was sprinting through the underground corridors, fleeing from a threat too fast to outrun. Han glanced over his shoulder. Whatever was chasing them was gaining quickly. They wouldn't make it if they kept running. "Stop!" he shouted. "We make our stand here!" The group turned in unison, weapons at the ready. A horde of monstrous bats was closing in, their wings cutting through the air like blades. Without hesitation, the team launched their counterattack. Arrows, spells and blades igniting the air with mana-charged energy. Their arrows glowed bright blue, a dazzling hue that sliced through the sky and struck their targets with devastating accuracy. Screeches filled the cavern as the bats were torn apart mid-flight. One by one, the monstrous creatures fell, their shrieks fading into silence. When the last wing had fallen and the corridor was finally still, the archer looked around. "Is anyone hurt?" Everyone confirmed they were fine. Then the poison user spoke, her tone a bit tense. "About that giant snake at Kamayan Station, do we really think we can take it on?" The archer didn't hesitate. "We'll be fine."
If anything goes wrong, Jun can pull us back to the apartment instantly. Realizing she was being overly cautious, the poison user let out a small breath. "Right. I guess I'm just overthinking."
Han smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry so much. Jun's got eyes on us. We're not alone." He gave the order to keep moving. Eventually, they reached the outskirts of the station. What greeted them froze their blood. The ground was littered with mutilated bodies, goblins and orcs, torn apart as if by a hurricane of claws and fangs. A derailed train car lay twisted off the tracks, its metal frame crumpled like paper. The poison user clutched her mouth, turning pale. "God," she whispered, barely keeping her stomach down. Han ordered the others forward while she composed herself. They proceeded slowly now, hyper-alert. Every sound felt like a threat. Then it came, the low, unmistakable hiss of a serpent. Han's instincts kicked in hard. "Stop! Everyone freeze!" The tension thickened like fog. At the front, Han's eyes widened in terror. From the darkness slithered a monstrous snake, its scales gleaming with deep violet hues, its golden eyes fixed on them with deadly intent. It was massive, far larger than even Jun had described. A crushing silence fell over the group. Adrenaline surged. Not one of them could move. Not yet. Toji was the first to break. "How the hell are we supposed to fight that?" The answer was obvious. The only chance they had was to run, and pray it wasn't already too late. Panic seized the group as they stood frozen, minds racing for any chance of survival. The air felt heavier, charged with something lethal, something unseen but fast. Approaching. Despite the chill of fear crawling up his spine, Han didn't hesitate. Acting on pure instinct, he grabbed the archer beside him, her body stiff with shock, and shielded her with his own. "Down!" he barked, voice cutting through the panic like a blade. "Everyone, get down now!" No one questioned him. The urgency in his voice snapped them into motion. In unison, the team dropped to the ground, pressing themselves flat against the filthy metro floor. A heartbeat later, the world above them screamed. A flurry of vicious strikes tore through the space they had just occupied. Blades of air, too fast to see, sliced overhead with shrill, whistling violence. The walls around them shuddered and cracked from the force of the invisible onslaught, chunks of concrete exploding from the impact. They couldn't see the attack. They could only feel it pass and hear the aftermath. Then came the chime. A cold, mechanical tone echoed in each of their minds, followed by the flicker of a system notification projected before their eyes. New party. Quest activated. Target: eliminate the giant serpent. Time limit: 10 minutes. Reward: high XP bonus penalty. None. But the final line was a lie, and they all knew it. There would be no respawn, no second chance. If they failed this fight, there would be no one left to collect the reward, only death. Even as Han continued to shield the archer with his body, he couldn't shake the grim certainty growing inside him. This might truly be their end. Around him, the others slowly began to stir from the shock, murmurs of confusion passing between them like a chill wind. No one could quite explain what they'd just witnessed. Was it an earthquake? Did the massive serpent cause it? The tremor had rattled more than the ground. It had cracked their resolve. Then, without warning, a glowing system message appeared before Han's eyes. His breath caught in his throat. New party quest. Eliminate the giant serpent. Han stared, stunned. Eliminate? Why not fight or defeat? The word choice struck him as oddly final. His eyes returned to the serpent, and that's when he saw it. Something was wrong. Blood soaked its scaly body, and its massive form convulsed with strange, uneven shudders. Pieces of its flesh were sloughing off as though it were rotting from the inside out. Still crouched beside the archer, Han whispered, "What the hell is happening to it?" Across the clearing, the werebear woman locked eyes with him. No words were needed. They both nodded, understanding that they had to act. "I don't know what's going on," Han muttered, frowning, "but we can't waste this chance." Weapons shimmered into existence on his back, summoned by the system. Gripping his spear, Han stepped forward, gathering all his strength, and hurled it with deadly precision. The weapon soared through the air and slammed into the serpent's skull, burying itself deep in the soft, already wounded tissue. The serpent let out a final strangled cry. In that moment, the system gave us insight into the beast's nature. Giant serpents are known to consume prey alive, a terrifying practice. They usually inject venom or strangle their victims first, ensuring no struggle after swallowing. However, this only applies to prey large enough to pose a threat. Smaller creatures, like mice, not a concern. That's why no one anticipated what came next. A flashback revealed a tiny mouse leaping with pinpoint accuracy into the serpent's open maw, vanishing into its throat in a heartbeat. It wasn't an accident. It was a calculated suicidal gambit, and Jun had been the mastermind. Watching from afar, Jun chuckled to himself. "Open the warehouse," he commanded. With his ultimate eyes activated, Jun observed the mouse's location, inside the serpent. Two skills were now available, warehouse and shop. Inside the monster's stomach, Jun issued a new command, release gas. The serpent's belly bloated grotesquely. Then, Jun added a second component, burning papers, already ignited. The result was catastrophic. A sudden, violent explosion burst from within the creature, shredding it from the inside. The serpent thrashed and roared in agony before collapsing in a heap of scorched, twitching flesh. Elsewhere, the Queen of Rats flinched, her body spasming as though she could feel the same pain the mouse had endured. Jun stepped beside her and asked, "Are you all right?" She nodded quickly, still shaken. "Just startled." "You did? Well," Jun said softly. The Queen exhaled, tension slipping from her shoulders. As his ultimate eyes scanned the battlefield once more, Jun reflected. He hadn't landed the finishing blow, but that was intentional. The real credit would go to his vassals, Han and the werebear woman, and because of that, he'd earned 6 times the experience points. It was an investment well made. The scene returned to Han's final attack. As the spear struck, the werebear woman surged forward, her transformation nearly complete. She moved. With relentless fury, claws tearing into the serpent's body as it struggled to retaliate. Then, gathering all her power, she leapt high into the air and came down like a thunderclap, her final strike smashing directly into the beast's skull. Crater formed beneath the impact. The dust settled. The serpent did not move again. Panting, the werebear slowly turned to look back, just to be sure. And then, ding. System notification. King Serpent has been slain. A wave of experience flooded their profiles. Because it was a level 40 boss, a VO, significant sum of 1 was also deposited into the Shatine's treasury. With the serpent defeated, Kamayan Station's threat level had been neutralized. A new outpost could now be constructed on the site. More notifications began flooding in. Several skills had leveled up. Among them, Domestic Domain Declaration had reached level 15, granting June 3 additional skill points. As always, each advancement came at a cost. June clutched his chest as the familiar piercing pain returned. His domain expanded outward, stretching to claim new land, inch by inch. The system issued another prompt. A suitable being has been discovered that meets the requirements for citizenship. Grant citizenship? Still gripping his ribs, John gave the command. Granted. Citizenship granted. Total population, $1,000. With the population now at 4 digits, a new passive perk unlocked across the board. All citizens have gained the skill. Base salary. John exhaled shakily. 1,000 citizens, 1,000 loyal subordinates, and the game had only just begun. A new notification blinked before June's eyes. A passive ability named Base Salary had just been activated. Its effect startling. Grants all citizens a 100% bonus to experience and earnings. June blinked, stunned. Was this real? Curious, he immediately pulled up the status window of one of his citizens. There it was, clear as day, a full 100% increase in both XP gain and profit. He stared at the numbers, then leaned back, letting the information sink in. It was far more powerful than it first appeared. Even if he set their share of the profits to 0, the system still rewarded them. The bonus remained intact, unwavering. It dawned on him then, this wasn't just a reward system. It was a morale engine, something that encouraged loyalty without needing full transparency. But before Jun could get lost in his analysis, a soft voice broke his focus. It was the Queen of Rats. She stepped forward gently, her expression polite yet hopeful. "Forgive the timing," she said. "But is there any chance you could bring my people to that place as well?" Jun paused, letting the question hang in the air. Then a small smile touched his lips. "Of course," he replied warmly. "I'll make sure of it." Her eyes lit up instantly. She raised her hands near her face in delighted disbelief, cheeks tinged with pink as she tried to suppress the sheer joy bubbling within her. Jun then asked, "Can you still guide them with another rat?" Now energized and confident, she nodded. "Yes, I'm ready. I can do it again. No problem." "Great. I'll inform the others to follow its lead," he said. "You guide from here." Back at the metro station, the massive corpse of the slain serpent remained coiled across the broken floor. Its lifeless form loomed like a monument to the group's earlier struggle. Then, from the shadows, a small mouse emerged, quick, alert, and carrying purpose in its tiny steps. It was their new guide. The group, standing at the edges of the scene, watched it scurry forward. One by one, they began to follow, careful not to drift too far from their unlikely scout. They stepped past pools of blood and bodies of fallen monsters, weaving through the remnants of battle. Han, trailing behind, struggled to process what he was seeing. The werebear woman glanced at him. "You all right?" she asked. "Was this your group's doing?" Han quickly shook his head. "No, not us," he replied, then turned the question back at her. She shrugged. "Same here. When I arrived, it was already like this." A brief silence passed between them before a chilling thought surfaced. Someone or something else had wiped out this orc territory. And whatever it wasn't part of their group. They moved on, stepping over shattered weapons and twisted bodies. Blood painted the path ahead. The air still hung heavy with the scent of battle. Han finally spoke again. "The giant serpents. Gone. That was our biggest threat." "Maybe," the archer chimed in, eyes scanning the shadows. "But don't let your guard down. We don't know what else is out there." Just then, the mouse leading them paused. It turned around, squeaked loudly, and waved its little paws as if to say, "Come on, keep moving." Toji raised an eyebrow, amused. "That rodent's got personality." Moon tilted her head, curious. "Is this part of June's skill set?" They kept moving, the mouse confidently guiding them deeper into unknown territory. Meanwhile, Jun observed everything from afar. His gaze swept over the group as they followed the tiny guide through the ruin-strewn landscape. So far, no additional threats had appeared. The area seemed stable. Then, his attention shifted to a glowing notification in the corner of his vision. 3 skill points were now available for use. A passive ability, base salary, was now fully active. And in that moment, Jun realized his influence was only just beginning to take shape. Jun stared at the system message glowing in front of him, a flicker of anticipation lighting up his eyes. Now came the question, where to invest his newly acquired points? With his territory recently expanding, the decision was clear. He needed to enhance his ultimate eyes, a skill that had already proven invaluable, especially when combined with the Queen of Rat's unique abilities. Without hesitation, he issued the upgrade command. The effect was immediate and agonizing. Unlike the familiar sting in his chest from previous skill enhancements, this time a violent, skull-splitting headache crashed down on him like a tidal wave. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth as waves of pain tore through his mind. When the torment finally eased, Jun opened his eyes, and everything looked different. The upgraded skill allowed him to perceive more than ever before. Over each monster's head, detailed data floated. Levels, yes, but also height, behavior, patterns, intelligence ratings, and individual traits that made each creature unique. It was as if the world had opened a new layer, revealing all its secrets at once. He nodded to himself, reassured. This was worth the pain. If he wanted to assign appropriate quests to the right people and minimize resurrection costs, he needed this power. Knowing the enemy's strength ahead of time could mean the difference between victory and disaster. Still riding the high of his successful upgrade, Jun turned to his next priority, dignity maintenance. With more people coming under his leadership, building trust and earning loyalty was no longer optional. It was essential. He focused, selected the skill, and confirmed the upgrade. But just as the system began processing his request, a sudden thunderous noise shattered the calm. The sound tore through the air, violent and jarring. Jun's concentration broke instantly. His instincts screamed danger. The sound was unmistakable, sharp, explosive, and terrifyingly familiar. Gunfire. His heart pounded in his chest as the echoes reverberated around him. Whatever moment of peace he had managed to carve out was gone. Reality had kicked down the door, and it wasn't waiting for him to catch up. Thanks to the activation of his ultimate eye ability, Jun was able to instantly identify the source of the gunfire. It hadn't come from the apartment complex, as he first assumed. It was echoing up from the metro station. His head snapped in that direction, just in time to witness an astonishing sight. Goblins, snarling with wicked glee, holding revolvers in their clawed hands. Their twisted smiles said everything. These goblins knew exactly how dangerous they had become. Jun's mind reeled. Goblins, primitive, savage creatures, now armed with firearms? That alone defied every expectation. But it wasn't just one or two. A full squad of them were firing recklessly into the crowds, bullets ricocheting through the underground corridors, sending commuters screaming and scrambling for safety. Han and his team had battled monsters, beasts, and even dungeon bosses. But this was something else entirely. The speed at which the threat escalated left no room for hesitation. Without missing a beat, Han shouted a command, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Take cover! Now!" The group scattered behind pillars, benches, and vending machines, anything that could provide a shred of protection. The sound of gunfire thundered on, drowning out everything else. Peering from behind a concrete column, the archer's hands trembled. "How the hell did goblins get guns?" she whispered, disbelief in her voice. Han, crouched beside her, narrowed his eyes. "I don't know," he muttered grimly. "But we can't engage them head on. Not like this." Then a glint of hope sparked in his eyes. Moon, their trump card. With a fierce glare and jaw clenched, Moon activated his teleportation ability. He vanished from behind cover and reappeared in the midst of the armed goblins, silent and sudden. His spear glinted once in the dim metro light before it pierced cleanly through the back of the nearest goblin. The creature let out a dying shriek as it collapsed. The others turned, startled, but it was too late. Moon, eyes burning with purpose, unleashed a brutal flurry of close-range attacks. His movements were fluid, efficient, merciless. Each goblin that lunged toward him lost its head within seconds. Blood sprayed across the platform like dark mist, but Moon didn't flinch. He was a whirlwind of death among the chaos. From a distance, more goblins raised their revolvers, lining up their shots at the lone warrior. But just as fingers squeezed triggers, arrows flashed through the air, striking their hands and making them drop their weapons in screams of agony. The archer didn't miss. She had waited for the perfect moment, and she delivered. But the assault wasn't over. Toji, clad in dense knight's armor, roared as he charged forward like a freight train, the werebear woman right behind him. The two warriors plowed into Wai, the remaining goblins with unrelenting force, slicing through them before they could regroup or retaliate.
From behind the chaos, the man with glasses and the poison wielder watched with wide-eyed amazement. The synergy, the timing it, was flawless. Their team wasn't just strong, they were prepared, as Moon and the archer maintained Overwatch Toji, and the werebear finished the job, pushing deeper into the metro station and clearing out the last of the goblin squad. When the gunfire finally ceased and the smoke began to settle, Jun approached the fallen revolvers cautiously. His ultimate eyes flared to life once more, scanning the weapons and the custom ammunition beside them. Details streamed into his vision composition: craftsmanship, origin. He gave the mental command to register both items into the system. Quiet chime confirmed it. The revolver and its specialized bullets were now officially cataloged. Jun stood frozen, staring at the system message. A firearm. In the system inventory, he knew exactly what that meant and what it could mean. On one hand, firearms could revolutionize combat. Even unranked civilians under level 10 could potentially defend themselves or hunt low-level monsters. That would lead to a surge in XP generation, a surge in profits, stronger cities, a safer population. But the risk? Enormous. He couldn't just release firearms into the general store. Not yet, maybe not ever, because Jun understood one hard truth: power, once made easy to wield, was nearly impossible to contain. Jun still couldn't bring himself to fully trust the people entering the shelter. At this stage, he had been letting in newcomers without discretion. No screening, no verification, no standards. He welcomed everyone, offering food and protection, under the assumption that he could manage whatever consequences came his way. Sure, the rapid population growth had its advantages: more hands, more skills, and the beginnings of a community. But Jun also knew that things changed the moment firearms enter the equation. Trust becomes fragile. In a world this unstable, it only takes one wrong person to turn everything upside down. He understood that beyond supply limitations in a post-apocalyptic world, Human emotions like envy, fear, and resentment could ignite dangerous tensions. Introduce weapons into that mix, and accidents or even deliberate harm were no longer just possible. But inevitable Jun concluded that while firearms were indeed valuable tools, they needed to be distributed with extreme caution. Only those who had proven their trustworthiness and loyalty would be allowed access. Opening the system interface, he implemented the changes. Verification first, then loyalty threshold. With that settled, Jun already had someone in mind to be the first recipient. Back at the metro station, a group stood among the fallen goblins, their grotesque forms littering the ground. Without warning, a gun shimmered into existence above the ground, then dropped, clattering softly in front of Moon. The suddenness of it startled him. He stared at the weapon, then approached it carefully, step by deliberate step. When he picked it up, there was already a subtle smile on his lips, his finger resting gently near the trigger. He didn't need to look around or ask questions, he knew who had sent it. In his mind, he offered a silent thanks to Jun. The group resumed their journey deeper into the metro tunnels. Following the small mouse that scurried ahead of them, leading the way toward the Rat Queen's domain. After navigating the damp, dimly lit corridors for some time, the mouse finally stopped near a massive sealed door, clearly meant to shield whatever lay beyond from the dangers outside. The group hesitated for a moment, unsure of what awaited them behind the barrier. Then Han, ever the leader, stepped forward and opened the door without pause. As it creaked open, the light from their side spilled into the room, illuminating the startled faces of several people inside. Those inside recoiled in fear at first, not knowing who or what was coming through the door. For all they knew, it could have been another wave of goblins or worse. Meanwhile, the day above ground had turned calm and bright, surprisingly ideal for a walk. Jun noticed this and decided it was the perfect moment to step outside and breathe in some fresh air. He wandered along the sidewalk near the apartment complex, quietly appreciating how the walking trail had now been absorbed into their protected territory. It had been far too long since he enjoyed something so simple. Yet Jun walked beside him, and Jun gave her a warm glance. "Thanks for coming along," he said, just as they were settling into the peace of the moment. The system chimed in with a notification. An unregistered entity was approaching. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, but a smile crept across his face. "They're here," he said calmly. Yejun looked at him, puzzled. "Who?" The system brought up a profile an individual who fully met the requirements for citizenship. It then asked whether Jun wanted to approve entry. Without hesitation, he granted access. Mere seconds passed before Yejun heard her name being called out from the distance. Her head snapped up, eyes widening. Running toward her, arms outstretched and voices full of relief, were her mother and sister Yojini. Tears welled up in her eyes. The three of them collided in a tight emotional embrace, crying, laughing, clinging to one another like they never wanted to let go. Her mother, voice trembling, scolded her softly. "Where did you go without saying anything? I was so worried." Yejun buried her face into her mother's shoulder and apologized with all her heart. After the reunion, Yojun pulled back with a grin. "You smell really nice, did you? Take a bath?" With a chuckle. Yejun nodded. "Yes, and there's hot water here too. You'll both be able to take one as soon as we're inside." His heart warmed as he overheard their conversation talk of clean beds, warm meals, and a safe place to rest. For once, things felt right. Jun called out to the Rat Queen. She turned swiftly at the sound, eyes sharp with instinct. "Is something wrong?" she asked, tension flickering in her tone. Jun offered a reassuring smile. "Nothing wrong, just some news. You've officially been assigned Unit 2701. It's yours to use however you see fit." Her brows rose slightly. "For real?" He nodded. "It's not the most spacious layout, might get tight with 30 people, but it's yours." She turned back toward her mother and sister. The three of them stood together quietly, still surrounded by the survivors they'd brought with them. Every last person who had been stranded in the metro had made it out alive, 30 in total. All now safe within the shelter. Before she could speak, Jun stepped forward again, as if reading her thoughts. "Actually, I've arranged for 3 additional rooms for you just in case. You've more than earned them." Yejin blinked, surprised by his generosity. A pink flush crept into her cheeks. "Thank you," she murmured. "Sincerely." June continued. "You can also access units 2400 to 2301 and 1902. They're all in the same building, so everyone can stay close." That was the breaking point for her composure. Her eyes welled with emotion. Behind her, her mother and sister exchanged soft smiles, relief evident on their faces. The burden had been lifted. They weren't alone anymore. "I promise," Yejin said quietly, "I'll do my best. Always." In the system's interface, a new notification flashed across June's screen. Loyalty and trust among the citizens had spiked massively. A faint thrill ran through him. He hadn't just saved people, he had inspired them. But just as the wave of satisfaction washed over him, something in the interface pulled his attention, a feature he'd unlocked during his last level up. He'd never looked into it properly. Guardian Beast Management. The name alone sounded powerful, mysterious. June opened the info panel and nearly choked. The cost to activate it, 1 billion. He stared at the number. His brain struggled to process it. Was that even real? 1 billion? Before he could even begin to think about what kind of ability would warrant a cost like that, a voice called to him. "June." He turned. Someone stood in the doorway, her posture stiff, her face unreadable. It was Hirin, the girl known for her poisons, quiet, calculated, deadly. But now she looked uncertain. "I was hoping we could speak." "Alone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. June nodded, guiding her into a side room. Once inside, he closed the door gently behind them. "What's on your mind?" he asked, keeping his tone light. Hiren's gaze dropped to the floor. She looked nervous, genuinely nervous. Her usual calm had been replaced by something fragile. "I have something I need to tell you," she said. June noticed the tremble in her voice. "Take your time," he said gently. "There's no rush. Whatever it is, you're safe to speak freely." His kindness seemed to unlock something in her. She gave him a small, grateful bow. I'm sorry," she said, "but I want to leave the team." Silence. June blinked. Her words didn't register right away. He stared at her, searching her face for signs of a joke, a misunderstanding. "Anything. You want to leave," he repeated, stunned. She nodded slowly. For June, it was like the air had been knocked out of the room. This had never happened before, not once, and now everything had changed. With guilt shadowing her expression, the poison-wielding girl lowered her eyes and whispered once again that she was sorry, but she had made up her mind. She needed to leave the party. Jun heard her voice, but he said nothing at first. The moment hung in the air, thick and heavy. It had all happened so suddenly that he struggled to process what she was really saying. Before he could speak, she continued, trying to explain. Her voice wavered with doubt. Her power, she said, had always made her feel like a burden. It wasn't just about strength, it was the sense that she contributed nothing that really cut deep. Whether she was there or not, she truly believed the outcome would have been the same. Jun reached out gently, his voice soft but steady. "Take a breath. It's okay. You can speak freely. Whatever you're feeling, don't hold it back from me." She clenched her teeth, as if physically bracing against her own confession. A deep breath later, the truth finally broke free. "I'm scared," she said, barely above a whisper. The fear in her voice caught Jun off guard. Her body trembled, and her eyes filled with tears. "I'm really scared, Jun. The goblins, the ORCS, the giant snake. All of it. Even the red tiger that chased us. Remembering it makes my whole body shake." Tears spilled freely now as she broke down, her words tumbling out between gasps. "You've saved me so many times. And I just stood there, frozen. I couldn't do anything. I was useless." She tried wiping her face with trembling hands, ashamed. "I don't deserve to be part of this team. I've failed you. I've failed everyone." Jun listened in silence, his heart heavy. In truth, a part of him had sensed this for some time. He recalled how terrified she had been when they went to rescue Moon's grandmother, how her hands had trembled while they hunted orcs, and how close she had come to dying during the Red Tiger's pursuit. Yes, she had struggled. Yes, her impact in battle had been limited. But none of that made her worthless. Her ability Poison Mist wasn't easy to wield. It was dangerous, volatile. If misused, it could harm the very people she was trying to protect. That alone made it difficult for her to use it freely. Still, despite the risks and the fear, she had stayed. She had fought. She had stood beside them every time Jun looked at her crying face and made his decision. "Actually," he said gently, "this works out. There's something I've been meaning to ask you," she sniffled, blinking back more tears. "What? Do you know Dabin? He lives on the 21st floor of the shared housing facility. He's overwhelmed. Too much responsibility. Too little support." Jun stepped a little closer, his tone calm but sincere. "I'm working on expanding that setup. I want to establish shared facilities on every floor, not just the 21st, but I can't do it alone. I need someone dependable, someone I can trust." To help manage it, he paused, then asked softly, "Could I ask you to take on that role?" She looked stunned, clearly not expecting such a request. When no answer came, Jun rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I just think if someone's willing to take even one step forward to help in even the smallest way, could never call them useless." She still looked uncertain, so Jun added quietly, "Your ability. I know it seems hard to use now, but I truly believe it has amazing potential. It's a control-type poison, right? That kind of power, it's rare. Someday, when the time is right, I know you'll shine." He met her eyes, serious now. "If going outside is too much right now, then don't. Help from indoors. There's no shame in that. And when the day comes when we truly need your strength, I'll be counting on you." That last line, delivered with such conviction, made her pause. Her sobbing eased, and a faint, fragile smile crossed her lips. At that moment, the system sent a notification. "Loyalty has increased to 100. Retainer status established. Retainer. Limit expanded." Jen watched her closely. He hadn't just salvaged her confidence, he had given her a new path. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. Heron wiped her face once more, her hands trembling as she offered another apology. But this time, a sincere smile followed. She admitted, with a quiet laugh, that Jun had just seen a vulnerable side of Herb, promised she would give everything. She had to support him from now on. Her words struck something in Jun. He looked at her, and for the first time in a while, felt a sense of lightness return to his chest. He hadn't been alone in this, after all. She had been pushing herself just as hard. He gave her a nod of understanding, silently accepting her vow and offering his unspoken thanks. Time passed. The air inside the room felt calmer now, but a persistent glow in the corner of Chen's vision dragged his attention back to the system interface. A prompt hovered, unresolved: "Summon Guardian Beast. Cost, 1 billion won." Jun stared at it, lips pressed together. The price was outrageous, absurd, even, but something about the option tugged at his instincts. Maybe it was reckless. Maybe it was desperate. Still, he tapped the confirmation. The system chimed instantly. 1 billion won deducted. Summoning initiated. Before Jun could second-guess himself, a blinding light erupted from beneath his feet. He jumped, startled, as a glowing, magical circle flared to life on the floor, painted in radiant yellow sigils. The brightness forced him to shield his eyes. And then from the center of that blazing circle, something began to emerge. Jun opened his eyes, a crack just in time to see it. An enormous egg, pulsing with magic, hovering just above the runes. It shimmered unnaturally, humming with energy. Could hardly believe what he was seeing. That's the Guardian Beast. Before he could process it fully, cracks spread across the eggshell's surface. Unlike normal magical eggs that took days, weeks even to hatch, this one was in a hurry. With a sharp crack, it split wide open. Out of the shell tumbled a small, sleek creature, but not just any crow. Quickly activated his ultimate eyes, focusing in to analyze it. Species Samjoko. Level 1. Type: Divine Guardian Beast. Special traits: 3 legs. Inborn power of the sun, the system added. Samjoko is a legendary crow, once a divine messenger. Though currently a hatchling, it possesses latent power, requires consistent exposure to high-quality sunlight to grow. Jun stared at the little bird, struck by its innocent, almost regal presence. A warm smile tugged at his lips. He raised a hand and gave a gentle wave. "Hey there," he said softly. "Welcome." The crow chirped brightly in response, its oversized eyes gleaming with joy. It hopped in place, excited and animated, as though trying to talk back. Jun chuckled, then rubbed his chin in thought. "Now what should I call you?" He studied the bird again, its deep black feathers gleaming like polished obsidian. "You're really jet black, maybe Cammy." The moment the name left his mouth, the bird froze, then burst into ecstatic chirping. Its eyes shimmered with delight, and it spun around in happy little circles. Jun leaned closer. "You like it?" More excited chirps, as if shouting, "Yes, that's my name." A sense of joy welled up in Jun. He reached out and gently stroked Cammy's head. "All right then, Cammy, it is." But it wasn't long before Cammy's nonstop chirping turned into a small crisis. Jun tilted his head, trying to understand. "Are you hungry?" He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a small packet of snacks. Cammy pounced on the offering, devouring every bite with lightning speed. After the final crumb disappeared, Cammy let out a satisfied burp and waddled over to the edge of the table, eyes drooping. Jun laughed. "You fall asleep that fast." Sure enough, within seconds, Cammy was curled up and dozing, chest rising and falling in tiny rhythmic puffs, watching the tiny creature nap. Jun felt something stir inside him, a sense of pride, hope, and curiosity. For what this little being would someday become, a real guardian beast, he thought. Someday, a soft ping from the system broke the moment. A new message appeared. Loyalty increased to 100. Cammy has been registered as your official retainer. Retainer limit expanded. Jun blinked, then smiled, eyes never leaving the peacefully sleeping Cammy. Jun crouched beside Cammy, watching the little creature sleep soundly, belly full, and completely at peace. With a sigh, Jun muttered, "I wish I could fall asleep that easily after a meal." Before he could wallow further in envy, something blinked into view. An unexpected system notification hovered in front of him. It stated, quite plainly, that Cammy had leveled up. Not only that, but the efficiency of the solar generator had just increased by a full 100%. Jun blinked. "Wait, what?" Another window popped open, offering more details. The solar generator, it explained, harnessed sunlight to produce power, generating between 80,000 to 100,000 units daily. Even more importantly, any unused energy would be automatically credited to the user's Schutten wallet. Jun read. A new idea began to take shape in his mind, sharp and exciting. He suddenly remembered the 10 newly acquired buildings sitting unused. None of them had solar generators installed yet. At the time, the steep cost 130 million units per installation, for a modest 30 million. Annual return had seemed unjustifiable. He had funneled his budget into other ventures instead, but now, seeing the numbers shift right before his eyes, Jun couldn't help but chuckle. The equation had changed. Cammy's level continued to rise steadily, and with each level gained, another alert chimed in. Generator efficiency was increasing again. Watching in awe, Jun saw the system recalculate what was once a 30 million annual return was now projected at 90 million, a triple increase. A wide grin broke across his face. This changes everything. Without another moment of hesitation, Jun opened the system interface and issued a command. Install solar generators in all 10 buildings. The confirmation came almost instantly that installations would be completed within 24 hours. Later that day, Jun found himself standing outside room 3001. He rang the doorbell. A voice called out from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me," Jun answered calmly. The door opened, revealing Fatty's eyes, scanning Jun with mild concern. "What's going on? Something happened?" Jun didn't answer right away. His face was serious, uncharacteristically so. "I need a favor," he said, his tone heavy. Fatty raised an eyebrow. "A favor from me? What kind?" Jun glanced around, then leaned in slightly. "I need you to hold on to my money." They spoke quietly for a few moments, their words hidden from us, the audience, but when the conversation ended, Fatty stood, frozen in the doorway, completely stunned. Whatever Jun had told him, it had been no small matter. Before anything else, Jun had come to an important realization after reflecting deeply on the mechanics of tax collection. If he entrusted a large sum of money to a reliable citizen and simply let it sit, that wealth would steadily generate returns. The system would deduct a one-time 10% tax upon the initial donation. But from that point onward, the invested amount would yield a consistent 10% profit each month. Jun began sorting through profiles, scanning for someone trustworthy enough to manage such a responsibility. He browsed through several status screens until his eyes landed on one person choi, affectionately known as Fatty, with a trust score of 89 and a loyalty score of 98. Fatty stood head and shoulders above the rest. There was no doubt in Chin's mind this was the person the moment he made his decision. The system flashed a confirmation. 1 billion had been successfully donated to Fatty, with the standard 10% fee applied. Almost immediately, the system updated again. Fatty's loyalty and trust had increased even more. Fatty, looking nervous but curious, asked in a quiet voice, "Am I really just supposed to hold on to it? Can I, maybe, use a bit of it?" Truthfully, Jun had expected that question. Originally, the plan was exactly that, to allow small use of the funds. But he hadn't anticipated that Fatty's loyalty would reach the full 100. Moved by that, Jun gave a small nod. "Yes," he said. "You may use a portion. I trust you." Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief. He bowed deeply, visibly overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, truly," he whispered. "Come on," Jun replied, chuckling lightly. "No need for that. I gave it to you because I believe in you." With that matter settled, Jun turned his attention to the next task. He found Dabin and informed her of a new responsibility. "Can I choose who I want?" she asked, with a spark of excitement in her voice. "Absolutely," Jun said. "Pick whoever you like." He then introduced her to a new potential recruit, Hareen, known to some as the Poison Girl. He added that, as the new team leader, Dabin would also receive double the usual weekly pay. Her loyalty surged immediately. Grinning from ear to ear, Dabin threw an arm around Hareen and declared with enthusiasm, "We'll do our best." With infectious energy, she grabbed Hareen's hand and hurried off toward their first mission. "Come on, let's go," she shouted. "Back, wait, slow down," Hareen called out, trying to keep pace. Watching them rush off together, Jun felt a sense of reassurance. The two seemed like a perfect match. He had no doubt they'd make a great team. Then came a tougher part of the day, a conversation he'd been putting off. Jun headed over to Wu, Apartment 2, Unit 109. The group there had been through a lot. When they saw him arrive, they came out to greet him. "How are you all feeling?" Jun asked. Han stepped forward. "We're doing all right," he said. "But what brings you here, Jun?" Chen's expression turned serious. "It's about Kamayan Station. After the last monster incident, the area is now officially clear. The subway tracks and surrounding zones are safe for now." He paused, making sure everyone was listening. "From Kamion to the next stop, there are barely any monsters left. This is our chance to move, to claim the area before something else does." The crowd was quiet. Everyone understood what he was saying. Jun continued, voice steady. "This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. We act now, or we risk losing it." A memory flashed in his mind, Hareen pleading through tears, desperate for a chance. That moment had stuck with him. And that was when Jun truly realized how urgent it had all become. Watching the group now, Jun couldn't help but feel a strange mix of guilt and awe. These people, his companions, his responsibility, were literally putting their lives on the line to carry out his plans. And it hadn't been luck that saved them last time. It was Yejin, the Queen of Rats. Thanks to her, they had detected the presence of the monstrous snake near the station in advance. They walked into that unprepared Eid. He didn't even want to imagine the consequences. In a world where death lurked around every corner, Jen knew his desire to protect his makeshift family might seem selfish. But despite that, he made his decision. He issued the command. Han's team would advance to Jagali Station tomorrow. He couldn't afford to retreat, not now. The next morning, Cammy yawned and stretched with cat-like laziness as the sun peeked through the windows. Jun was already awake, finishing his breakfast and scanning the latest updates from the system. The solar generator's efficiency had improved, and to his surprise, Cammy's level had risen again. She'd reached level 5. The notification continued. Cammy had started channeling fragments of the sun's divine power. And more importantly, Jun himself had unlocked something new: basic elemental fire magic. The news caught him off guard. Magic. Actual magic. He held up one hand, frowning in thought. So how does this even work? As if in response, a flickering flame curled to life on his fingertip. It floated gently like a candle's flame, yet somehow alive. Was oddly familiar. It reminded him of how it felt when using his dignity maintenance skill. Intrigued, Jun headed outside to test his new ability further. The area was eerily silent, no people, no distractions. A perfect place to experiment. He closed his eyes and let his imagination take over. Picturing a roaring inferno, a firestorm large enough to consume everything in sight. Slowly, heat coalesced in the center of his palm, a fireball taking form. The power surged through him, igniting something primal inside. With a focused motion, he hurled it forward, and it fizzled. The flame sputtered out midair, unimpressive and small. Jun stood there, shoulders slumping. That was it, his face twisted in disappointment. Is this really the limit of what I can do right now? It wasn't powerful, not yet, but it was something. He wasn't empty-handed anymore. Then an idea sparked. What if he combined this new fire magic with his gas produced by the dignity maintenance skill? Fire and gas. Now that could be dangerous. The possibilities began to unfold in his mind. It wouldn't be flashy at first, but the potential was there. Energy to power his tools, fuel to keep things running, and eventually profit. With the surplus energy converted into currency, the earnings would be deposited straight into his Schutten wallet. That's when a familiar melody drifted toward him, light and carefree. He turned to see Yejin approaching, humming a tune as if she hadn't a care in the world. The Queen of Rats smiled, her posture relaxed. "I really appreciate the break you gave me," she said, bowing her head. "It helped a lot. I was able to get some real rest." Jen offered a small smile in return. "You earned it. Honestly, your ability has been invaluable. I just gave it the support it deserved." And it was true. Because of her, his own range of abilities had grown significantly. "I'll be counting on you again today," he added. "Han's group is currently stationed at Kamean. I need you to head out and guide them from there." Yejin nodded, tail flicking with confidence. "No need to worry. I've already sent the rats ahead along the subway tunnel." "I'll be counting on you again today," he added. "Han's group is currently stationed at Kamean. I need you to head out and guide them from there." Yejin nodded, tail flicking with confidence. "No need to worry. I've already sent the rats ahead along the subway tunnels. They should be able to reach Koryang Station without any trouble." Jun exhaled in relief. With allies like these, maybe, just maybe, he could keep pushing forward. Chen's eyes widened sharply. A flicker of concern in his voice. Something happened beyond Koryang Station, didn't it? Yejin nodded gravely. "Yes." At Busazon, there was a pause. She didn't go into details. Instead, she said quietly, "It's better if you see it for yourself." Without another word, Yejin sank down onto the ground, sitting cross-legged. Her breathing slowed as she entered a deep focus, channeling her energy. Her consciousness slipped into one of her rats positioned at the site. A moment later, the image began to form through the eyes of the rat. Jun could see it all clearly. Busison Station was in ruins. Collapsed structures littered the area. Rubble was piled high in every direction, rendering paths completely impassable. Worse still, large portions of the station appeared to be flooded dark. Murky water pooled where platforms should have been. Viewing it through his ultimate perception, Chen's expression grew tense. "There's no way we're getting through that," he muttered. Yejin gave a faint nod, her voice calm but firm. "That's why I sent the rats ahead. I needed to be sure before we got close, but what I found was worse than I expected." Jun narrowed his eyes, switching to his own ability. What he saw left him silent. It wasn't just the station. The entire district around Busazin was devastated. Not a single structure was left standing. It was as if something had wiped the entire area off the map. "What could have done this?" he asked under his breath, stunned. "What happened there?" Just then, one of Yejin's rats crept forward and peered into a dark hollow in the ground. At first, John assumed it was just another crater. But as the rat adjusted its angle, the truth became apparent. it wasn't a crater. It was a footprint, and it was enormous. Jun froze, realization slamming into him. That wasn't just a disaster, it was a battlefield. Something massive had walked through there. That explained the broken roads, the collapsed buildings, the sheer scale of destruction. He didn't have time to dwell on it. The ground beneath them trembled. At first, subtle, like a pulse through the earth, but quickly growing into a violent shake. Jun and Yejin locked eyes, instantly alert. The tremor escalated. Dust shook loose. The earth roared beneath them like something alive. Yejin shrieked and collapsed forward, her connection to the rat severed as she clutched the ground. In terror, her composure cracked. She curled in on herself, overwhelmed by the quake. Jun dashed to her side, reaching for her. Yejin? But even as he moved, he felt Itan unsettling pressure building in his chest, like the very air was warping. The tremors weren't natural. This wasn't just an aftershock if it didn't stop soon. The buildings around them would begin to fall one by one. Everything was coming apart, and despite the growing chaos, Chen's only thought was this: we need to reach Koryang Station before this spreads further. The tremors intensified, rattling the buildings with terrifying force. Dust rained from cracked ceilings, and distant booms echoed like thunder through the streets. Still reeling, Jun turned to Yejin, concern etched into his face. "Are you okay?" he asked. Yejin nodded, though her eyes were uneasy. "I am, but Jen, what is this? What's really going on?" Jun opened his mouth to respond, just a tremor, but his words were cut short. By a thunderous voice screaming his name from somewhere outside, the two of them froze. Then, without needing to say a word, Jun gave Yejin a subtle nod. She understood instantly, and they moved toward the door. Down the hall, Fatty was pacing, visibly rattled and mumbling under his breath. "What the hell is all this chaos? Junwi, need to get to my place now." Wasting no time, the three dashed out into the trembling streets, their footing unstable with every step. Fatty, puffing from the run but focused, explained between breaths, "From my balcony, we can see the station you tell, give us a clear view, might help us figure out what we're dealing with." As they ran, Jun couldn't shake the memory of the earlier crash. Something deep down told him that whatever was happening now had everything to do with that. Eventually, they reached Fatty's apartment. The moment the door opened, Jun was met by the pale, panicked faces of Fatty's wife and a few neighbors. Fatty pointed urgently toward the balcony. "Go look!" Jun stepped outside, and his breath caught in his throat. There, towering over the city skyline, was a monstrous cyclops, fangs like blades, horns like jagged towers. Each footstep sent buildings toppling, its roars drowning out every other sound. The creature tore through the streets like a force of nature, wild, unstoppable, and utterly ruthless. Frozen in place, Jun could only mutter, "Why is it always something insane?" Behind him, the others had followed. One by one, their faces turned from confusion to horror as they too caught sight of the beast. Han and Moon exchanged glances, trying to connect the dots between the quake and this creature's appearance, but no theory could prepare them for what they saw next: the Cyclops. Now stomping directly toward their sector of the city, Fatty pointed, trembling. "June, it's coming, it's heading right for us." Jun clenched his fists, panic tightening in his chest. We have to do something, but what?" He glanced down at his hands, searching for any sign that his powers, whatever they were, could help, but they only trembled. Then a voice cut. Through the chaos, Jun-hee turned. It was the werebear woman. Her gaze was calm, but unshakably fierce. "I want a chance to fight it," she said. Jun blinked, taken aback. "You what?" "I'm ready. Let me take the lead." Her confidence was overwhelming, even soothing. Jun hesitated, then nodded slowly, offering a faint smile. "Are you absolutely sure?" She stepped forward. "One way or another, I'm doing this." In that moment, a glowing interface flashed into view. A system mission alert, objective: defeat the Cyclops within 24 hours. Reward: 1 day of resurrection for the sun. Penalty if failed: 24 hours of intense pain. Jun turned to the others. His voice was firm now. "Everyone assemble. I'll explain the plan." Once they had gathered in the room, Jun laid it out. We're splitting into 3 teams. Listen carefully. Team 1, Han, the werebear, our healer, and Toji. Team 2, Moon, the archer, and Jian. Team 3, Yejin, and me. I'll manage the defense of this area. The rest of you get to your posts fast. We're out of time. The teams nodded in unison and scattered into the streets, each heading toward their assigned sectors with purpose and urgency. As Jun was checking the perimeter, a voice called out to him again. He turned to see Hien. Approaching I did a sweep, she reported. Military-trained fighters are covering the gate. Everyone else has taken shelter in the underground parking area. Jun exhaled in relief. Good work, Hien. You should head there too. Help manage the others. But she didn't move. Her eyes remained fixed on him. No, she said. I want to stay. I need to contribute. Her hands were trembling, clearly betraying her fear. But her words were steady. Jun looked at her for a long moment, then gave a slow nod in the face of terror. Even the smallest act of courage carried weight. Jun was caught off guard by her sudden declaration. He studied her face for a moment, concern flickering in his eyes. Are you sure? He asked gently, his voice laced with worry. Hin looked down, her shoulders trembling as tears pooled in her eyes. No, she admitted softly. I'm scared. But then, almost as if something shifted inside her, she lifted her head. Her voice, though shaky, carried strength. But I'll try to be brave. Jun exhaled slowly, a faint smile breaking. Through his otherwise stern expression, he nodded. That courage, however fragile, was enough. Without another word, he turned and called out, summoning Yejin and Heron to accompany him to the main gate. There was no time to lose. Once there, Jun immediately began surveying the gathered crowd. He needed to know who had combat experience. He moved quickly, asking questions, making mental notes. The numbers came in grim. Out of over 1,200 residents, only 101 had ever served. In the military, his jaw tightened. That's it? He muttered under his breath, appalled by how few had any training for what lay ahead. Then, from the group, a man in a red jacket nervously raised his hand. What exactly are we supposed to do? He asked. Before responding, Chun's eyes narrowed. Where are the twins? And the red-haired man? He asked sharply. The man flinched. He scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. His body language shifted, his unease was palpable. And in that moment, Jun understood. They ran, he said quietly, but then his voice hardened, louder. They ran. The realization hit him like a blow. Not just the twins and the redhead, but hundreds more had slipped away, hiding in the underground parking garage. He clenched his fists, fury building inside him. Cowards, he growled. They abandoned us. The entire crowd had gone still. All eyes turned to him, waiting. Jun stepped forward, his voice rising with conviction. Listen to me, he began, eyes sweeping across the crowd. The ones who stayed didn't choose to stay because you're stupid. You chose to fight because you understand what's at stake. If we don't stand our ground now, we all die. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Not just defending yourselves, you're defending your homes, your families, everything that still matters. A silence followed, thick, heavy. Then Jun spoke again, this time with calm clarity. I once heard that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the will to act even when you're terrified. And right now, in this world swallowed by fear, the only ones who survive are the brave. He looked them in the eye, every last one of them, and that's what you are. A breath later, he gave a short nod. Thank you for choosing to stay. Then he opened the system interface and quickly began the transaction. He selected 101 weapons and their matching ammo. The second the purchase was confirmed, weapons began materializing in thin air, clattering onto the ground in front of the stunned crowd. Gasps echoed all around as the system chimed. XP and participation in liquefaction process increased by 100%. Jun turned back to the crowd. Pick them up, he said firmly. One by one, hesitant hands reached out. Rifles, handguns, and ammo were lifted slowly, reverently. Their eyes were wide not just with awe, but with the dawning realization that this was real, that they were really going to fight. Chun's voice cut through the quiet, steady and resolute. Those of you who stand here now, those who refuse to run you, will not be forgotten. You will be rewarded." With that, he turned sharply. His pupils flickered, the telltale glow of his absolute eyes, ability activating. His gaze burned with purpose, his expression cold and unshakable. And then, in a calm, commanding voice, he said, "This is just the beginning." The Cyclops, his jagged teeth bared, and his monstrous face twisted in unrestrained fury, charged forward without hesitation. Rage consumed him completely, guiding his every move, positioned just outside the beast's line of sight. Han waited silently, an iron bar clenched tightly in his hands. He was still, coiled like a spring, eyes sharp and focused. The moment the Cyclops passed, Han acted. With a cry of effort, he hurled the iron bar with all his strength. The weapon flew through the air and struck with brutal precision, impaling the Cyclops' leg. Blood erupted from the wound in thick, violent spurts. The Cyclops bellowed in pain and spun around, his massive body turning with shocking speed. His burning red eyes locked onto Han, the one who had dared to draw blood. For an instant, the world seemed to stop. Han stood frozen under the monster's gaze, terror seizing him like a vice. His heart thundered in his chest, panic surged. The beast was injured, but not defeated. The Cyclops, limping yet relentless, began advancing toward Han with murderous intent. The look in his eyes promised pain slow, merciless, and final. But just before he reached his target, another figure slammed into the fray. The werebear woman, now fully transformed into her fearsome beast form, leaped at the Cyclops with a primal roar. Her claws gleamed in the light as she tore into his thick hide. Her blow landed with tremendous force, knocking her backward and sending her crashing to the ground. It wasn't enough. The Cyclops barely flinched. His fury only deepened. Snarling, he lifted his injured leg, the same one Han had pierced, and with all his rage, delivered a devastating kick. It landed squarely on the werebear woman, launching her into the air like a rag doll. She soared, helpless, through the sky, her scream of defiance cutting through the air. Then she crashed to the earth, the impact shaking the ground. Her body lay still, broken and drained of all strength. From afar, the Cyclops stared at her motionless figure. His blood-stained eyes gleamed with sadistic satisfaction. He raised his arm, preparing to finish what he started. But then, a voice cut through the chaos. "Hey, ugly!" It echoed loud and clear, magnified by a white megaphone. The Cyclops froze mid-swing. The voice continued, "You big-faced idiot." It was Toji. He stood defiantly with the megaphone in hand, shouting insults in an attempt to distract the beast. The words worked. The Cyclops whipped his head toward him, startled and infuriated. Confusion and rage battled in his bloodshot eyes. Then, he looked down. The iron bar Han had thrown was still embedded in his leg. Blood continued to drip from the wound, painting the earth beneath him. Toji's bravado faltered. He lowered the megaphone, his earlier courage melting away. A whisper escaped his lips. "What is this thing?" The Cyclops' eyes narrowed. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his focus to Toji. The beast's gaze traced every inch of his weapons. Analyzing, calculating, he looked less like a rampaging monster now and more like a wounded predator, preparing its final strike. Toji stood paralyzed. He tried to speak, to stall for time, but the moment was already lost. With a roar, the Cyclops charged at him. Toji screamed, terror surged through him. He turned and bolted, sprinting with the desperation of a man who knew death was at his heels. Elsewhere, Jun observed the scene through his ultimate eyes. His expression sharpened as he spoke. "Toji's on his way here, and the Cyclops is right behind him." He turned to his team, voice steady but urgent. "Get ready, we don't have much time." Once again, he activated ultimate eyes, his jaw clenched, tension radiating from him. "Toji's nearly here, and he's bringing the biggest monster I've ever seen." Moments later, they heard Toji's frantic screams in the distance. His voice echoed through the air, growing louder and more desperate by the second. Then he appeared, bursting past the edge of the barrier, breathless, soaked in sweat, wild-eyed and yelling incoherently. Behind him, the earth trembled. The Cyclops was coming beyond the protective barrier. The towering Cyclops loomed its single massive eye, scanning the battlefield with unnerving stillness. Then, without warning, a dark silhouette cut through the sky. It was black, the crow belonging to the man with glasses, soaring with fierce intent directly toward the monster. The bird darted and twisted in front of the Cyclops' face, pecking with relentless aggression, disrupting the creature's vision. No matter how the Cyclops swatted or roared, Black would not retreat. Driven by instinct or command, the crow stayed locked on target, denying the giant even a moment of clarity. Frustrated and disoriented, the Cyclops finally squeezed its eye. Shut in agony, that was the signal. The archer woman was already poised, her stance rock solid, every muscle aligned in perfect discipline. She raised her bow, her breathing slow and steady. Eyes narrowed as she locked onto her marked dot. As if on cue, Black flew away and returned to his master's arm, landing with a quiet grace, without hesitation. The archer released. The arrow tore through the air like lightning. The Cyclops, reacting too late, raised its massive hand in defense, but the arrow pierced straight through the palm and embedded itself deep into the monster's forehead with brutal precision. At that moment, Moon descended from above, gliding. Overhead with calculated grace, he reached inside his robes and pulled out 4 live rats, writhing and restless. Without a flicker of doubt, he hurled them one by one toward the Cyclops' gaping mouth open, wide in a howl of pain from the arrow. Lodged in its skull, Moon's voice cut through the battlefield. The shout rang like a command. Had gone according to plan up to this point. Now, the next step belonged to Jun. His ability, already primed, activated instantly. A toxic gas secretly implanted inside the Cyclops via the rats began to stir. The Cyclops' eye flew open despite the pain, blood trickling down its cheek. It tilted its head downward, frowning in confusion at its own stomach, as if sensing a strange foreign presence within. Then Jun raised his arm. Calm, unwavering, his face betrayed no fear, only a cold, focused resolve. His fingers curled as he summoned a fiery magical attribute. Flames sparked and danced along his palm, crackling like lightning in a bottle. A single heartbeat passed. Then came the eruption. An explosion detonated from within the Cyclops' gut, tearing through flesh and muscle. A wave of dark smoke burst outward, filling the air with choking ash and heat. For a moment, the towering beast stood motionless, enveloped in smoke, his body slack and seemingly stunned by the blast all around. The villagers stared in frozen silence. No one dared to speak. Then, someone noticed slowly. The Cyclops' massive form began to tilt forward over the barrier. Jun snapped back into motion, his voice sharp and commanding. "Hold your positions, don't break formation." He assessed the situation with rapid precision. Everything had gone more or less as planned. But now, the success of the final strike depended on the townsfolk themselves. Jun turned toward them. "Aim for the head. Concentrate your fire. When it dips low enough, take the shot." His mind whirred through calculations. Ideally, he hoped the final blow would come from one of his trusted allies, a symbolic end to the nightmare. But his thoughts were cut short when a trembling figure stumbled toward him. It was fatty, clearly shaken, barely able to speak. He pointed frantically behind Jun, trying to form words, but none came out. "Relax," Jun said, trying to steady him. Going to fall, that explosion was enough. But then Jun turned, and his blood ran cold. The Cyclops was still standing. The smoke had cleared, just enough to reveal its silhouette monstrous and unmoved. Its eye, burning with fury, was fixed directly on Jun. Not with confusion, not with pain, with purpose. Shin's expression collapsed into disbelief. His heart pounded. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs wouldn't move. The beast hadn't fallen. It hadn't even flinched. Outside the barrier, the Cyclops radiated power and dominance, as if mocking their efforts. Its arm rose slowly, the motion deliberate, brutal, massive fingers clenched into a devastating fist as though sealing a verdict. Then came the strike. With terrifying speed, the Cyclops slammed its fist down on the barrier with the force of an avalanche. The impact sent a concussive blast through the air, rattling the ground and shaking every building in the vicinity. The shockwave roared across the field like thunder, leaving chaos in its wake. The moment the Cyclops' massive fist collided with the barrier, the system triggered an emergency alert. Unauthorized entity attempting entry into protected zone. Panic surged through the crowd. For a heartbeat, Junand, everyone around him feared the worst. But when the dust settled and they realized they were still standing, Chen's breath caught. Somehow, he had done it. The shield had held, then came Fatty's shout, "Open fire!" Still shaken, the group snapped into action, raising their weapons and unloading everything they had into the looming behemoth. Bullets and energy blasts tore through the air, most striking the Cyclops squarely in its single glaring eye. The monster howled, a deep, bone-rattling sound of pain and fury. Jun clenched his fists. He had stopped the first hit, but barely. That kind of force couldn't be held off forever. Another unblocked strike would spell disaster. He couldn't just stand by without hesitation. He activated one of his enhanced skills, Invisible Hand. Layered with gigantification, it was one of the more advanced techniques he'd unlocked with his hard-earned ability points, and now was the time to use it. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, staggering from the onslaught, lifted a fist once more. The citizens saw it coming and froze in terror. With a roar, the creature hurled another earth-shattering blow toward the barrier. The impact came harder, heavier, but the shield held again. Barely. The system chimed again. Unauthorized entity, continuing breach attempts. The people roared in triumph, voices rising in a surge of renewed hope. They had survived again. Eyes never left the Cyclops. It was hurt. They were slowly chipping away at it. Explosives strapped to rats and the coordinated fire of desperate citizens had started to take a toll. But Jun knew they needed more than wear and tear. They needed a decisive blow. Then, out of nowhere, a spear tore through the air and struck the Cyclops deep in its side. The creature bellowed in agony. Chen's eyes flicked toward the source. Hand stood tall, spear still extended from the throw. Just behind him were the werebear woman and their healer, who already looked spent. The Cyclops turned its fury fully toward. Hands group, Jun exhaled. "It's your move now," he thought. He opened the system interface and issued a command. Summon spears. A series of weapons blinked into existence beside Han, who didn't flinch. His eyes were locked with purpose, his stance firm. One after another, the spears soared through the sky. The Cyclops raised its arms, trying to swat them away, but the attacks kept coming. Spears from the front, blades from above. The archer woman had resumed her barrage, providing air support for Han's advance. Together, they moved in perfect rhythm. Han charging forward, the archer striking from above. Each blow forced the giant backward. Then, unexpectedly, the system sent a new notification to Jun. Cam's level has increased. Jun frowned. Now, he barely had time to process before more messages appeared. Cam has partially unlocked the power of the sun. Inherited portion of Guardian Beast energy. Fire magic has evolved from basic to intermediate. Intruder detected near central territory. Cam requests permission to release energy. Chen's eyes narrowed. The intruder had to be the Cyclops. But what exactly was Cammy planning? He hesitated for only a moment, then confirmed, authorize energy release. A system confirmation followed immediately. 300 million units of energy consumed. Jun winced. That much power could bankrupt a mid-sized district. Still, it was done. He watched as the energy began to pour from the solar generators, funneling through conduits, all directed toward Cammy's station his own room. The flow was steady, relentless, and incredibly expensive. Then, it stopped. As June turned around, expecting to see another attacker, he froze. What stood behind him wasn't another enemy, but Cammy. Only, it wasn't the same three-legged crow he had always known. This creature, this version of Cammy, was something entirely different. Gone was the small, awkward, chirpy bird. In its place was a majestic beast, radiating raw power. His wings were broader, darker, and pulsing with energy. His beak gleamed like a blade, and where there were once 2 curious eyes, now 3 glowing orbs stared ahead, unblinking and fierce. Cammy had transformed into a true guardian, no longer a mere companion, but a force of nature. And then, without warning, the guardian opened his beak and began gathering a swirling core of fire. the Cyclops, still preoccupied with his opponents. In front, hadn't sensed the looming threat behind him. It wasn't until a blinding heat ignited the space around his back that the monster finally turned. But it was already too late. Cammy released the built-up inferno in a focused blast, a torrent, a flame so intense that everyone around, June included, was left speechless. The sky flared with crimson and gold as the fire tore through the air. The Cyclops didn't stand a chance. The blast struck him directly in the back, cutting through muscle and hide as if it were paper. The creature bellowed in anguish, his body convulsing as the flames ravaged his insides. Blood poured from his mouth, thick and dark. With a final agonized groan, the monster fell shaking the earth as his massive body crashed to the ground. Han stood motionless, his face unreadable. But someone else didn't hesitate. Yanju, the werebear warrior, surged forward with terrifying momentum. She launched herself at the fallen Cyclops, her massive form blurring into motion. From the beast's half-conscious perspective, the only thing he saw was an enormous, enraged bear bearing down on him in seconds. It was over. Yanju delivered the killing blow with brutal efficiency. The threat was gone. Almost immediately, the system issued a broadcast, level 51 Cyclops eliminated. Massive EXP and currency awarded. Multiple skills have leveled up. Jun braced himself. He knew what came next. The moment his abilities evolved, the pain would begin. It hit like a tidal wave. His body tensed, seizing up as raw energy surged through his veins. His senses expanded, his perception of the world widening. His influence extended far beyond its previous limits. His skills now reached distances that would have been unthinkable before. But the cost was agony. Another system message appeared, congratulating him. You have officially claimed this entire apartment complex as a unified refuge. Funds have been deposited into your account. Jun collapsed to his knees, gasping. As the new power continued to flood in, every muscle screamed. It felt like his body was being reforged from within. At that moment, Cammy returned to his original form and fluttered down beside him. The small three-legged crow hopped proudly in place, puffing out his chest and chirping with triumphant glee, clearly boasting about his contribution. Still panting, Jun managed a shaky laugh. That blast cost me 300 million won. You know? Cammy froze, his proud chirps stopping instantly. He blinked, now visibly sheepish, clearly embarrassed by the staggering price tag. But Jun wasn't angry. Despite the cost, he was grateful. Cammy's strike had been the turning point. Without it, the Cyclops might still be standing. He reached out and gently stroked Cammy's head. You did well. Although the system indicated that guardian beasts couldn't be summoned again while inside the refuge, Jun reflected on what had just happened. He had spent 300 million won but earned 30 billion in return. That kind of return made him pause. What if he summoned all 10 guardian beasts? If even one could perform like Cammy, maybe it was worth it. Just as that thought settled in his mind, the system pinged again. Guardian. Beast summoning cost has been updated. 10 billion won. Jun blinked in disbelief. Wait, what? Why is it so much now? Before he could even begin to process the increase, another sound drew his attention, a faint, trembling voice. Laced with emotion, he turned his head, so did Cammy there, standing. At the edge of the battlefield was Yanju. The powerful werebear woman now stood perfectly still, her shoulders trembling ever so slightly. From where Jun knelt, he could hear her breathing, could see the tears gathering in her eyes. In that moment, something deep and unexpected stirred in him. The system notification still blinked at the edge of his vision, but the sound it made had shifted, no longer a sterile ping, but something gentler, something human. It echoed just faintly, like a wish finally heard. The sound of something Yanju had longed to hear, finally becoming real. Sometime before all the chaos unfolded, inside a dilapidated, long-abandoned building, a man quietly exercised his special gift drawing, fresh, clean water, into a small glass bottle. Around him, a handful of desperate people looked on with gratitude. Their lips were cracked, their eyes sunken from thirst, but for now, they had water and that was something. The man with the ability remained silent, though his thoughts raced. As he handed out the water, he couldn't ignore a looming dread. They were completely out of food. He had organized everyone into a careful line, rationing what little they had. The clean water was a miracle, yes, but it wasn't enough. Their stockpile had run dry. That was the harsh reality of this refuge. This brief sanctuary they had managed to hold on to had reached its limit. The resources were gone. The man's chest tightened with unease. Sooner or later, they would have to leave this place, no matter how safe it had once seemed. And then, the building shook. Everyone around him went rigid. Was it an earthquake? The man asked aloud, scanning the room for reassurance, but none came. Suddenly, a panicked voice burst in. A young man stumbled through the doorway, eyes wide, breath ragged. "You have to come up," he cried. "There's something huge outside." The word monster snapped the water bearer into stillness. His body froze, mind reeling, but then instincts kicked in. He bolted for the stairs. Taking them two at a time, he raced upward, desperate to see it with his own eyes. When he reached the rooftop, what he saw made his breath catch. Towering over the shattered landscape stood a massive cyclops, its single eye glowing with pure, seething rage. Its muscles rippled beneath thick skin, every movement a thunderous tremor of power. The air around it vibrated, death incarnate. Beside him, a pale-haired man trembled uncontrollably. "What do we do now?" he whispered, eyes locked on the beast. But another voice rose behind them, calm, deliberate. John Hook, the purple-haired strategist, was already moving. "Take everyone to the basement," he said, not looking away from the monster. Now Hyun, the silver-haired man, hesitated. "What about you?" "I'll think of something," Hook muttered, though his hands ran nervously through his hair. Truthfully, he had no plan, no trick, no tactic that could ever stand against a monster of that scale. He tried to sound reassuring, tried to keep everyone calm. "There's nothing we can do against that. Not now." And while they stood on that rooftop, voices low with fear, something in the distance began to shift. A glow, subtle at first, but growing concentrated energy forming into something terrifyingly precise. A beam of light, not from the heavens, but from a force rising below. Then it happened. Without warning, the Cyclops was struck, obliterated. Gone in a flash of sheer destruction that left no trace behind. The people on the rooftop reeled back, stunned into silence. None of them could comprehend what they had just witnessed, but Jun Hook knew. He stared at the fading light in the sky, heart thundering. That wasn't a weapon or a machine. That was power raw, unimaginable power. And it came from someone like him, an awakened, but not just any awakened, someone who had evolved into something unstoppable. "Hayon," he said suddenly, voice sharp. "Get the others, we're going." The silver-haired man blinked. "Going? Toward that thing? Are you insane?" "No," Hook said, already turning. "To leave? I don't know who they are, but it doesn't matter. If we want to survive in this world, we need to be beside that person." Hyun hesitated a moment longer, then followed. They gathered the others, a group of weary souls barely holding on to hope, and started walking. No one spoke much. They were too afraid, but not of the one they were approaching. They were afraid he might not be kind, because at this point, they had no more chances to gamble. They had to believe. Their survival hinged entirely on the unknown, the power they had just witnessed from afar. Eventually, the group reached an apartment complex. The buildings stood eerily intact, untouched, amidst a sea of ruin. It had to be the place. They stepped forward, hearts heavy with desperation, but flickering just faintly. With hope, Hyun walked ahead of the group, his eyes scanning the surreal landscape. The city, still full of towering structures, seemed untouched by the collapse of the world around it. He muttered in disbelief, "How are these buildings still standing after everything that's happened?" Before anyone could answer, he smacked face first into something invisible. He stumbled back, rubbing his forehead in confusion, just as a translucent system notification blinked into view. Access denied. Entry prohibited. The message was quickly followed by another. Would you like to apply for citizenship? With no better options and curiosity piqued, they all accepted. In an instant, their status was updated citizenship. Granted, but along with it came a prompt for their first task. Initial quest, proceed to apartment 3001 to meet. Jundot, they made their way to the towering apartment building and climbed to the 30th floor. When they arrived, a man was already there, as if he'd been waiting, calmly and with eerie familiarity. He greeted each of them by name, though none of them had ever seen him before. "I'm Jun," he said simply. Hook felt something deep stir within him. The moment he locked eyes with Jun, an unshakable instinct kicked in. This was the man, the one who had somehow brought the towering Cyclops to its knees. Standing here now, face to face, that intuition screamed louder than ever. Without hesitation, Hook stepped forward, grasped Chen's hand with both of his, and said earnestly, "Please take care of us." He didn't fully understand why, but he knew this was a pivotal moment, one that could never be allowed to slip away. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of this strange world, warmth filled a humble home. Yanju, the werebear, was carefully preparing a meal in the kitchen. A rare glow of peace shone in her eyes. She called out cheerfully, "SIU food's ready." A small boy came running over, eyes sparkling as he took a seat, and eagerly dug into the meal. "It's really good, Mom," Yanju smiled gently. "You like it that much, huh?" The boy nodded, then tilted his head in curiosity. "Wait, are we celebrating someone's birthday? You made seaweed soup?" She froze for just a moment, her eyes softening as she pulled him into a warm embrace. "No birthday," she whispered, "but I knew it was your favorite." Just then, the front door creaked open, and Jun stepped inside. The little boy's face lit up. Wizard Uncle Yanju turned. "Jun, everything goes smoothly. They've arrived, they've been fed, and have a place to stay." He hesitated, then added, "But there's something I didn't expect. It looks like they can't leave the residence for now." Yanju didn't even flinch. Her voice remained calm and steady. "That's fine. Being here like this with Siwis, more than enough." She hugged her son even tighter, whispering that she was truly happy. At that moment, another system prompt appeared. "Loyalty has increased significantly. Yanju is now registered as a retainer." But Jun didn't need any confirmation. He saw it in her eyes, in the softness of her voice, in the way she held her child. She was at peace. Time passed slowly and gently. Yanju and Siu sat together on the floor, watching a show on the old television, sharing quiet laughter and smiles. For a brief moment, everything felt normal. Jun, watching from the side, found his mind drifting. He thought of his own family. How long had it been since he'd last seen them? Were they safe? Were they eating? A sick feeling twisted in his chest as he imagined the worst. The sound of playfulness pulled him from the spiral. Cammy, the small creature who had somehow become part of this odd little family, was frolicking around, tugging at Yanju's fur and making SIU giggle. At them mother, son, and Cammy, and something clicked. There was no need to rush, just for today. It was okay to pause. He realized how hard Yanju had fought for this kind of day, the simple, peaceful, ordinary gay. A moment where she could finally exhale, and in the distance, Jun knew that one of the Yenian messenger rats was heading toward the main house, carrying what his family needed. Whatever happened next, they'd be provided for. So today, Jun made a quiet promise to himself. He would focus only on this, on Yanju, on Su, on this fleeting serenity. Because today, for the first time, her one and only dream was shining in full. Jun casually suggested they stay in the master bedroom for the night. But with her son still nestled tightly against her, Yanju declined gently, proposing they settle in another room instead. Jun, however, was insistent. He assured her with a calm, sincere smile that the master bedroom was the warmest and most restful space, and besides, it was an order, touched by his kindness. Yanju tenderly brushed her son's hair and softly thanked Jun. Her son mirrored her gratitude with a sweet smile. Together, mother and child made their way to the room, whispering a soft goodnight as they passed Jun. The boy waved cheerfully before disappearing into the bedroom. Jun watched them go, a quiet peace settling in his heart as he smiled faintly. To himself, the lights in the house gradually dimmed, and from behind the door came the sound of a lullaby, soft, soothing, and full of warmth. Lying alone on the couch in the living room, Jun listened quietly to the melody. It had been years since he'd heard a lullaby like that, and the sound wrapped around him like a memory. Slowly, his body relaxed. His eyes fluttered shut, like a child dozing off under the gentle rhythm of a mother's voice. Morning arrived with soft light and quiet joy. Jun joined Yanju and her son for a breakfast they'd prepared with care. Laughter echoed from the living room as they gathered to watch the child's favorite cartoons. He giggled at every scene, as if each moment was a brand new delight. Later, their pet Cammy, who had been napping in a patch of sunlight, was suddenly chased around by the boy, much to Cammy's visible dismay. After exhausting every new toy in the house, the trio lay together on the floor for a light nap, surrounded by drawings, crayon marks, and bursts of laughter. But moments like these never last forever. With Cammy perched on his shoulder, Jun turned away, tears silently falling as the weight of reality pressed down on him. He had only been able to give the boy a single beautiful day of life. Yanju knelt to the floor, arms wrapped tightly around her son as she whispered her final goodbyes. Her embrace was full of love and desperation, as if trying to hold time still. Her son, too young to grasp the full weight of her sorrow, looked up and asked with concern, "Are you crying?" She tried to smile, brushing away her tears. "No, I'm not," she whispered, her voice shaking. But the boy reached up, his small hand pressing gently to her cheek, feeling the tears she couldn't hide. "Don't cry," he said softly, wiping them away with the tender patience only a child can have. Yanju clung to him again, trembling. In a voice cracking under the weight of her fear, she finally admitted, "I'm scared of a world without you." Without hesitation, the boy looked up at her with clear eyes and said, "But I'm still here, Mom." Those words, simple, honest, and full of love, shattered whatever composure she had left. Her sobs grew louder, unstoppable, even as the boy continued to comfort her. Then, ever so gently, he stepped back, slipping from her arms. Meeting her gaze, he promised, "I'll always be with you." Yanju called out his name, her voice breaking, but he kept walking toward the horizon where the sun dipped low. She cried out again, her voice cracking with all the love and things left unsaid. "I still have so much I need to do for you." He stopped. Slowly, he turned to her. A smile full of love lit up his face as he said, "I love you." And just like that, his body began to dissolve into soft, golden light. Yanju froze, still kneeling, her whole body trembling under the weight of loss. Pain overwhelmed her, stealing her breath. But even in the midst of heartbreak, she forced herself to smile through her tears. With all the love in the world, she whispered back, "I love you." With that, the boy Saiwa smiled one last time and was gone in a sudden, soundless instant. His entire form disappeared into the void, leaving behind only silence and sorrow. Yandu's hand, still stretched toward where he had been, trembled. Once before falling helplessly to the floor, overwhelmed by grief, her knees buckled beneath the weight of loss, Jun stood beside her, watching in silence, his heart aching with every breath she took. Her pain echoed inside him like a scream in an empty hall. When she tried to stand, her legs gave way. The despair was simply too heavy, too raw. Her body refused to move, held down by anguish. Jun clenched his eyes shut. The sight of her suffering pierced him to the core. It was then that a thought, bitter and beautiful, crystallized in his mind. Hope is like a fragile blossom that dares to bloom in the shadows of tragedy. But those who choose to nurture it must be prepared to stare into the abyss. He extended his hand slowly, gently touching her shoulder. "Don't give in to grief," he murmured. "This isn't the end." Yanju looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Do you really believe that? That this ISN single quotes T truly the end?" Without hesitation, Jun nodded. "If there's even the smallest chance, I'll bring your son back again." And again, no matter how many times it takes, a flicker of light returned to Yanju's eyes. His words didn't erase her sorrow, but they gave it direction. From the ruins of despair, something within her stirred resolve, faint but rising. At that moment, a soft chime echoed. A message appeared before them. Yanju's trust had reached its peak. She had unlocked primordial vitality. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a furious cry ripped through the air. The red-haired man was beside himself with rage, his face twisted with disbelief. The twins, who had been quietly observing, exchanged worried glances. The man's most prized possessions, the standard spear, the orc spear. Every coin he had hoarded had all vanished. He whirled on his brother. "Where are my things?" His brother shook his head, still dazed. "I don't know. When I woke up, Everything was just gone. No warning. It's happening to others, too, he said grimly. Everyone who wasn't present during the summoning, the ones who had already finished their service there, all reporting the same thing. It's a pattern. One of the twins muttered, "We should have gone back sooner." But before he could finish, the red-haired man surged forward and seized him by the collar. "So this is my fault now," he roared, shaking him. The twin lifted his hands. "You misunderstood. I wasn't blaming you. It didn't matter." The red-haired man was beyond reason. We all knew following Jun was a mistake from the beginning. We said it. The tension in the room spiked. The other brother, nerves frayed and voice rising, finally burst out, "Fine." Chen's plan was always reckless. Only then did the red-haired man let go, releasing his grip and stepping back. And in that moment of silence, the truth struck him like a blow. Maybe, just maybe, everything that had happened was the result of his own choices. His hands trembled, his breath caught somewhere between fear and disbelief. A memory surfaced, faint but vivid, of a single case from the past. Someone once made the grave mistake of pursuing a relationship with an underage girl. The punishment had been swift and merciless. Caught red-handed, banished without ceremony, and within days, his corpse was discovered lying cold in the street. No one claimed to know how it happened, but everyone understood why. As the current chaos unfolded, the powering monster, the broken city, he couldn't help but notice that the survivors still huddled together in forgotten apartments like frightened animals. That kind of close proximity, mixed with desperation, created an environment ripe for judgment. If anyone caught even a whiff of scandal around him, they wouldn't hesitate to throw him out. And out there, he wouldn't last a night. Bitterness gnawed him like rot. Hatred for his circumstances boiled in his gut. In his mind, he saw again the man in the red jacket, the one who spat insults at him, calling him scum. That sneering face, that tone, burned into his memory. He could easily imagine the satisfaction that bastard must have felt the moment he grabbed a weapon power finally in his grasp, a chance to dominate. The red-haired man paced restlessly, his thoughts unraveling. He clawed at his scalp, desperate to make sense of how things had spiraled so far from his control. Every decision he'd made now seemed like a trap he'd laid for himself. Not far away, Jun watched the scene with cold calculation. His gaze lingered on the red-haired man's turmoil. He whispered to himself with a dark sense of fulfillment. This was just the prologue to the retribution he had planned with such care. Just then, a flicker of light interrupted the man's panic. A system window materialized silently behind him, its presence like a ghost in the room. He turned quickly, startled. The glowing text revealed a new task. Eliminate 20 goblins within 24 hours. Success promised only a sliver of experience. Failure meant 1 full minute of excruciating, mind-shattering pain. His stomach dropped. The line between punishment and survival was vanishing. The game had only just begun. Shifting focus to Yanju's most striking recent development, the emergence of the feared primordial vitality, Jun stood in quiet astonishment. This rare and highly sought-after trait, now part of Chun's arsenal as well, was notorious for magnifying one's healing abilities to ridiculous extremes. The stranger the injury, the faster the recovery. Jun was stunned. He had never considered that Yanju would unlock something of this magnitude upon reaching 100 trust points. His mind reeled with the implications. In reality, this newfound power offered little utility at present. Jun wasn't the one throwing punches or taking them. Even if he were to step outside the safety of the building, the likelihood of him sustaining meaningful harm was nearly non-existent. Still, the sheer strength of the reward couldn't be dismissed. Earning such a formidable skill simply by hitting the trust threshold was no small feat. His thoughts wandered again, this time to Moon. She too was on the verge of reaching 100 trust points. The notion intrigued him. If she awakened a power next stand, if that power transferred to him, just as Yanju's had, what might it be? Jun imagined a skill that granted instantaneous travel to any location within his line of sight. With that, the game would change entirely. His mind leaped forward, theorizing a chain of synergy between that kind of teleportation, the abilities of the Absolute One's eye, and the backup of an operational advanced base. As if echoing his thoughts, the system interface popped up with new information. The advanced base had become available for deployment outside the bounds of Haven. This base, though temporary, mimicked the authority and security of the city as long as it housed a night rank citizen or higher. However, there was a caveat: if adversaries claimed it and held it for over a day, it would self-destruct. Snapping back to the present, Jun came to a conclusion. With sufficient mental strength, he could link himself to these outposts and travel between them. It was all within reach if his mind could bear the load. From that moment, his path became clear. He would devote all his upcoming missions to strengthening his mental resilience. Just then, a voice called out to him. It was Yanju, letting him know that she now felt stable enough to leave. She also volunteered to personally ensure Qian's family was safely escorted home. Jun suddenly remembered the mission was supposed to begin yesterday. The delay had been his responsibility. Yanru, however, seemed more grateful than upset. She thanked him for his patience and the time he had offered her, promising that she would find a way to return the favor. Jun, stoic as ever, noted inwardly how accurately she seemed to grasp his thoughts. With a half smile, he joked, asking if he really looked like someone in a rush. Though he appreciated her words, he admitted they made him feel a little awkward. Yanju replied with warmth, assuring him he didn't strike her as impatient in the slightest. In fact, had their roles been reversed, she likely would have reacted the same way. With a gentle smile, she admitted that, in the end, everyone holds their own family closest to their heart. She expressed her deep understanding of how valuable that one day was, the day June had given to her and her son. With sincerity shining in her eyes, she thanked him once again. June returned her gratitude with a modest nod and voiced his appreciation for her insight. He then directed her to head to Unit 2901, where others were already assembled, assuring her he would follow shortly, with a soft bow and a quiet affirmation. Yanju turned and made her way toward the appointed location. Not long after, an explanation was offered as to why June hadn't led the group straight to the Mayan station. The area had recently suffered a brutal Cyclops attack that left large sections of the tracks destroyed. Even the station itself had taken severe damage, reduced to a barely functional shell. Faced with that reality, June had resolved to forge new paths. In fact, Yejin had already been hard at work for an entire day, dispatching her rats to scout for alternate access. At last, it seemed one of them had discovered a route. June activated his Absolute One's Eye, granting him complete situational awareness. But almost instantly, an alert drew his attention, a notification about a level 7 tamed giant rat. A strange tension gripped him that could only mean one thing. Yejin had evolved, still trying to wrap his mind around this revelation. June speculated whether it was linked to the new ability she had gained after officially becoming his retainer. But then, he noticed something else. Something was trailing the rat. No matter how much he focused, he couldn't identify it. And then his vision captured something far more alarming. A mass of undead zombies of varying power levels. From 9 to 13, merging behind the rat in droves. A chill shot through June's spine as he watched the scene unfold. Bolted ahead with remarkable speed, weaving through the ruined tunnels as the relentless horde gave chase. Yet, just when it seemed like escape was its only option, the creature did the unthinkably, skidded to a halt. Planting its tiny feet firmly into the ground, it turned to face the encroaching zombies and let out a deep, guttural growl, baring its fangs with a defiance that belied its size. Within moments, the undead had it surrounded. There was nowhere to run, no clear exit left. But still, the rat didn't flinch. It stood tall as a rat, couldn't moving, resolute. Watching from a distance, June considered detonating the gas lines nearby, hoping to take the zombies out and spare the rat from a futile death. But before he could act, the rat lunged forward with explosive speed. Against all odds, it slipped between the clawed hands and rotting jaws of its enemies, dodging every strike with impossible agility. It danced between the monsters like a whisper, never touched, never slowed. June stared, astonished. The rat cleared the horde without a single injury and sprinted onward, racing for the exit it had discovered. With the gap in sight, it made a final leap through the broken barrier, but just beyond. A predator was already waiting, silent, still watching. Its eyes tracked the rat's every movement. Its sharp teeth were bared in anticipation, a low growl rumbling from its throat as it prepared to strike. The rat froze instantly. Its tiny limbs locked in place as sheer terror flooded its senses. The predator's presence alone was enough to drain any hope of escape from a distance. Jun stood motionless, stunned by the unexpected turn of events unfolding before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as the level 23 land shark surged forward like a living battering ram. Its gaping maw opened wide, and, in a single devastating motion, it swallowed the helpless rat whole. No trace remained. The scene cut back to Jun. He stood in silence, a cold pit forming in his stomach as the reality of what he'd witnessed sank in. His thoughts raced not just about the ferocity of the beast, but also about where it had appeared. His gaze drifted toward the nearby landmark. Now he's stationed only a few kilometers from his family's home. The weight of that realization settled heavily on his chest. That kind of monster, that close. Panic rose in his throat. He had to act fast. Time wasn't on his side anymore. Elsewhere, Dabin knelt among a cluster of boxes, sorting and organizing with a tired but determined rhythm. Though fatigue tugged at her shoulders, a flicker of relief crossed her face as she finished the task. Just then, a familiar voice called out her supervisor for the assignment. She turned and found Jun approaching. "Thanks for handling this," he said with a nod of appreciation. Dabin gave a faint smile, brushing some dust from her sleeve. "It wasn't hard," she replied, casually. "Besides, I'm getting paid, aren't I?" Her tone was light, but curiosity followed quickly. "So, what's the issue this time?" Jun hesitated, glancing away as he tried to shape his words carefully. Dabin immediately noticed his unease, her expression shifting to concern. "Just say it," she urged, her voice tightening with worry. "What's going on?" Choosing his words with care, Jun finally spoke. He needed someone to cover operations for the next couple of days. Specifically, he wanted to bring Ahirin onto a special task, and Dabin would need to manage things. In the interim, the request caught her off guard. Her brows lifted slightly, and though she smiled, there was tension behind it. "You want me to take over everything?" she asked, her voice carrying a nervous edge. Jun nodded. "Just for 2 days," he assured her. She crossed her arms, already calculating the workload. "So I'll be acting lead then," she said dryly. "Will I at least get paid extra for all that overtime?" Chun's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "Double," he replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. At that, her eyes sparkled. Her earlier weariness vanished as excitement took hold. "Now we're talking," she said brightly, more than ready to step up for the task. A dense emerald mist surged from the system itself, curling and wrapping around Hirin until she was completely obscured. The scene shifted abruptly. The group now sat, gathered around a long table, every eye fixed on Jun as he prepared to deliver the mission briefing. His tone was calm, but heavy with the weight of urgency. "The situation has changed," Jun began. "With the sudden appearance of that massive cyclops, navigating through Kamion Station has become a nightmare. It would be a shame to abandon the subway line entirely, but right now, it looks inevitable." Yejin leaned forward, her voice breaking the tension. "Not necessarily. The section from Siaman Station through Biamel and onto Doryang is still intact. No monsters have been spotted there. We can cross without too much trouble." She laid a carefully drawn map on the table, the ink still fresh. The first objective was clear. Secure the route leading to Biamel Station. Across the table, a bespectacled man shifted uneasily, quietly thinking that the best option might be to fly over the entire danger zone before anyone could respond. Toji suddenly chimed in, not with a solution, but with a grin. "Yejin, your map drawing skills are seriously impressive." Jun quickly cut off the banter, his voice firm. "Focus." Yejin's confirmed the safest route so far, but there's still a problem. He tapped a section of the map, a large supermarket complex near here. It's crawling with orcs, around 500 of them. Han's brows furrowed. "Do we have to fight them?" Yejin shook her head. "No, engaging the orcs isn't part of the mission. All we need is to reach Biamel and use the underground line. I've charted a path clear of orcs, though there are a few weaker monsters along the way. Chen's mind flickered to the investments he'd made before the mission, boosting nearly everyone to level 30. Except for Fatty and Hiran, against goblins, that should be more than enough. Still, he pressed on. If all goes well, we'll hit Koryong Station without major resistance, he continued. But after that comes the real challenge buses in station. The name alone sent Toji into a panic. Don't tell me there's another giant there. Nothing like that, Yejin replied calmly, though her tone was grim. The tracks between Koryang and Bustazan, they're infested a massive horde of zombies, and in that tight space, unless someone has a way to annihilate them all at once, the subway becomes a death trap. The table fell silent. Even Heron looked shaken. After a moment, she drew a breath, forcing her trembling hands to steady. Yejin, I think my ability can help. Later, the system flashed a cold notification. Poisonous mist weight limit, 100,000 exceeded. Heron stared at it, frustration washing over her. She had already pushed her limits, yet it still didn't feel like enough. When she opened the door, Jun and Yejin were waiting. Their praise was immediate. You did incredibly well, Jen, said his tone softer now. Are you feeling okay? I am, Hiran replied with a faint smile. At first, I thought I'd collapse, but something kept me going, and now I feel fine. What she didn't know was that Jun had quietly upgraded his retainer management ability, funneling an enormous amount of resources into the enhancement. It had cost him dearly, but the payoff billions in return made it worthwhile. Hiran hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Are you sure I don't need to be there in person? Chen's reply was steady and reassuring. Stay here, and keep producing the mist. That's more than enough. With preparations complete, Chen's eyes shifted. The world around him sharpened as he activated Ultimate Eyes, declaring the start of the operation. His vision swept the terrain ahead, locking onto the expected threatened ocean of zombies packed into the narrow stretch of track dot. Then something caught their attention. All at once, the horde turned toward a blur racing in their direction, level 3 rat. Sprinting with deadly speed, the zombies froze, stunned by what Torhu was coming for them. Jun didn't waste a second. Following the plan with surgical precision, he opened his system inventory. A thick wave of toxic green mist burst forth, rolling over the horde of undead like a living fog. In a blur of motion, the lead rat darted ahead, weaving effortlessly through the mass of decaying bodies, leaving the slower zombies behind. Hiran's mist was designed to paralyze living prey by attacking key muscles, such as the diaphragm, ultimately suffocating the victim. But these creatures were already dead. They didn't need to breathe, rendering the poison useless against them. Jun had anticipated this weakness and prepared a fallback plan B before the battle began. He had ordered Yejin to stand by for control. Hidden within the swarm, several rats crouched low, awaiting her signal. At the slightest command, one lunged at a toppled zombie. Through the reflection in the corpse's lifeless eye, the system captured the brutal moment. Its sharp teeth tore deep into rotting flesh. Instantly, a system notification flashed. Level 11 zombie eliminated. Along with the experience points came a credit transfer of 1,200,851 to the digital wallet. The victory was short-lived. Yejin's urgent voice cut through the coms, trembling with concern. Something was wrong with the rats. Even as she spoke, another alert appeared. One rat has reached level 9. Chun's blood ran cold. If a rat consumed zombie blood, it could mutate into something far worse. An even grimmer thought struck him had Yejin been scratched or bitten during the chaos. Suppressing his panic, Jun demanded to know if the rats were still under her control. Yejin confirmed they were, though she noted an unsettling shift. They had grown more aggressive. Jun exhaled slowly, forcing calm. For now, things were under control. But the lingering tension gnawed at him. If they could just make it to Jigalki Station, there might still be Hoopa, chance to see his family again. That fragile thought shattered with the next alert. Unauthorized access detected at the main entrance. Jun froze, eyes locked on the message. Before he could react, another prompt appeared. A group of 157 individuals meets citizenship criteria. Grant access, relying on instinct. Jun hit confirm. Instantly, the system announced a population milestone 3,000. Residents, a new ability unlocked. Economic Activity Subsidy. Jun stared at the screen, unease twisting in his gut. What would this mean for their survival? Slowly, a small smile tugged at his lips. Maybe, just maybe, this was the break that needed. The system interface flickered to life once again, presenting a new update. Salaries would now be issued to citizens, with amounts determined by their official titles or positions. Payments would come directly from the chief's wallet, but remain tied exclusively to the individual's designated role. Jun read the announcement carefully, immediately recognizing the opportunity it presented. This was the perfect moment to formalize roles for Dabin and the entire team managing public facilities. A set weekly salary of 700,000 won aligned with a daily rate of 100,000 won would keep calculations simple and consistent. With a few taps on the interface, Jun remarked to himself that manual payments were no longer necessary. Previously, doing so even risked reducing tax benefits. But now the system handled it automatically. Given the pace of progress, it was clear the department overseeing public facilities needed to grow. After all, the wages came from the system's economic support fund, essentially free resources. And it wasn't a small amount either, at 100,000 won per employee per day. 300 workers would mean 30 million won daily, if every position from basic laborers to general managers was filled. Payouts could easily hit 50 million won a day. Smiled at the implications. As that money circulated, his tax collection ability would bring him even more revenue, and most of it would return to his own stores through spending, creating a profitable loop. The strategy was clear: assign as many citizens as possible to official titles. The question now was which roles to create beyond facility management. His mind churned with ideas. Maintenance, cleaning, and security were logical next steps. Without delay, he appointed Dabin as general manager. He recalled she had already brought Fatty and Hayan onto the team, though he couldn't quite remember the rest of the members. Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Dabin had reached 100 loyalty points, officially making her a retainer. The realization struck Jun: any citizen who hits 100 loyalty automatically becomes a retainer. That raised an intriguing question. Did all retainers gain a new skill at that point? Curiosity piqued. Jun was about to check what new ability Dabin had awakened when an unexpected sight drew his attention. Aaron was sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep, and completely at ease, drool and all. The DJ, looking a little uncertain, asked if they should wake her. Jun shook his head gently. Let her rest. She's done her part and must be exhausted. A faint smile crossed his face as he thought about how hard Hirin must have pushed herself. Despite pretending to be fine, she had clearly gone through something taxing, nearly to the point of collapse. If anyone deserved a break, it was her. Activating his invisible hand ability, Jun lifted her gently and carried her to one of the bedrooms, laying her down so she could sleep more comfortably. When he returned to the living room, he and Ye spoke quietly, agreeing that Hirin seemed to be going through a rough time. Jun then turned to Yejin and asked how she was holding up. Yejin replied with calm confidence, assuring Jun that everything was going smoothly and that nothing was too difficult for her, especially now that they had reached the tracks near the station. Jun nodded in approval, encouraging her to keep it up. She smiled softly and told him to leave it to her. But then, her expression shifted ever so slightly. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Jun immediately noticed and asked if something was wrong. She hesitated before stammering the link. It suddenly isn't connecting anymore. Jun blinked in surprise. What do you mean? He asked, his voice sharp with concern. Yedrin raised a hand, asking him to give her a moment. Closing her eyes, she tried to re-establish the connection, but no matter how hard she focused, nothing worked. Finally, she exhaled and said, "It's the distance. I think we've gone too far this time." Jun frowned. The link was working fine before, wasn't it? She nodded. If the link is already active, it can sometimes stretch past its usual range. But right now, the limit only reaches as far as the central station. Opening her eyes, she looked at him seriously. What do we do now? Jun fell silent, his thoughts churning. It always seemed like something went wrong at the worst possible moment. Beyond that station was the house where his family should be. He had counted on using one of Yejun's rats to scout ahead before making any moves. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "This complicates things." After a pause, he turned to her. "Try again at the central station. Do whatever it takes to restore that link." Yejeon nodded without hesitation. "I'll give it everything I've got." She closed her eyes once more, pouring all her focus into reconnecting the severed link. Meanwhile, Chun's mind drifted back to the unsettling image of zombie rats. Prowling through the station, a memory burned into his ultimate sight. They had to make this work. There was no other choice. All he could do now was hope, with every ounce of his being, that his family was still safe. The system's map updated, showing everyone's positions. Yejeon's rats were already ahead, scouting the path, while Han's group advanced cautiously some distance behind. The perspective shifted to the station, where Han and his team had just arrived. The sight before them froze everyone in place. The entire area was a wasteland of ruin. Buildings lay in shattered heaps, and colossal footprints, far larger than anything human, were gouged deep into the ground. Jian, the bespectacled man, stared wide-eyed at the devastation before whispering, "Unbelievable." The archer beside him frowned, snapping him out of his daze. "Gian, focus, start scouting." Nodding quickly, he raised an arm, summoning his raven black, and sent it soaring into the sky. As its sharp eyes scanned the landscape, Gian peered through its vision and reported no monsters in the vicinity. Toji stepped forward, adding, "The station itself looks clear too." After that avalanche earlier, goblin activity should be minimal. Gian agreed. Makes sense. After seeing destruction like this, nothing in its right mind would come near. Still, the healer shifted uneasily. "Night's falling. We should find shelter soon." The archer shook her head gently. "Relax. Goblins rarely move after dark. They hide or go dormant. Nighttime is actually our safest window." Han stood silent, deep in thought. At last, he said quietly, "We keep moving. If something dangerous happens, Jen will call us back immediately." Just then, a small figure scurried toward them, a rat, making urgent gestures as if delivering a message. Everyone stopped. They knew this was one of Yejeon's trained scouts. Without question, they followed, moving in silence. They trailed the rat as it scurried ahead, leading them through the eerie stillness of the ruined city. The air was thick with tension, the only sound the faint splash of water underfoot. As the path opened up, someone broke the silence, noting that the station ahead looked as if it had turned into a shallow lake. Gian tilted his head, questioning if this flooding was the result of the giant's destruction. The archer gave a slight nod, explaining that the collapse of buildings had likely altered the terrain, forming sunken, water-filled pockets where solid ground once stood. They kept to the edge of the water, cautious with every step. Then, something stirred beneath the glassy surface. At first, it was subtle, just a ripple, barely noticeable. But then, a massive shape began to rise, emerging slowly from the depths. Jian and Toji exchanged a look. Something wasn't right. The water's movement was unnatural, deliberate. Gian strained his ears and caught a faint sound, sharp and alien. He froze. "Something's out there," he murmured, narrowing his eyes toward the shadows. Suddenly, his gaze locked on a silhouette ahead. He raised a hand and pointed. "There, someone's there." The group squinted through the dim light, trying to make sense of the figure. At first glance, it seemed human, perhaps, a woman standing still in the water. But then they saw it. The long, sinuous movement behind her. A tail. The figure turned its head toward them, eyes gleaming with an unnatural intensity. Then, without warning, its mouth stretched wide, unleashing a scream so piercing it split the night. The sound tore through the air, rattling their bones, threatening to shatter their minds. "Cover your ears now," the healer shouted, panic lacing every word. Despite its human-like form, this was no ordinary creature. Before them stood a Sirenon abomination, cloaked in beauty, its voice a weapon of pure terror. A sudden, gut-wrenching sound tears through the air, the shrill, bone-rattling wail of the siren. Instinct takes over as everyone in the group clamps their hands tightly over their ears, desperate to block out the agonizing noise. Alone feels like it's splitting their skulls. Toji falters first. His arms shake violently as he strains to keep his hands pressed to his head. Every muscle trembles with exhaustion, his body visibly weakening. Nearby, Yanju spins around in panic, her eyes wide with confusion. What's happening? She cries, her voice barely audible over the unrelenting scream. Then, something far worse dawns on Toji. His body no longer obeys him. With growing terror, he feels his limbs move on their own, as if invisible strings are pulling him forward. His boots scrape against the ground, and no matter how hard he resists, the force dragging him only grows stronger. Moments later, Yanju feels it too. Both of them begin sliding helplessly across the dirt toward the lake's edge, drawn by a power they can't fight. The pull is merciless, dragging them like lifeless puppets. Yanju's body hits the cold earth, and then water. The icy sensation sends her nerves into overdrive. Instantly, instinct screams that this is deadly. She whips her head around just in time to see Toji being hauled even faster, toward the water's dark heart. If he goes under, he may never come back. And then, the horror reveals itself. From the black surface, jagged fangs slice upward, lunging for her legs. Yanju's instincts ignite. She kicks hard, thrashing toward the surface, but it's too late. A monstrous shape surges from below, and cold, slimy claws latch onto her legs with crushing force. The creature yanks her down into the depths with violent strength, bubbles exploding upward as she disappears. Above the waterline, the others are fighting their own hell. Han and the remaining members grit their teeth, their bodies convulsing from the siren's relentless scream. Pain twists their faces, every second stretching like an eternity. Amid the chaos, the healer forces herself to focus. Shutting her eyes, she channels every last shred of energy into a spell. Light flares around her as a shimmering barrier expands, enveloping the group in a protective aura. The moment the barrier settles, the difference is immediate. Han feels the pressure lift, the sound dulling enough for him to breathe again. I can move, he mutters, strength flooding back into his limbs. Gasping, the man with glasses turns to the young healer. She sways on her feet, sweat dripping from her brow, her voice a hoarse whisper. No time, save Toji and Yanju, before it's too late. But then her gaze flicks to the lake and freezes. Something stirs beneath the surface. A dreadful shape, glowing blue in the murky depths, rises like a nightmare given flesh. What the hell is that? Someone breathes. Before the question can be answered, the lake erupts. Monstrous forms burst from the water with terrifying speed, jaws snapping, claws gleaming in the dim light. Han reacts instantly, voice cutting through the din. Prepare for battle. They're coming. The creatures launch themselves into the air, a blur of muscle and malice. Han grips his steel rod, planting his feet, ready for the collision. The first beast comes down like a hammer butt. Han swings with brutal precision. The impact detonates like a gunshot, shockwaves rippling through the air. The monster reels, just in time for an arrow to pierce its skull, dropping it for good. But there's no time to celebrate. Shadows writhe at the lake's edge as more creatures surge forward, dozens of them, maybe more. The archer curses under her breath, frustration boiling. This never ends. The monsters close in from every direction, surrounding them like a tightening noose. Han's jaw hardens. There's no more room for delay. We move now, he growls, eyes locked on the water. If we don't get Toji and Yanju back now, they're dead. From the far side of the lake, a sudden disturbance draws the beasts' gaze. Emerging from the water is the werebear woman, her powerful arms cradling Toji like a fragile doll. As they break the surface, Toji coughs violently, spitting out lungfuls of water. His shaky voice escapes between ragged breaths, confessing that he truly thought death had claimed him. Relief washes over the group the instant they see him alive. Their faces brighten with joy as the weight of despair briefly lifts. Turning to Yanju, Toji bows his head in gratitude, his words sincere and heavy with emotion. But their reunion is cut brutally short. The bastards launch another merciless wave of attacks, giving them no chance to recover. The truth hits hard. These creatures will never stop. Toji reacts without hesitation, triggering his magical armor. A dazzling aura engulfs his body, forming a shield of radiant energy. We hold the line, he roars, voice carrying above the chaos, until the last breath. The first monster charges. She meets it head-on, driving a devastating punch straight into its skull. The blow sends the creature hurtling backward, smashing into a massive wooden pillar with bone-shattering force. The pillar splinters, collapsing on. From it, a grotesque sight tumbles down. A goblin's corpse, bound tightly to the timber, crashes at their feet. Han and Toji shout in unison, ordering everyone to move. Instinct takes over. They leap back just as the debris slams into the spot. They once stood. Moon spins toward Han. Worry etched across her face. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," he answers, though his eyes fixate on the wreckage. His voice falters. That corpse, still lashed to the shattered post. Chills crawl across his spine. Before anyone can speak, the man with glasses points upward, shouting for them to look. The Duand horror grips every soul. Dozens of goblins hang suspended high above, their bodies arranged grotesquely into the form of a colossal cross. Han's breath catches. We were so focused on what lurked below, we never saw what was right above us. And then the realization dawns, cold and cruel. These bastards don't discriminate. Monster or human, it doesn't matter. They slaughter everything. The archers. Bow slips from her trembling hands, clattering against the ground. She stands frozen, her entire body shaking. Her lips part, but no words come, only a silent scream, locked in disbelief. In her mind, a single question twists like a knife. Could that man really be my father? The silence shatters. One of the creatures bolts forward at terrifying speed. Han's eyes widen in horror as he sees its target, the paralyzed archer, oblivious to the death rushing toward her. Without a second thought, he shouts her name with desperate urgency. At that very instant, a deafening gunshot tears through the air. The bullet rips into the creature, mid-leap, sending it crashing lifelessly to the ground. The shooter is Moon. He lowers his smoking gun and rushes to the archer, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right?" he asks quickly. Han steps forward, praising Moon for his quick reflexes in such a critical moment, but then he notices something off. The archer is on her knees, trembling. Her gaze is hollow, her entire expression shattered. By the ordeal, before Han can speak, a bespectacled man suddenly appears, his voice urgent as he calls out to Han. "I think I've found a way to end this," he declares. Breathless, he explains what he's discovered. Through Black's eyes, he's been observing from above. That's when he noticed something vital. The agonizing sound that's been tormenting them is not just noise. It's a command. The creatures are following orders from that siren's voice. Han freezes at the revelation. "I can't fully decipher what she's saying," the man continues, "but every time she opens her mouth, the fish-faced monsters move. If we silence her cutoff, that sound, they'll lose coordination. They might even retreat without orders." Hope flickers faintly in Han's eyes. "It's worth a try," he agrees, though his voice carries doubt. "But those things aren't going to give us the chance." Toji, who's been listening in silence, finally speaks. "So the whole plan boils down to shutting her up." "Exactly," Han answers grimly. A slow, confident smile spreads across Toji's face. "Then leave it to me. I'll take her down, and I already have a plan." Meanwhile, far across the battlefield, the siren parts her lips once more. That dreadful sound pours out like poison, and immediately the creatures shift in response, tightening their formation, preparing for another coordinated strike. They've realized we're after her. Han turns to Toji, searching his eyes. "Can I really count on you?" Toji's grin sharpens. "You can. Just clear me a path. I'll handle the rest." Healer steps forward without hesitation. "Stay and protect the archer," she vows. With the plan set, the team surges forward like a storm. Every member fights with ruthless precision, hacking down one grotesque creature after another, clawing open that vital corridor for 2OJI. Then Han shouts, "Now, go!" Toji plants his feet, his grip firm on his halberd. Muscles coil with power. As he hurls the weapon with unrelenting force, the blade slices the air like a thunderbolt, streaking toward the siren. With a serpentine twist, she dodges and the weapon slams harmlessly past her. For a heartbeat, the battlefield falls silent. The team stares in stunned disbelief. The opportunity they bled for is gone. The siren erupts into cruel laughter, echoed by the guttural cackles of her monstrous kin. But Toji doesn't flinch. In fact, he smiles, calm, collected, dangerous. His eyes glint like steel as he asks softly, "Han, did you forget something?" Han blinks bewildered until realization crashes over him. "What's the best way to deal with a fish?" Toji mutters, voice dripping with smugness. He lifts a hand and activates the recall command. The halberd obeys. Whipping back through the air with deadly speed, it pierces clean through the sirens, spine from behind. Her laughter dies in a wet gasp as the blade bursts through her chest, impaling her in a single, brutal strike. And just like that, the sound stops. The system chimed with a sharp notification. Target eliminated. A level 33 siren had been slain. Experience points dispersed across the team as the heavy halberd spun through the air and landed back in Toji's grasp. All eyes drifted toward the monstrous body sprawled on the ground, the sirens lifeless, form gleaming under the dim light. The other fish-faced creatures froze in confusion, leaderless and disoriented, their formation shattered like glass. With frantic jerks, they turned tail and slipped beneath the dark surface of the lake, vanishing into the depths from where they came. Their sudden retreat left behind an eerie silence, a fragile moment of relief washing over the weary group. Han exhaled sharply, wasting no time as he strode toward the archer. Her bow dangled uselessly from trembling fingers. He crouched down, voice soft but urgent. "Are you all right?" She didn't respond. Her lips quivered, eyes fixed on the towering crosses looming overhead. Healer edged closer, worry etched across her face. "Han, what now? Do we regroup? Fine, June?" Han opened his mouth to answer, but the archer spoke first, her voice fractured and trembling like shattered glass. "Am my father one of those bodies? It's my father up there." Han froze, words choking in his throat. His mind reeled, refusing to comprehend. Slowly, his gaze followed hers upward, the grotesque display of corpses crucified, like trophies in the open air. And then, there it was, her father's body. An image so vile, it stripped the breath from everyone present. Mangled flesh, blood-caked wounds, lifeless eyes staring into nothingness. The archer's knees buckled. A strangled cry tore from her throat as she collapsed, sobs racking her. Body. Han dropped beside her, panic and disbelief gnawing at his core. His hands hovered helplessly in the air, unable to bridge the chasm of grief before him. Around them, silence fell heavy and suffocating. Every soul in that clearing felt the crushing weight of her sorrow until it became their own. Above her, Father's broken body swayed gently on the cross, a grotesque monument to the cruelty of this world. It was a sight none of them would ever forget.
Pain, unlike any he had ever felt before, raged through his body. The agony he had previously endured felt like his body swelling under immense pressure. But this was different. It was as if countless needles were piercing his skin from within, stretching and tearing him apart from the inside out. "Mr. Jaehyun, Mr. Jaehyun, can you hear me?" Seo Ye-jin's frantic voice echoed in his ears, but responding was impossible. His breathing came in ragged gasps, his body locked in a torment that overrode all other sensations. "Mr. Jaehyun, you have to breathe. Focus on breathing." The pain was unbearable. It consumed him entirely, lasting what felt like an eternity. And then, finally, the expansion was complete. With a shuddering exhale, he collapsed, drenched in cold sweat. Every muscle in his body, once clenched in agony, suddenly relaxed, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. His limbs felt heavy, his head light, and the pull of unconsciousness nearly irresistible. When he forced his eyes open, the first thing he saw was Seo Ye-jin hovering over him, her hands pressing against his chest. "What are you doing?" he managed to croak out. I was trying to do CPR, she admitted, looking flustered. With effort, he lifted his arms, limp and unresponsive like waterlogged fabric, and gently pushed her hands away. "I'm fine." Even Kami, who had been lounging on the sofa, had wandered over, concern evident in his small, beady eyes. "Cheap?" "I said I'm fine," Jaehyun murmured, though his body clearly disagreed. Kami, apparently unconvinced, hopped onto his stomach and settled in, his warm weight oddly comforting. As Jae-hyun stroked his soft feathers, a haze of exhaustion threatened to pull him under again. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, activating the absolute dweller's eyes to assess the newly expanded territory. This is massive. The area had stretched far beyond his expectations. The boundaries now reached Seomyeon Station and Bujun Station, consuming every alleyway within a kilometer of his apartment complex. It was a staggering expansion. No wonder it hurt so much. The sheer scale of the growth explained the excruciating pain. His body had paid the price, and now all he wanted was a moment of rest. But he couldn't afford that luxury. Ha Dong-geon's team was still out there, carrying out their mission on his behalf. He needed to monitor them. With great effort, Jae-hyun pushed himself upright and turned to Seo Ye-jin. "Ms. Ye-jin, could you get me a glass of cold water?" "Right away," she responded without hesitation. Even the simplest action, using invisible hand to fetch it himself, was beyond him. At the moment, he had expended every ounce of strength enduring the expansion process. When she returned with the glass, he took it with a shaky hand and drank deeply, the cool liquid helping to clear the fog in his mind. "Are you okay?" Seo Ye-jin asked, concern still evident in her eyes. "Thanks to you." Refocusing on his absolute dweller's eyes, he surveyed Ha Dong-geon's party, checking their progress. At the same time, he opened his skill window. Reaching level 20 had granted him 3 skill points. He already knew where the first would go, the skill most crucial to his current plans. Upgrade Absolute Dweller's Eyes. Absolute Dweller's Eyes has reached level 4. Multi-perspective. Functionality unlocked. A new feature. Curious, he immediately tested it. As the name suggested, the ability now allowed him to view multiple locations simultaneously. His field of vision split into 3 separate perspectives. 3. That seems to be my limit for now. Even though using Absolute Dweller's Eyes had become second nature, maintaining 3 viewpoints pushed his concentration to the edge. He closed his physical eyes, focusing solely on the skill. It's like watching 3 CCTV monitors at once. One screen showed Ha Dong-geon's group, another focused on Kim Dabin, who was moving through the city. The third displayed a street in the newly expanded territory. What the hell just happened? I don't know. The goblins' heads just exploded. The third perspective revealed a group of hunters, Lee Jun-hyuk's party. They had been hunting goblins in the area, but something unusual had happened. The goblins had collapsed, their heads detonating in grotesque bursts. A woman pointed at a nearby alley. "Look! The goblins can't enter this place!" Even as Lee Jun-hyuk approached the invisible boundary, the goblins remained helpless. Whenever they attempted to attack, their weapons bounced off an unseen wall. Meanwhile, his party had no such restrictions. Pwook! Kwajayek! Arrows, swords, and magic rained down on the trapped creatures. Within moments, 6 goblins lay dead. "This is insane!" one of the hunters exclaimed. Another elbowed their way forward. "Hey, I want to turn! I haven't killed!" "A single one yet!" One of Lee Jun-hyuk's teammates suddenly hesitated. "Wait a minute. If we step out of this area, will our heads explode too?" Silence fell over the group. The excitement drained from their faces, replaced with unease. "Was that a warning?" someone whispered. "Like, stay in line or else?" Lee Jun-hyuk, sensing the growing anxiety, stepped up. "Relax. As long as we follow the rules, we have nothing to worry about." He looked each of his comrades in the eye. "Think about it. Warm meals, proper showers, real beds. We've had all of this, and all we have to do is behave." A notification flashed before Jae-hyun's eyes. Citizen Lee Jun-hyuk's loyalty has surpassed 30. Vassal registration is now possible. Perfect timing. Register vassal Lee Jun-hyuk. A bright light enveloped Lee Jun-hyuk. His body trembled as new power surged through him. His stats appeared before Jae-hyun. Name, Lee Jun-hyuk, level 40. Titles, 12th Vassal, Knight, Wizard, Loyalty, 31. Abilities, Water Creation, Water Bomb, Water Control, S-Grade, S-Grade, an unexpected boon. Jae-hyun had anticipated a standard boost, but this was far beyond his expectations. Lee Jun-hyuk stared at his hands in disbelief, then abruptly bowed towards the apartment complex. "Thank you. Thank you. I will never forget this grace." His party members gawked at him. Jae-hyun sighed. He's a bit dramatic, but at least he's useful. With Lee Jun-hyuk's newfound power, the future of his group looked even more promising. But as he analyzed potential strategies, a disturbance from Ha Dong-geon's party drew his attention. Trouble was brewing. Kim Ga-young's consciousness returned in a storm of sorrow. Her sobs were raw, her body shaking uncontrollably. Dong-geon. Sniff. Ha Dong-geon held her close, his arms wrapped around her trembling frame. His voice was gentle, a quiet reassurance. "You must have been mistaken. It's okay." But she only shook her head, her breath hitching between sobs. "I saw him. Huck. Dad. I saw him. I know it was him." The words faltered, the weight of her grief suffocating. At first, he had assumed the shock from her injury was making her delirious. But as he listened, as he watched her anguish, the truth settled in. Hook. Our dad. He's suffering. What do we do? She had seen something terrible. And judging by the state of her soaked clothes, she had been in the water more than once. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. She had seen their father's fate in the depths of the lake, dragged beneath the surface by the sirens. Her father had been pulled into the abyss. Dong-geon, our father. What do we do? Ha Dong-geon had no words to offer, only his embrace. Kim Ga-young clung to him, her grief spilling out in ragged cries. Watching her like this was unbearable. And then, an uneasy thought took root in my mind. She had encountered her dead father. Would I soon face the same cruel confirmation about my own family? I clenched my fists. No. Even if the worst had happened, there was always a way. A contingency plan, Plan B. If my family had perished, I would bring them back, no matter the cost. But before I could dwell on that thought, an idea surfaced. A way to resolve an old curiosity of mine. Quest assignment. Target. Kim Ga-young. Quest reward. Resurrection of her father. Yet, as soon as I issued the quest, a stark message appeared. Impossible quest reward. Not a lack of resources, not a denial of effort, simply impossible. The revelation hit me harder than expected. Oh Eonju's son had died within the homebound area, under the Absolute Dweller's influence. But Kim Ga-young's father had died elsewhere, at Busan Station. A different set of rules applied. Not all deaths could be undone, only those lost. Within my domain, under the Absolute Dweller's declaration, could be revived, which meant, if my family was already gone, even limitless wealth and power wouldn't be enough to bring them back. A heavy silence stretched between us, broken only by Kim Ga-young's sobs. I wanted to push forward, to move on, but how could I ask that? Of her? She had already lost so much. Then, through the quiet, Ha Dong-geon's voice rang out. Let's bring him back. He placed a comforting hand on her back. We'll bring him out of there. I'll go. Kim Ga-young, eyes tightly shut, nodded. Her face was wet with fresh tears. Without hesitation, Ha Dong-geon plunged into the lake. The beam of his headlamp cut through the murky darkness. The water swallowed him whole as he descended into the depths. The scene that unfolded before him was nightmarish. A graveyard beneath the surface. the remains of humans and monsters intertwined in a grotesque tapestry. Corpses dragged under by the sirens, their bodies twisted and lifeless. No wonder the area was eerily empty. This was their hunting ground. Then, he saw him. A man, half buried beneath debris, his swollen features unrecognizable. But there was one unmistakable identifier, the uniform, the name tag, Kim Deok-hoon, Kim Ga-young's father. A heavy weight settled on Ha Dong-jaeon's shoulders. This was why. She had been so certain. Even in death, her father remained tethered to the rails he had once served. Ha Dong-jaeon reached for the body, but it was wedged firmly between chunks of concrete and steel. Impossible to move alone. That's when I intervened. Warehouse. Storage. Kim Deok-hoon's body. A soft hum filled the water as the body vanished before his eyes. Ha Dong-jaeon, understanding what had happened, resurfaced. Summon. The lifeless form appeared on the ground before us. Kim Ga-young's breath hitched as she reached out a trembling hand. Dad. Her fingers brushed against the name tag. Then she collapsed into herself, muffling her cries behind her hands. The others watched in silence, their faces mirroring her grief. Oh Eon-ju, eyes red-rimmed. Kim Da-jong, expression bitter. Kang Deok-soo, stunned. Kim Ga-yeon, lips pressed tight. Ha Dong-jaeon, silent. They understood, because we all shared the same fear, the same hope, the desperate wish to see our loved ones again. I had been so focused on my own mission, my own survival, that I had ignored the fact that everyone here was fighting for their families too. A sharp pang of guilt settled in my chest. Moon Byung-ho broke the silence. How about letting Jae-hyun keep the body for now? We can make a grave near the apartment complex later. Kim Ga-young shook her head. Dad would want to be here. What? He loved his job. Even in death, he'd want to be near the railway. Her voice trembled. If possible, I want to bury him on the tracks. I stored the body once more, helping facilitate the burial. Oh Eon-ju hesitated before speaking. Maybe we should return after the mission? Had I rushed things? Misunderstandings needed to be cleared. I assigned a quest objective. Build a grave on the railroad tracks. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, small experience gain. Penalty, none. Assign quest, yes. With the purpose clear, Ha Dong-jaeon's party moved to Busan Station. Jae-hyun R. You okay? You don't look well. I blinked and found Seo Ye-jin watching me with concern. For a second, I almost spoke my mind. Almost told her it must be nice to have her family safe, to be free from this pain. But I swallowed the words. Instead, I instructed, send mice to scout Busan Station. Report any threats to Ha Dong-jaeon immediately. She nodded, and I let out. A breath, jealousy in a moment like this. I was the worst. I refocused. The Lee Jun-hyuk party was returning from a hunt, and something clicked in my mind. I still had 2 skill points left. Without hesitation, I upgraded Dignity Maintenance. Amazing Draw unlocked. 100 crystals received. Curious, I activated the draw. A golden magic circle formed, pulsating with energy. A small object fell before me, a ring, a tool to convey my voice directly. Slipping it on, I tested it. Can you hear me? Ha Dong-jaeon's party stopped, eyes widening. Yes, we hear you. A real-time connection, a new advantage, and as we laid... Kim Deok-hoon to rest, Kim Ga-young whispered. Thank you. I feel at peace now. The journey continued. 50 people crammed into one unit? Do they think we're livestock? It's just for now. Just for now? That's a joke, right? There are vacant houses everywhere. We've seen them. So what's the holdup? The room was a bubbling pot of frustration, people forming clusters of discontent. Kim Dabin stood at the center, shoulders tense, eyes wary. At least make sure the kids have a proper place to sleep. Look, just let us take a few empty rooms. We'll manage. I'm sorry, but we have rules. The tension thickened. I decided to act. Moving past Seo Ye-jin, who was seated cross-legged on the living room floor, I grasped the handle of the bedroom door. Yu Hye-rin was sleeping inside, but that wasn't my real destination. I had something new to test. Absolute.
Dweller's door, Lavender One links doorways within the designated homebound area. It had unlocked upon reaching
Level 20, take me to the 21st floor. The door swung open, revealing not the bedroom, but an entirely different floor. Meanwhile, the tension in the living room escalated. You're all squatting in other people's homes anyway. In a crisis, we should be helping each other. Do you really think you can just take whatever you want? I stepped forward, drawing all eyes to me. If that's the case, I said, I suppose I'm the biggest trespasser here. The man who had been shouting the loudest turned on me, his face dark with anger. You brat! Who do you think you are? I didn't wait for him to finish. Expulsion, Sung Yun-sik. In an instant, citizen Sung Yun-sik has been expelled from the homebound area. With a faint whoosh, his body vanished. Expulsion didn't harm its targets, but it did eject them from my territory. Whether or not they survived outside, that wasn't my concern. Absolute Dweller's eyes let me check his landing spot. A dark alley, empty of immediate danger. Still, he panicked. Hey, what the hell? Someone, let me back in. I turned back to the crowd. Any other objections? Silence.
Heavy, nervous silence. I let the moment stretch, my gaze sweeping over the gathered survivors. Then, I delivered the final blow. As of now, the unit you're staying in will no longer receive water, electricity, or gas. What? You.
Can't be serious. I folded my arms. I'd like to ask you all something. Why are you here? No response. Did you come here by coincidence? Or did you decide that this was the safest place to be after watching us take down a giant? I already knew the answer. A group of 157 survivors. Plenty of supplies, yet no awakeners among them. They had arrived because they saw a refuge, because they wanted protection. Hundreds of people come here every day, thinking just like you. You think we can house everyone? They wanted fairness, but fairness didn't exist anymore. If I give in now, what happens next? More people demand space. Existing citizens grow resentful, and eventually, there won't be enough for anyone. I let the weight of my words settle before delivering my verdict. Your rights, your comforts, your benefits, they don't exist here. The government is gone. This isn't a democracy. If you want privileges, earn them. People averted their eyes, heads lowering in silent acceptance. Return to your assigned accommodations. Unless you want to lose even more. One by one, they dispersed, leaving only Kim Dabin standing beside me. Citizen Kim Dabin's trust greatly increases. She exhaled deeply. Thanks, Jae-hyun. I don't know what I would have done without you. I smiled and activated the communication. Ring. No need for thanks, just doing what needs to be done. Kim Dabin flinched, looking at me in confusion. What? Your mouth didn't move, but... Try it yourself. It's like telepathy. Just think about the person you want to communicate with and speak in your mind. A pause. Then, like this? Her voice echoed in my mind. Good. You'll figure out the finer details with practice. Thank you. The novelty of the ability amused me, but before I could dwell on it, a nervous voice interrupted. Excuse me. A bald man stood before me, shifting uneasily. I recognized him as one of the previous protesters. Still have something to say? He hesitated, then bowed his head. I know this is asking a lot, but can you let Yoon-sik back in? And why? Would I do that? It wasn't just him. We all shared that opinion. We should all take responsibility. Please let him return. I had planned to let Sung Yoon-sik back in anyway. Expelling him was a statement, not a death sentence. I glanced outside. Yoon-sik was still there, pathetically knocking on the invisible barrier, eyes puffy from crying. Turning to the bald man, I extended my hand, Kim Jae-hyun. Han Kyung-hoon, he replied, shaking it firmly. Are you speaking on behalf of your group? Yes. Everyone agreed. That was the answer I wanted. Fine. I'll reinstate his citizenship. I'll also restore water and electricity to your unit. But no gas. Han Kyung-hoon's face brightened. Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. Citizen Han Kyung-hoon's trustworthiness greatly increases. People needed to learn consequences. A few days of cold showers and unheated nights would do them good. Kim Dabin's telepathic voice cut in. I think you're much kinder than you pretend to be. I smirked. You think so? Yes. Strange. I didn't feel particularly warm-hearted. Thanks, I suppose. But before we could linger on sentimentality, a new voice entered the conversation. Do you need a medical team? I turned to see a man in a white coat, standing confidently. I'm Lee Sung-min, Associate Professor of Nephrology at Busan Pike Hospital. The world was crumbling, but it seemed new pieces were still falling into place. What should we do? We should ensure the skilled workers are well taken care of. Maybe we could give them a space and turn it into a medical center. That's a solid idea. If we search, we should be able to find enough nurses. I'll leave the task of setting up the medical team to you. With that, all the responsibilities of establishing the medical team were handed over to Kim Dabin, and I made my way home. Seo Ye-jin was still cross-legged in the middle of the living room, while Kakami slept peacefully on the sofa. Ha Dong-geon's team is moving smoothly. Ha Dong-jeon's party was making its way along the tracks from Junggang Station to Jagalchi Station. Cleaning up zombies with Yu Hae-rin and Seo Ye-jin had certainly paid off. As for the final skill point, I should probably invest it here. Had been thinking about one particular skill. Absolute Dweller's Warehouse. Time to level up. The Absolute Dweller's Warehouse skill has upgraded to level 2. The warehouse capacity has increased to 200 kilos. The Status Quo feature has been added. Status Quo. Passive. Maintains the exact state of an item when it's stored. I'd chosen to level up the warehouse because I anticipated needing more capacity when using Seo Ye-jin's explosive gas attacks with the mouse or Yu Hee-rin's poisonous fog. With the capacity doubled, it should be much more versatile now. And as always, there was an unexpected bonus. Status Quo. As I read the new feature's description, an idea sparked in my mind. Is this possible? Items I summoned from the warehouse would now appear in the exact state they were in when stored, including any movement they had at the time. This could be a game changer. For example, if I stored a spear that I threw with force, summoning, it would cause it to fly out of the warehouse at the same speed I originally threw it. If that's the case. I had just the right item to test this new function. Open shop, purchase S&W M60, 38 caliber bullets, 100 rounds. The revolver appeared in the air, and I loaded 3 rounds into the cylinder, storing the rest in the warehouse. I opened the window in the living room and aimed at the dark night sky. Warehouse storage. Just as I pulled the trigger. Bullet! I pictured the bullet entering the warehouse. Bang! Zing! I watched as the bullet shot out of the barrel, sucked into the warehouse. It works. For now, everything was perfect. Cheap. Kami, startled by the sudden gunshot, jumped off the sofa. Seo Ye-jin too jumped up, covering her mouth in surprise. She glanced at me, standing at the window, gun in hand. Mr. Jae-hyun, why the sudden? But I couldn't hear her. I was too focused. If my guess is correct. I stared into the night air creeping in through the open window. And then, summon bullet. When I summoned the bullet into the night sky, bang! The bullet that appeared, fired into the air, traveling at the same speed as when I first shot it. Incredible. I felt a shiver run through my body. This is it. A surefire way to assist Ha Dong-geon's team, Ha Dongyeon's party had reached Jagalchi Station and was exiting through the ticket gate. The station had once been overrun by goblins, but they were no match for Ha Dongyeon's group. Kiak! Kiak! The goblins fled from the overwhelming force of the team. Using the communication ring, I said, "Take Gate 2 to exit." Once through Gate 2, they found themselves at a three-way intersection filled with overturned buses and cars. From here, we're in uncharted territory. Unlike when Seo Ye-jin had scouted and planned the route earlier, there were no prepared paths ahead. Mr. Jae-hyun, where should we go now? Follow the main road to the left. Your destination is about 1 kilometer away. But that 1 kilometer wouldn't be easy to cover. As they rounded the corner of the first building, a monster appeared. Land shark, level 24. The land shark, which had devoured Seo Ye-jin's mouse at Nampo Station, emerged from the alley, charging at Ha Dongyeon's group with its sharp teeth. At the same moment, Ha Dongyeon's spear struck its side. Crunch! Oh Eonju, in her werebear form, delivered a crushing blow to the land shark's head, finishing it off. You have hunted a land shark, live under 24. Experience points awarded. 813,158 won deposited into the absolute dweller's wallet. Ha Dongjeon called out, "Jeon-ah, scout." Sorry. Kim Gi-yeon closed his eyes in concentration. Cayman, who had flown far ahead, returned and landed on his shoulder. Ka. With a proud cry, it relayed the information it had gathered from the sky. Senior, there are a lot of those things. Around here? Before Kim Gi-yeon could finish his sentence, monsters began to appear all around them. It looks like we've been surrounded. Giant crabs the size of large vehicles and a flock of marlins with spear-like noses were moving toward Ha Dongyeon's team. Their eyes gleamed with the hunger of predators. Shwook. The marlins, floating above, charged first with their sharp noses pointing forward. Tang! The battle began. Despite the sudden onset, Ha Dongjeon's group responded with expert precision. Deoksu, block them! Got it. Kang Deoksu, clad in silver armor, moved to shield Kim Ga-young and Kim Gaeon. Clang! The marlin's beak crashed into Kang Deoksu's armor, but it was deflected. Kacha! With a swift swing of his halberd, he cleared one marlin. At the same time, swoosh! Kim Ga-young's arrow, imbued with piercing energy, flew straight through a marlin's head. You have hunted a sky marlin, level 16. Experience points awarded. 231 deposited into the absolute dweller's wallet. Bang! It wasn't just Moon Byung-ho carrying a gun. Kim Gi-yeon, who had never been known for his fighting skills, had been given a weapon, and his shooting accuracy was surprisingly sharp. You have hunted a sky marlin, level 17. Experience points awarded. 9,202 deposited into the absolute dweller's wallet. But there were too many marlins for their small group to handle, and a few began to target Kim Da-jong, who was further back. Stay away, she cried. Kim Da-jong, with a pistol in hand, fired it for the first time. Bang! Her shot missed, and the marlin lunged at her. Ah! Warehouse summoned bullet. At the last moment, I summoned a bullet from the warehouse. Bang! The bullet appeared in front of the marlin and pierced its head. You have hunted a sky marlin, level 17. Experience points awarded. 7331 deposited into the absolute dweller's wallet. Though I'd been the one to fire the bullet, the experience reward was minimal. Seo Ye-jin. Yes. Please shoot for me. Huh? A gun. Me. I handed her the revolver. Urgency in my voice. Yes, quickly. She had no choice but to follow. The location of Ha Dongjeon's group was beyond her sensory range now. Where? Should I shoot? It doesn't matter where. What? Hurry! Seo Ye-jin, with wide eyes, closed them tightly and fired at the living room wall. Warehouse storage, bullet! Bang! Bang! The bullets she fired immediately appeared. For combat, summon! You have hunted a sky marlin, level 17. Experience points awarded. 393. 121 won deposited into the absolute dweller's wallet. Even with the same method, using a bullet that was judged to have been fired by Seo Ye-jin was significantly More efficient. I've shot them all. Reload and go again. Quickly! Yes, I urged Seo Ye-jin to keep shooting to store as many bullets as possible. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire filled the room, and the smell of gunpowder lingered. Creak. What's going on? Yu Hyerin, who had been sound asleep, emerged from the master bedroom, looking dazed. Bang! She stared at Seo Ye-jin, who was firing at the living room wall, before slapping herself in disbelief. Why didn't I wake up? I didn't have time to explain. While storing the bullets, I kept helping Ha Dong-jeon's team. Da-jung, blessing. Yes, Unnie. As I focused on assisting. From behind, Ha Dong-geon and Oh Eun-ju engaged a giant crab in the front. Giant crab, lever 35. Kwong! The giant crab's massive claw swung toward them. Oh Eun-ju dodged and dove under the crab's arms, striking its joints. Crack! One of the crab's legs shattered, throwing it off balance. Shwook! Ha Dong-geon's spear pierced the crab's mouth. The crab struggled, its shattered jaw unable to strike back, but it still fought fiercely. Ha Dong-geon twisted in midair and threw his spear. Clang! The spear bounced off the crab's tough shell. Zing! I quickly summoned another spear from the warehouse and handed it to Ha Dong-geon. At the same time, Oh Eun-ju, who had climbed onto the crab's back, kicked with all her strength. Bang. Despite the internal damage, the crab's shell was still unbroken. Ki-young! Crack! Even! Oh Eun-ju's claws only scratched the shell. Shoo! Everyone move aside! Moon Byung-ho appeared with a teleportation and fired his gun at the giant. Crab. Bang, the bullets were ineffective against its shell. It's incredibly tough. It was clear that this wasn't just any ordinary shell. There had to be something special about it. We need more impact. Rather than scraping at the surface, we needed something like a hammer to strike it. Keo Eong. Oh Eun-ju gave up trying to break the shell and instead focused on destroying its legs. Crunch. One by one, the crab's legs were torn apart by Oh Eun-ju's powerful hands. Absolute Dweller's eyes. I activated a new vision mode, scanning the area. I see something. There, in Kim Min-ho's house, I spotted a familiar object, a massive barbell. I'll borrow it for a moment. Warehouse storage. This alone would be enough to make a difference, but I needed just a bit more. Summon. I summoned the barbell at the highest point allowed within my range. The barbell fell under its own weight, but just before it hit the ground, warehouse storage. I stored it in the warehouse, and then, Oh Eun-ju, Please jump so that you can see the crab's shell. Without hesitation, Oh Eun-ju leaped into the air. Crash. The asphalt shattered beneath her as she ascended. At that moment, the crab's shell was fully visible. I summoned the barbell to land directly on it. Summon barbell. Crash. Crunch. The shell shattered as the barbell struck. Rah! Oh Eun-ju didn't hesitate. She dove straight into the shell's remnants and tore it apart. Thump, thump. A beating heart lay exposed. Whoosh. Oh Eun-ju's claws pierced it. You have hunted a giant crab, Lavender 35. Experience points awarded. 732, 266 one deposited into the Absolute Dweller's wallet. The road stretching from Jagalchi Station to my home was now crawling with creatures. From slithering eels to airborne fish, the once bustling seafood market had transformed into a surreal battlefield teeming with marine monsters. Crabs, lobsters, crayfish, and all manner of crustaceans. Jagalchi Market lived up to its reputation, even in this twisted form. But the crustaceans were the worst. Lobster incoming, everyone back. Another one lumbered forward, an armored beast with a shell as thick as steel. We'd faced its kind before. No surprises now. Boom. A barbell plummeted from above and slammed into its shell, ending the fight in an instant. You have hunted a giant lobster, Lever 30. You have gained experience points. 106,886 and 599 1 has been deposited into the Absolute Dweller's wallet. It was credited under my name, which meant the payout was lower. Not that it mattered. Right now, Money came second to clearing the road. Sorry, Minho. The barbell was chipped and dented from repeated use. I'll replace it. Promise. This stretch of road was a far cry from the area near my apartment. Stronger monsters. Thicker swarms. It would have been overwhelming without Ha Dongjian's party at full strength. If I hadn't upgraded the warehouse skill in time, someone could have died. Kim Da-jong would have been hit in the very first encounter. And without her blessing, Oh Eonju and Ha Dongjeon would have been operating at half strength. That blessing wasn't just about physical enhancement. Buzz Night had fallen completely. Streetlights were long dead, but Kim Da-jong's ability lit up the darkness like a torch. Just like in the subway, her glow made a massive difference. Humans need light to fight. Without it, you're already halfway to dead. Behind you, Donggeon. A marlin darted toward him from the shadows. I summoned a bullet and fired. You have hunted a sky marlin, Laverna 17. You have gained experience points. 326. 84-1 has been deposited into the Absolute Dweller's wallet. The warehouse skill never let me down. Still, I couldn't shake my unease. There are too many. Even with my support, things were on a knife's edge. Ha Donggeon's team alone wouldn't have stood a chance, which led to a grim realization. If they're struggling, what about regular people? Everyone here was awakened. They were well equipped, and I'd even handed out firearms to those with weaker abilities like Moon Byung-ho, Kim Geon, and Kim Da-jong. And still, just 1 kilometer of movement had been hell. The odds of my family surviving are slim. The thought clung to me, heavier with each step toward home. Still, I clung to hope. They might have made it. When we passed the outskirts of the fish market, I knew we were close. Familiar buildings stirred emotions long buried. Just past that alley, and I'm home. But something was off. In the middle of the road stood a tree, a massive one, right where there shouldn't be anything at all. I halted the party. Stop. Giant tree in the center of the street? Impossible. I knew every inch of this area. That thing hadn't been here before, which meant it came after the collapse. It's a monster. Activating the Absolute Dweller's eyes confirmed it. Tree. Giant Lava 32, knew it. It blended in so well, I almost dismissed it as part of the scenery. But its level was high, too high to ignore. That tree is a monster. Engage. Without hesitation, Oh Eonju transformed, and Kim Ga-yong launched an arrow. Thump. The arrow embedded into the bark, piercing cleanly. But no kill notification appeared. Instead, rumble. The tree stirred. Attack. No reason to wait. Ha Donggeon's spear flew, blocked by thick tendrils that burst forth like whips. Crunch. The vines shattered but had stopped his spear cold. Then, it started advancing. Each footstep made the ground tremble. Moon Byung-ho blinked behind it, guns blazing. Bang, bang. His shots hit, but barely scratched the bark. Kim Ga-yong's arrows fared slightly better, carving shallow holes, but the tree giant didn't flinch. Oh Eonju, glowing from Kim Da-jong's blessing, charged in. Whip-like roots lashed out, but she dodged effortlessly and slammed into the trunk. Crack. A significant blow, but not enough. Suddenly, the roots beneath her surged up, locking her legs in place. Gah! As they aimed for her heart, Moon Byung-ho teleported in and yanked her out just in time. Then, something strange. The tree giant stopped. Why did it hesitate? It had paused the moment Moon Byung-ho appeared. A split-second stall, but I caught it. Is it reacting to transformations? I issued new orders. Have Oh Eonju step back. Everyone else continue the attack. What? Just her? Yes. The rest hesitated. She was our frontliner. Pulling her would weaken the whole formation. Still. They complied, understood. She de-transformed and moved to the rear. A beat later, thud. The tree giant stopped moving. Thud. Then, incredibly, it turned its back on us, walked away, and sat back down like nothing had happened. What? It's It's ignoring us? I didn't answer right away. It doesn't attack humans, only transformed ones? Its behavior made sense now. It hadn't fought the others, only reacted defensively. So it's not hostile to humans, just monsters. Suddenly, the tree began to stir again. But this time it wasn't because of us. A creature slithered into view, a land shark. The tree giant's roots shot out, skewering the monster like a kebab. Thud, thud. Once it was dealt.
With the giant tree returned to its place, it's guarding the area?
We'd seen monsters fight each other before. Orcs, goblins, it happened. But this one, it was like a warden. It doesn't attack us. It defends the territory from other monsters. Destroying it might be possible with fire magic, but let's leave it. It could serve as an unintentional ally. Ignore the tree giant, continue past the apartment building and enter the alley. Roger. The team moved slowly, careful not to provoke it. We passed within meters. Nothing happened. Then, as we turned the corner, a massive silhouette came into view. A tree, towering at least 30 meters, glowing faintly. But what made my breath catch was its location. No. That's where my house was. A storm of rage erupted inside me. Every nerve burned. My jaw clenched so hard it hurt. My reflection in the window was monstrous, twisted with fury. I'll destroy it. I wasn't even thinking. I was ready. To blow it up, consequences be damned. The presence of blood relatives of the absolute dweller has been detected nearby. The system alert snapped me out of it. And then, who are you? A voice rang out from the shadows. Who's making a ruckus near our poppy? The beam from Hadongjeon's headlamp lit up the group ahead, revealing a cluster of men and women in their 50s. Huh? Turn that light off, will you? It's blinding. Ah, sorry about that. The strangers strolled over calmly. Their energy wasn't hostile, just surprised. They walked past Hadongjeon's team, noticing the damaged tree creature. Oh no, look at this mess. Poor thing, there's a hole in it. Is Poppy hurt? Then their attention turned back to Hadongjeon and his companions. Hey, are you the ones who did this? Yeah, that was us. You turned a peaceful tree into this disaster? We didn't know. Sorry. Before the tension could thicken, another voice called out excitedly. Hey, over here. Poppies. Done it again. The man who had been interrogating Hadongjeon turned toward the source of the voice. A few of the others were inspecting a land shark. Whoa, this guy's definitely put on weight. Still not the best tasting catch, though. Oh, please. You think you get to be picky about cold rice versus hot rice in times like these? No, I just meant it'd be better if it was cooked a little longer. Unbelievable. Just eat it. As I listened to their familiar dialects through the absolute dweller's eyes, a comforting calm settled over me. So that's it. Suddenly, all the pieces began to fit. Tree monsters that didn't act aggressively, a massive living tree in our yard. Things that had confused me now had an answer. It's an awakener's doing. And the source of that power? I already knew. Grandpa. Our home had always been full of green. Ever since I was a kid, we'd had plants everywhere. The trees and flowers would change with the seasons, and fruits would ripen year-round on the rooftop. After Grandpa retired, he turned that rooftop into a full-fledged garden. He grew radishes, onions, lettuce, eggplants, you name it. And he took pride in serving them at our meals. I remember tending to the plants beside him, watering them every morning and evening. Could that tree be part of his awakening? A tree that doesn't attack people? It sounded absurd, until now. I never once considered that an awakening could explain it. With only 5 awakeners among thousands, the odds were microscopic. But an ability capable of controlling trees to such an extent, growing them tens of meters tall with unknown functions, only one person I knew had something remotely like that. Me. And yet, here was a tree far beyond what I could create. I was frustrated when I first saw it. furious even. Didn't know there could be someone else, let alone someone in my own family. The odds of that happening? Lower than winning the lottery twice in a row, American lottery odds too. But now, relief washed over me. Honestly, I had assumed the worst, with level 20 monsters prowling the streets and even stronger ones flying above. How could unarmed, untrained civilians survive? When I saw that massive tree where our house used to be, rage had nearly overtaken me. I'd been ready to blow, but now, it felt foolish. A short-lived anger, thankfully. I let out a quiet, almost embarrassed laugh. Ha! Seo Ye-jin and Yu Hye-rin turned to me, concern etched on their faces. Jae-hyun, are you all right? What's going on? They must have been unnerved by my sudden mood shift. I'm okay. Really, everyone's safe. By then, Ha Dong-geon's group had already started breaking down the land shark, handling it with practiced ease. Their strength and experience made the task effortless. Oh, to be young again. If only I were 20 years younger. Before long, they were moving naturally with the older folks, lending a hand. I used the communication ring. See that big tree to your left? That's where I live. Ha Dong-geon picked up on my intent right away. Excuse me, he said, but where exactly are we headed? Shouldn't we be going toward that big tree? Eh? You mean Gulu? Someone responded cheerfully. Another old man squinted at them. You know our village chief then? I spoke again through the ring, asked him the chief's name. Without missing a beat, Ha Dong-geon repeated the request. Our village chief? He writes it as Ija Bongja Yolja, I think. The moment I heard it, I broke into a grin. I knew it. Lee Bong-yol, my grandfather. My last name is different because he's from my mom's side, but I've lived with him and Grandma since birth. You're alive. I'm so glad. As we drew closer to the house, we passed more people, dozens, maybe hundreds. And the area? Pristine. No wrecked buildings, no signs of monster attacks. It looked like life had somehow continued on here, untouched. Let's pause here. The former parking lot had become a storage hub, full of marine monster remains, land sharks, sky marlins, and more. Some were being processed on the spot. There's a crowd, well over 100 people, mostly elders. Nambu Mindong had always been a place with an aging population. Few young people had stayed behind. Many here had backgrounds in fishing. They handled the marine creatures like pros while stalls had been set up nearby. People were slicing sashimi, grilling fish, the savory scent thick in the air. It reminded me of Jigalchi Market. Set it down here. You caught another one? Sure did. Let's get some sashimi going. A man with a sashimi knife expertly carved the land shark and passed the slices into bowls. Here you go. Soy sauce, wasabi, red pepper paste, all served properly. Let's sit and eat. What about chopsticks? We're roughing it. Just use your hands. Delicious. I quietly summoned chopsticks from home for them. Ha Dong-geon's team took them without hesitation, but the elders stared, amazed. Where'd those come from? Are you a wizard? Incredible. Despite the curious glances, they each tried. A piece. Delicious. Fresh-caught fish, expertly prepared. What's not to love? This is amazing. Been ages since I've had something like this. Eat up, eat up. To make the meal complete, I summoned soda, water, and cider for them. The reaction. No way. Is that cola? Cider! Look, cider! Elders gathered around excitedly. Ha Dong-geon's team offered them drinks with smiles. Want some? You sure? Hey, give it to me first. I fed you, didn't I? Here you go, Uncle. Uncle? Of course, just a respectful term. No relation. They sipped like it was treasure. Honestly, it was adorable. Seeing that, I couldn't help. Myself, I bought a huge supply of essentials. Cola, cider, ramen, eggs, rice, milk. What in the world? This is all for us? Ha Dong-geon nodded calmly. It's a gift from Mr. Jae-hyun. Who is this Mr. Jae-hyun? I need to bow to him. Where is he? Oh, he's not here. Not here? What, is he in heaven? Or something? Oh, Yeonju chuckled. Maybe he is. The place turned chaotic in the best way as people rushed to store the supplies. Move this to the warehouse. Kim, over here! An old man who'd been chatting with Ha Dong-jaeon asked eagerly. Got any gas burners or butane? I made the purchase immediately. Look at this, he yelled. Just what I asked for. Gas? You got gas? For those grilling over firewood, this was a miracle. Quick, bring it here. We're making spicy stew. Start with ramen. The whole place turned into a festival. That's when we heard it. A deep, earthy rumble. Tree roots slithered down from the roof to the entrance, and someone stepped down with them. What's all this noise about? An older man with thick glasses and a shiny scalp appeared, radiating presence. Stern, solid, familiar. The moment I saw his face, my heart swelled. Grandpa! At the same time, a message appeared before me. Family member of the Absolute Dweller has been located. Unlocking the power of kin. Name, Lee Bong-yeol, level 55. Titles, Kin. Econ, Druid. Trust, 88. Awakening ability, Guardian of the World. 3 conditions met. Construction item Annex has been unlocked. My grandfather looked different through the eyes of others than he did to me. Was it that he seemed more intimidating, even slightly stricter? I could sense that the warmth he always showed me was reserved for family. He seems much more youthful. Now, it felt like he had reversed 2 decades in age. This wasn't just a feeling. You could see it in the way he moved. He had once been frail, his legs shaky from the damage caused by his brain's deterioration. But now he was leaping from tree roots and walking with vigor. His face had transformed too, resembling the youthful version I remembered from my childhood. It must be the result of his awakening. He was an ability user at level 55. It was no surprise that his physical condition had improved dramatically. Moreover, he had a unique ability, Guardian of the World Tree, passive, myth. Chosen by the World Tree qua World Tree's vitality, World Tree's blessing, World Tree's protection. My grandpa's awakened ability was of myth grade, not just an ordinary skill, making it exceptionally powerful. Incredible. It reminded me a bit of the Absolute Dweller skill I possessed, where multiple skills were incorporated into one. Is ability hereditary? The thought crossed my mind, and a sense of hope stirred within me. Maybe my other relatives had also awakened abilities of a similar caliber. That would mean powers far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Out of curiosity, I decided to try using the communication ring on my grandpa. Grandpa, can you hear me? Unfortunately, since the ring was designed for vassals only, my voice didn't reach him. With no way to communicate, I changed the recipient of my message and asked Ha Dong-jaeon's group to pass it along. This is my grandfather. Please say hello for me. Just then, someone who had been friendly with Ha Dong-jaeon introduced them to Grandpa. This is a new guy, but you wouldn't believe how talented he is. He can create things out of nothing. Everything here, you guys made all of this, didn't you? Is that so? After briefly scanning the piled-up materials in the warehouse, my grandpa approached Ha Dong-jaeon's party. Ha Dong-jaeon stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. Nice to meet you, Chief. Chief? Am I the chief? Well, Ha Dong-jaeon seemed unsure, his words trailing off as my grandpa extended his hand first. Well, we were having trouble with the water, and you've come at just the right time. Thank you for helping us. Oh, those things weren't from us. What do you mean? My grandpa turned back to the warehouse and asked, then where did all these come from? All of this is thanks to Mr. Jae-hyun's abilities. We came here because Mr. Kim Jae-hyun asked us to. Jae-hyun? My grandpa's eyes widened in recognition. Is it my Jae-hyun? My grandchild? Yes, that's him. Kim Jae-hyun from Seomyeon Apartments. Oh, So Jae-hyun is alive? Ha Dong-geon nodded affirmatively. Of course. At that, my grandpa spun around and said, "Then follow me." What? He strode over to the tree root he'd used when first arriving and gestured toward Ha Dong-jeon's group. Whoa! Ha Dong-jeon's party climbed onto the root, which immediately began moving toward the world tree. As they traveled, my heart swelled with excitement. I imagined my parents, my grandmother, waiting for me. Although I couldn't visit them yet, once the outpost was completed, I'd be able to use the Absolute Dweller's door to reach them. Then, it hit me. The message I'd seen when Grandpa first arrived. Conditions have been met. Annex, added to the list of constructible items. That's right, a new construction option had appeared. The moment I saw my grandfather, the option for an annex became available. Quickly activated the Absolute Dweller's eyes and went into construction mode to check its cost and details. Annex, 10,000, 1,000, a safe area installed outside the homebound area. Its size increases in proportion to the homebound area. When activated, it temporarily exerts the same influence as the homebound area. However, it can only be activated when the Absolute Dweller's kin are present. The price was significantly higher than the outpost, but the difference was clear. Once built, the annex couldn't be destroyed. With the construction subsidy of 10 billion, one remaining from the extended homebound area, there was enough money for the project. I had no reason to hesitate. Build the annex. Once I made the decision, the image of the world tree and the annex's range appeared before me. The annex's scale far surpassed that of the outpost, in line with its massive cost. It was designed in a dome shape, several hundred meters in size, encompassing the world tree itself. This was a massive upgrade. Its size and structure resembled the one I stood in now, but the roads spread out like veins. Does this mean the annex will grow as I grow? Not bad. Considering the 10 billion won price, this was a worthwhile investment. This facility requires one Absolute Dweller's kin to be present during construction, 7 days. Are you sure you want to install it? Yes, no. I clicked yes. A hum filled the air as the construction countdown began. Time remaining until completion of the annex. 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The process had begun. Before I could even explain the situation to my grandfather, a new notification interrupted my thoughts. Vassals have encountered the Absolute Dweller's kin. Opening the power of kin. Name: Kim Min Sim. Levier 21. Titles: Kin, Icon Trust, 99 Awakening Ability, Nun Grandma. I found myself looking at an elderly woman resting on a stone bed in a room that felt all too familiar. She appeared to be in a deep sleep. What worried me was the timing. It wasn't bedtime yet, and Grandpa's sorrowful expression left me feeling uneasy. Honey, could you listen to them for a moment? Hearing Grandpa refer to Grandma so gently for the first time struck me. The atmosphere had turned grim. A faint green glow emanated from Grandpa's hand, flowing into Grandma's body. It started at her cheek and enveloped her, but she didn't stir. Grandpa, however, seemed accustomed to this. He muttered to himself as if reassuring someone. They say our Jae-hyun sent them. Jae-hyun is alive. I stood frozen, watching in silence as Grandpa continued. Jae-hyun is alive, he repeated softly, as if convincing himself. I used the communication ring. Please ask Grandpa what happened. Oh, Aeon-ju's voice came through. Sir, Mr. Jae-hyun is curious about what happened. How does Jae-hyun know? Grandpa asked. He's currently sharing our vision, Aeon-ju replied. I didn't bother to correct her. Time was of the essence. Grandpa sighed heavily. It's okay. Jae-hyun, your grandma's here with me. It was the first time I'd seen Grandpa so vulnerable. His stoic demeanor had cracked, and his voice trembled with sorrow. Grandma has just been traumatized. Aeon-ju asked, when did she stop waking up? since that day. That day, the day the monsters arrived, and the world began to fall apart. So, could you tell us about Jae-hyun? Maybe hearing his voice, seeing his face, would help her wake up. I felt a lump in my throat as I watched Grandpa beside Grandma, both caught in this tragedy. Relief mixed with grief, frustration, and anger, emotions I couldn't fully understand, all stirred within me. At least she's alive. I was grateful that Grandpa's ability could keep her in this state, even if she hadn't woken up for nearly a month. If only I could give a quest. Money could improve Grandma's condition, but quests couldn't be given to kin. Grandpa, may I have a moment? What is it? I have healing abilities, and I thought it might help. Kim. De-jong stepped forward and Grandpa nodded. Go ahead. She reached out her hand to Grandma. But sadly, the healing didn't work. I noticed something unsettling then. The house was strangely quiet. Despite 7 adults being present, no one had come down from the second floor. Unease gnawed at me. Ms. Eonju, could you please ask Grandpa about my parents? All right. Oh, Eonju hesitated before asking Grandpa. Sir, do you know where Mr. Jae-hyun's parents are? Grandpa stared at her, then replied, You said Jae-hyun is watching, right? Yes, that's correct. Well, then I'll speak as if I'm Jae-hyun. My heart skipped a beat. Jae-hyun, your mother was leaving for work that day. Your father went out to earn money too. I understood what he was implying. They're probably together, somewhere safe. Your father wouldn't be able to live without her. Grandpa's words struck me deeply. Both of them were probably gone. But I held on to that faint glimmer of hope, unwilling to give up. I couldn't stop myself from asking. Everyone, our next destination is Uiwang Nursing Hospital. It's not far from here. Can we leave now? I had to keep moving. Even the smallest chance. Mr. Jae-hyun, I clung to the faintest hope. No, you've done a lot today. It's late. Stay and rest tonight. You can leave tomorrow. But just then, another message popped up. The presence of the kin of the Absolute Dweller has been detected nearby. No way. I knew immediately what it meant. Mom, Dad, they were coming toward us. I couldn't pinpoint their location, but it didn't matter. I knew they were near. Ye-jin! Yes, what is it? Command the mice. Find any survivors nearby. Now! The chaos intensified, and there was a sudden knock at the door. Chief, something terrible has happened. Grandpa, hearing the urgency in the voice, turned toward the front door. What's going on? A huge horde of monsters is coming! The monster wave had begun. The anomaly descended from the skies. Far in the distance, the heavens were swallowed in an unnatural darkness. Without the interference of human activity and artificial light, the city's night sky had reverted to something primal, a canvas of starlight and moonglow. But even that celestial beauty was now being devoured by something vast and ominous. Are those all monsters? The trembling veil of night parted, revealing a colossal migration of creatures. Marine beasts of every variety soared through the air. Sky marlins darted with sleek grace, and immense sky whales cruised silently above. The firmament had become a roiling tide of monsters. Kwung, kwung. The scattered tree giants responded to Grandpa's call, gathering swiftly under his silent command. About 30 of them, strong enough to take down a land shark, stood at attention. Then, Wong! Grandpa raised his hand, releasing a stream of vivid green energy toward a wounded tree giant. It had been injured in a previous skirmish with Ha Dongjaean's group, but the moment Grandpa's vitality touched it, the wound sealed like time reversing. He turned, eyes sharp. You were the ones who did this? Ha Dongjaean stepped forward, bowing in apology. We thought they were hostile. I'm sorry. Grandpa squinted. They usually just look like trees, don't they? I interjected, addressing Ha Dongjaean's team telepathically. The tree giant only attacked because it mistook Oh Eonju for a monster. Please demonstrate her transformation for Grandpa. He needs to see it for himself. We'll be fighting together from now on. I understand. Oh, Eonju nodded and moved forward. Please, take a look. Crack, crack. Bones shifted and reshaped as her body morphed into the form of a towering bear. The reaction from the tree giants was instant. Kwung. They tensed, but Grandpa's piercing gaze froze them in place. Slowly, they relaxed and returned to their ranks. I see now. Our tree struck first, he acknowledged. But by then, the darkness had nearly arrived. As Hadonggeon readied his spear and Kim Gayong knocked an arrow, Grandpa spoke again calmly. Don't move. What? But do they look like they're coming to attack? At first glance, it had seemed like a full-on assault. But now, with Grandpa's words in mind, it became clearer. They weren't descending. The horde was flying high, just passing by hundreds of meters above. They're not here for us, Grandpa said, voice grave. They're running, fleeing something. But what could terrify them? Sure enough, the black tide of monsters streaked past overhead, their forms barely outlined in the faint illumination cast by the world tree. A soft light enveloped us. Blessing. What's this? It boosts your physical stats, someone explained. You all have powers? Grandpa asked, surprised. Thanks to Jae-hyun, came the reply. Seems his ability's something else, huh? Still, not all the skyfish passed peacefully. Flap, flap. Sky marlins skimmed close to the ground, their pointed noses piercing building walls and apartment windows. A few lost altitude entirely and crashed into the city. Take cover! Grandpa shouted. At once, armed survivors scattered. Some ran into a warehouse filled with stored fish. Others bolted for the underground garages, and then... Woong! The calm. Before the storm vanished, Grandpa extended his arms, releasing another wave of energy that surged into the tree giants. Kwung! Kwong! They locked together, forming a living barricade. Grandpa snapped at Ha Dongjeon's team. Why are you still?
Here, go. We're staying to help. I said there's no need.
The ground trembled. Coo-goo-goo-goo-goo. A deep rumble signaled the arrival of the true threat. Even if they're not here for us, this is too much for Grandpa to handle alone. We have to help. I braced myself, nodding along with Ha Donggeon's team. We would stand our ground. Go inside, one of them shouted. You'll get overwhelmed alone. Humph. You people. Their doubt vanished as the enemy revealed its full size. Goo-goo-goo-goo-goo. Then, boom. Grandpa stomped once, and the ground erupted. Boom, 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 crack. Massive roots burst through the streets, splitting concrete and latching onto the swarming monsters. They became a twisting wall of life between the buildings. Monsters piled against it, driven by the stampede behind them, desperate to push through. But the roots were armed, swish. Thorns exploded outward, impaling anything that touched them. Notifications filled the air. You have hunted a land shark, Lavina 24. You have gained experience. You have hunted a sawfish, Lavina 23. You have hunted a blue crab, Lavina 29. No loot. No bodies, only Grandpa's kill count rising. Kin all abilities, plus 110% based on trust. EXP from hunted monsters is multiplied tenfold and shared among kin, but monetary rewards go solely to the hunter. Grandpa raked in the rewards, but half the absurd EXP was shared with me. What is all this? Experience? Gold? Grandpa asked, blinking at the floating system messages. He'd never seen them before. Being newly registered as kin, the others stared, equally baffled. So this is the strength of someone at level 55. Trying to help him was laughable. He flattened monsters with a stomp. While Grandpa stood motionless, his giants carried out swift, brutal countermeasures. Their empowered roots shattered carapaces with ease. You have hunted a giant crab, Larv 31. You have gained experience. Your skill level has increased. A sudden surge of energy hit me. A level up? Already? My body screamed in protest. My field of vision shifted, zooming out. A dome of red energy expanded rapidly, swallowing roads and buildings in a 1-kilometer radius. Ah! The pain was blinding. Then silence. A being eligible for citizenship has been discovered. Grant citizenship? Thousands had qualified. So many I couldn't check one by one. Could Mom and Dad be among them? But no kin-related message appeared. That meant they were still outside my reach. Seo Yejin was out there looking. When she found them, I'd know. Grant citizenship. I accepted them all. Jae-hyun. Yu Hae-rin caught me as I staggered, completely drained. I couldn't afford to collapse. Absolute Dweller's eyes. Activate. I checked Grandpa's position. Strange, he murmured. What's wrong, sir? Ha Dong-geon asked, noticeably more respectful now. Before, when I killed monsters, their meat would remain. Now, even the bones vanish. Ha Dong-geon nodded. That's because of Jae-hyun. Since we joined him, nothing remains after a kill. So. Those weird floating letters, that's him too? Yes, sir. Quite the power. Despite everything, we'd weathered the monster wave, not because it was easy, but because only a fraction had turned hostile. And because Grandpa was beyond incredible. Even with all the stat boosts and bonuses, this went beyond numbers. So your monsters vanish? Grandpa asked. Yeah. Then go fetch people. People? He pointed at writhing monsters caught. In his roots. If you want meat, you need to kill them yourself. I'll get them. Turns out, if ordinary people struck the final blow, the corpse remained. How did I not think of that? We can eat them. I tried registering a sky marlin as an item. Zing. Item registered, fish. 1 marlin could feed 10. Then, a message popped. Seo Yejin has found kin of the Absolute Dweller. Kin power has awakened. I focused my eyes on her, and there, standing alive and unharmed. Oppa, look! Our apartment still standing? Yeah. Name, Lee Ji-suk, Laverne 50. Titles, Kin. Icon, Trust, 97. Awakening, Ruler name, Kim Dong-hyuk, Laverne 42. Titles, Kin. Icon, Guardian Warrior. Trust, 93. Awakening, Self-Defense, Spirit Mom. Dad! They were safe. Citizenship granted to 23 individuals under kin, Lee Ji-suk. Huh? I turned to Seo Yejin, who was sitting beside me. Please follow them. My parents weren't far, just a few hundred meters from the edge of the homebound zone. I slipped on my shoes, grabbed the front door handle, and opened a path using the Absolute Dweller's door. Outside, the aftermath of the Giant's rampage was still everywhere. Shattered streets, collapsed buildings. But thankfully, the direction my parents were coming from had been spared the worst. When I reached the border, I spotted a group in the distance, my parents at the lead. I cupped my hands around my mouth and yelled, "Mom! Dad!" They were hard to make out with the naked eye, but with the Absolute Dweller's eyes, their faces were crystal clear. They looked confused at first. "It's me!" I called again, louder this time. The moment recognition hit, my mom broke into a sprint. Whether it was her being level 50 or just the power of family, she was fast, scary fast. Even though my own strength and endurance had improved through daily quests, I knew I wouldn't survive being bowled over by that kind of charge. Thankfully, she slowed down right before reaching me. She stopped, voice trembling. "Jae-hyun?" I let out a short laugh, surprised by my own calm. "Yeah, Mom, it's me." As soon as she stepped into the homebound zone, her hand reached up to my face, gently brushing it. The barrier no longer existed between us. Her tears flowed freely. "Don't cry," I whispered as she hugged me tight, her words coming in soft repetition like a prayer. "Thank you. Thank you, thank you." I patted her back gently. "I'm okay, Mom, really." Then Dad stepped forward, face steady. "You're not hurt?" "Nope, I'm fine." "Good." We exchanged simple words, but they meant everything. I turned to look at the others who had come with them. Most were women, probably nurses, judging from Mom's past work. One of them had 2 dogs in her arms. Animals like dogs and cats didn't automatically get citizenship, so I had to approve it manually. Bark. I granted both dogs permission right before they would have bounced off the invisible wall. Interesting. Their owner's ability was similar to Kim Gian's. Maybe not all of them awakened on their own. Could it be Mom's doing? It reminded me of a vassal system. Ruler, one who reigns, legendary, a monarch's gift, subordinate contracts. Royal decree, king's blessing. The contract granted awakening to up to 100 people. No prerequisites, no catch. That's overpowered. In the early chaos, awakeners were everything. Mom's ability could have easily tilted survival odds in their favor. And Dad? Was his power also a gift from Mom? His skill was self-defense spirit, grade S. Uses mental energy to generate a full-body energy shield. While active, all physical stats are tripled. It wasn't just a flat 200% or 300% increase. It was multiplicative. If stats were already boosted by other skills, this tripled everything. Layer that on top of other buffs and the numbers got wild fast. Citizens received the power of trust, increasing stats by 93%. As kin, Mom and Dad got an additional 930%. That's a 1,123% boost already. Add Dad's skill and physical stats. Increased by 3,369%. Ridiculous. God tier levels. Among the rest of the group, no one had a grade S ability, but even B and C ranks meant they were far stronger than average survivors. They're the reason Mom and Dad made it here safely. All 23 people who came with them received citizenship, but it was a bit special. Thanks to Mom's title, Icon grants the right to register 5 vassals, grants an additional 1% citizenship. Current, 23 to 2,100 people. They were recognized as her subordinates, not mine. Their loyalty, their status, it all pointed to her. She could even give out quests. I turned to them. I'll divide you all into 5 rooms. If you need anything, rice, ramen, whatever, just ask. I'll provide everything. What? Make yourselves at home. The boilers are working. Take a hot shower and rest. They stared at me like I was an alien. Are you sure? Mom asked, clearly worried. I grinned and pointed toward an apartment building. See the lights? Yeah, I was wondering about that. There's no electricity anywhere else. So how do you think that's possible? She blinked. Oh. I scanned the buildings nearby through the absolute dweller's eyes. One looked decent enough, even if its glass facade was shattered. Didn't matter. With a snap of my fingers, snap! The lights came on, all around us. Broken buildings lit up in a brilliant glow. Anyone thirsty? I asked casually, then summoned a cold cola midair. They all gasped. We can really drink this? Of course. Do you have Pepsi Zero? Without a word, I conjured it for them. Thank you. Requests started pouring in. Fanta, cider, everything is possible. Ask away. They drank like kids on Christmas morning, laughing and chattering. All right, follow me. Woohoo! Cheers erupted as they followed. I led the group through the complex, using the absolute dweller's door to assign rooms. I stocked the places with basic groceries, ramen, rice, eggs, milk, whatever they needed. If you need anything else, just let me know, I told them. Though part of me wanted to say, feel free to reach out anytime. Corporate trauma. The gratitude on their faces said it all. After everything they'd endured, filth, hunger, fear, this must have felt like a miracle when everyone was settled. I brought Mom and Dad to our place. Mom looked uneasy. Jae-hyun, is it really okay for us to use someone else's home like this? I chuckled. Of course I'll return it, if they come back. So far, no one has. I opened the front. Door to my apartment. Mom, Dad, welcome home. Waiting inside were Seo Ye-jin and Yoo Hye-rin, one sweaty from power use, the other fresh out of bed and disheveled. Mom blinked. Is this really our place? Yes. These girls are not my girlfriends. Dad grinned. Our son's got charm, huh? Bit of a player? Not like that, Dad. You two take good care of our son, all right? Yu Hirin saluted dramatically. We'll serve him with our whole hearts. I sighed. Loyalty stat, 100. Side effects, clearly. Dad leaned in. You're popular now, huh? I ignored him. Yejin Hirin, you can go rest now. Yes. Once they left, I turned to my parents. You should wash up. After their bath, we sat down. How did you two end up together? You know your dad, Mom said with a smile. He was waiting to pick me up from work when everything started. Dad, a taxi driver, had always insisted on picking her up. That's how they survived together. It must have been rough, I said. We had each other, Mom replied, holding Dad's hand proudly. I smiled. Grandpa's doing well. Really? Yeah. But Grandma, Mom tensed. What happened? She's asleep. Mom clutched her chest. Don't scare me like that. I'm serious. She's been like that since the monsters appeared. What? Don't worry. Grandpa's with her. I'll explain everything. And so I did. About my abilities, what I'd been through, what happened to Grandpa, and more. The night passed gently, wrapped in warmth, peace, and family. Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan. The sea had been boiling with monsters for days, and now they were swarming inland, goblins, orcs, even stronger creatures. Survivors were dwindling fast, and then it appeared. Takaki Minakuchi, panting from a recent battle, froze at the sight. What is that? A giant rose from the ocean, like a divine curse. It didn't attack, it turned and vanished into the deep. Only, when it was gone, could he breathe again? Where was it going? He didn't know. But wherever it went, disaster would follow. Want to keep going with the Japan side, or circle back to Jaehyun's camp next? And also, I'm officially sending you a truckload of good luck. You got this. The next morning, I told Grandpa about Mom and Dad. It was simple, really. I handed him a smartphone with a video already queued up. Never thought I'd be using this thing like this. Until now, I'd seen it as nothing more than a fancy watch, but it turned out to be a 1,000,001 camcorder in disguise. Grandpa's reaction to seeing my parents safe was priceless. He lit up, beaming beside Grandma as he played the clip over and over. Jae-hyun, can we get a video of us to send back too? I'll ask them to make one. When Mom saw their video, filmed by Ha-dong Jeon, tears welled up in her eyes. You'll see them soon enough. Once the annex was done, Grandpa would be able to use the Absolute Dweller's door to come to the main house. While construction progressed, I had Ha-dong Jeon and his team hunt monsters in the area. The reason? Time. I didn't expect this kind of benefit. A system message confirmed it. At the annex construction site, 3 vassals with the Knight title are present. Construction speed increased by 50%. With Donggeon, Oh Aeon-ju, and Kim Da-jong simply being there, construction accelerated. What should have taken a week was now down to 4 days. Meanwhile, yesterday's monster wave had attracted even more creatures to the area. Their levels were higher, and hunting here was more efficient than traveling farther out. Now you have to go 1 kilometer out to find anything. After the homebound zone expanded to a 1 kilometer radius, fewer people were hunting. Most hadn't even realized the boundary had changed and were still circling their old spots. The goblins that had once crowded the area were wiped out after the mass leveling yesterday. Messaged Ms. Dabin, can you make an announcement for me? Of course. What is it? Let everyone know the area's expanded. They need to go beyond Seomyeon Station to hunt now. But that wasn't all. Also, we need to form a relief team. A relief team? Yes. There are still survivors in the newly added area, people in critical condition. The updated territory held thousands, and many were in desperate situations. Citizen Kang Jong-ho has passed away. Another name. Another death. It hadn't even been a full day, and over 10 people had already died inside the so-called safe zone. The main cause, lack of clean water. Trapped indoors, they were dying from dehydration. I'd been using the absolute dweller's eyes to locate those in danger and send supplies, but I couldn't do it all. Some were too far gone, unconscious and unable to receive aid. Those who asked for a medical team yesterday, assigned them to the relief team. Their help will be critical. Understood. I wanted to save as many as I could. With the eyes, I kept scanning for people. If needed, I could use the door to teleport and assist personally, or give out quest rewards for emergency treatment. Why the long face, Jae-hyun? I glanced at Mom and explained the situation. If that's how it is, she said, then I think I can help. You can? Of course. Some of the people she brought had abilities similar to Kim Da-jung, powers like heal or care, ideal for treating dehydration or unconsciousness. I want to meet those medical volunteers. 2. If we offer subordinate contracts, they might awaken healing abilities. She was right. About 80% of them did awaken healing-type skills, though most were lower tier, C or D grade. Still, even that will make a big difference. Once the relief team mobilized, things improved rapidly. SEO Yejin identified survivors. The team triaged based on urgency. I continued supporting them from afar, sending supplies with the eyes. 3 sleepless days passed. By the end, we'd checked every building. 100 lives were lost, but many more were saved. Finally, it's done. After inspecting the last home, I collapsed into bed and was out cold almost instantly. Barely an hour later, I was jolted awake by a system alert. A person eligible for citizenship is approaching the homebound area. Would you like to offer citizenship? With the territory expanding, more survivors were arriving. The population was nearing 10,000. Offer it. Rain tapped steadily on the windows. I didn't get much sleep, but I feel amazing. Daily quest rewards had boosted my stamina significantly, and my mental strength had grown too. Then Kim Dabin's telepathy broke through. Mr. Jae-hyun, what is it? The relief team wants permission to go beyond the current area. Outside? That's risky. I told them the same, but they say this is the golden time. We have to move now. They weren't wrong. When the T apartment zone expanded last time, people were weak but not dying. Now, many were at their limits. Dehydration and illness were claiming lives by the hour. If we didn't act now, we'd miss our window. Better to save one more than regret not trying. But outside the boundary, things had changed. Sea creatures had started migrating inland. Flying marlins hovered overhead. Land sharks prowled the streets. Crabs the size of small cars crept between collapsed buildings. Even experienced hunters were avoiding the area, and yet the rescue teams volunteered. Are they former firefighters? It made sense. Their instinct to save others, even at the cost of their own lives, was admirable. Tell them to hold for now. I'll assign hunting teams as protection. There were only 2 groups capable of handling what was out there. Lee Jun-hyuk's team and Dad's. Both could handle level 30 monsters, especially giant crustaceans. Jun-hyuk's water bombs shattered armored hides with ease. Dad was similarly powerful, just then. You have hunted a giant crab, Levin 33. Experience gained. Is Dad out there hunting in this weather? Since there was no loot, it had to be one of my kin. After awakening his strength, Dad had taken to hunting. I'd been worried at first, even had Seo Ye-jin attach a mouse to keep tabs on him. But after seeing him punch through crab armor, my fears disappeared. Suddenly, you have hunted a hammerhead shark, Levin 25. You have hunted a sawfish, Levin 22. You have hunted a blue crab, Levin 28. Rapid messages poured in. Too fast for Dad. Only one person could hunt at that speed. Grandpa. I activated the absolute dweller's eyes. Rain pounded the earth and lightning split the sky. What's happening? Ha Dongjian's voice came through. A monster wave. Wasarandi. 3rd one this week. Monsters swarmed, thicker than ever. At this rate, Sea creatures will keep moving inland. Survival will only get harder. Up ahead, the world tree's roots surged again. Grandpa's wall of roots held firm as the sea monsters crashed into it. Tentacles whipped and slammed, impaling anything that got too close. Experience messages popped, non-stop. But this time, there were just too many. With a shudder, a nearby concrete building gave out under pressure and crumbled, leaving a breach. Monsters poured through. Ha Dongjian's spear struck first. Kim Ge-young's arrows followed, cleanly executing anything that slipped through. Oh Eonju transformed into her werebear form, but the tree giants stepped in before she had to act. Vines whipped forward, restraining enemies. Roots surged to seal the breach. Just when it looked like balance had been restored. Boom! Lightning exploded overhead. What the? I blinked. In the distance, something stirred. A colossal shadow, barely visible through the rain, stared down at us. What is that? Then, it was gone. Was it just my imagination? But the earth rumbled. And then, quag-wag-wag-wag. The tremors tore through the land, toppling buildings. An apartment complex collapsed sideways, a shockwave following close behind. A massive pillar of dirt burst from the earth, scattering soaked soil. From within, a monstrous head rose, white, scales gleaming. Cold reptilian eyes swept across the area. White Dragon, Laverne 63. A monster had appeared. The white dragon loomed above them, its sheer size and majesty casting a silence over the chaotic landscape. Nobody dared move. All eyes were fixed on the creature, whose expression was unreadable. Though the dragon did not seem aggressive, the danger was undeniable. Ha Dongjian's group stood frozen. Jae-hyun thought quickly. If I summon a vassal now, maybe we can escape. But that would leave Grandpa behind. And without Grandpa, the world tree couldn't survive. That's not an option. There was no telling the group to stand and fight either. It would be a death sentence. And fleeing with Grandpa and Grandma wasn't possible. The world tree's guardian couldn't leave its range. Still, there was a sliver of hope. If the annex finishes, construction, with the residential zone growing to cover 1 kilometer, the annex would expand too. That would put the White Dragon within attack range. Unfortunately, annex completion countdown, 38 hours, 21 minutes, 19 seconds even, with accelerated construction speed. They needed to survive for more than a day. It's not feasible. Jae-hyun considered another possibility, an internal explosion from within the White Dragon. But using mice for a gas buildup wasn't viable. It was beyond So Ye-jin's abilities. What if a vassal entered its body? Moon Byung-ho, with his teleportation skill, was the most suitable candidate. Jae-hyun thought of summoning him just before the explosion to save his life. No. The delay in summoning, roughly 5 seconds, meant timing had to be perfect. A mistake could kill Byung-ho, and from the Cyclops encounter, Jae-hyun knew these high-level monsters might survive even an internal blast. There must be another way. His eyes scanned the dragon, hoping to spot any. Vulnerability, White Dragon, Vine 63, an oceanic creature just after laying eggs. Its eggs would only hatch at the roots of the world tree. Wait, was it not here to fight at all? Perhaps it came only to hatch its eggs. Just then, Ha Donggeon's group began to move. Jae-hyun grabbed the communication ring. Stop, everyone. Hold your ground, please trust me. Tell Grandpa too, don't act. Grandpa, already manipulating the world tree's roots to strike, was stopped by Moon Byung-ho's teleportation. Lee Bong-yeol was skeptical. You're stopping us now? What about first strikes? Trust me, just this once, Byung-ho pleaded. Then, a voice echoed inside their minds. Do not be afraid, guardian of the world tree. Lee Bong-yeol's eyes widened. He realized the dragon was addressing him. The tree on his rooftop. It was the world tree. The dragon spoke again, looking down with care. So small. I must be gentle. The earth rumbled as the white dragon carefully emerged from the ground. Its enormous form slithered forward with deliberate grace. "Make a contract with me, guardian of the world tree," it said. "A contract? I will protect you until the world tree regains its strength." A searing pain flared on the back of Li Bongyol's hand. As it faded, a white tattoo, matching the dragon's scales, appeared. "Use it when you're in danger. I will come." Then, with reverence, the white dragon presented a large egg to him. "Take care of my child." And with that, the white dragon departed, vanishing with far more care than it had arrived. Everyone remained still, stunned. Kang Deoksu finally broke the silence. We would have been annihilated if we attacked. We lived because we followed Mr. Jae-hyun's command. Citizen Kang Deoksu's loyalty, 100. Citizen registered as vassal. Registration limit increased. Citizen Kim Ga-young's loyalty, 100. Ha Dong-geon's, Kim Ga-young's, and Kang Deoksu's loyalties all hit 100. That meant 3 more vassal slots. 18 in total now? Not bad. We might reach 100 at this rate. Unlike Mom, who could instantly register 100 awakeners, Jae-hyun had to grow his circle steadily. It required loyalty. Too bad Mom's awakened can't become vassals. When she tested a contract with the medical team she awakened, they couldn't be registered under her after. If only we could create more awakeners. Just then, Citizen Moon, Byung-ho's trust, 100. Skill acquired, teleport. Jackpot winner. Awakening pill, teleport obtained. Again? He's ridiculously lucky. The pill could give someone the teleport skill. 2 choices. Grant it to a loyal citizen and create a knight, or use it strategically for maximum XP gain. Let's go big. Jae-hyun, Ms. Dabin. Dabin. Yes, Mr. Jae-hyun. Call my dad, please. Among kin, Dad had the best combat potential. A former taekwondo athlete, his agility was excellent. If he gained teleportation, wings on a tiger. Dad came home drenched. Jae-hyun handed him the pill. It's a gift. A supplement? Just drink it. With a smile, Dad chugged the Samdasu water. A brilliant light enveloped him. What's this? Did you drug me? Try teleporting from there to here. With a puff, Dad vanished and reappeared. Kin. Kim Dong-hyuk's trust, 100. Skill acquired, self-defense. Spirit, Jae-hyun blinked. He gained Dad's skill. Wait. If I max out Mom's trust too, she could awaken 100 people. He raced to the kitchen. Mom. Yes? Her trust was at 97. Just 3 points more. Want anything to eat? Maybe tteokbokki? He set out to make it happen. Meanwhile, Dad hugged him tightly, but Jae-hyun shooed him toward the shower. Then head to Dabin's place on 21st. Got it. He then visited Choi Hyung-jun's apartment, asking Park Hee-won for help with the tteokbokki. Still, Mom's trust stayed at 97. It's okay. I've got 1 more card to play. Annex completed. Hostile entities detected. Eliminating. Dozens of system messages followed as monsters were hunted en masse. Though he only received the base XP rate, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Skill level increased. With expansion.
Came another round of cleaning and a new prompt. A being eligible for citizenship has been found. Grant citizenship. Thousands were in the new area.
He approved. Citizen count, 10,000. Job system unlocked. Job Research Institute available for construction. Notifications flew in, but Jae-hyun had one goal now. He grabbed Mom. Let's visit Grandpa and Grandma. Dad was out rescuing others. Jae-hyun took Mom to the annex and opened the Absolute Dweller's door. Grandpa, I'm here! The old man looked up from beside Grandma. Jae-hyun, it's me. Then, Dad! Mom ran forward and embraced her father. Lee Ji-suk's trust, 100. Skill acquired, subordinate contract. Bingo. After a short conversation, Grandpa excused himself, saying he had to get back to work, and made his way to the rooftop. Upstairs, The rooftop was a small sanctuary, a lush haven of greenery carefully tended over time. What caught the eye immediately was the massive trunk of the world tree, encircling the entire house like a protective barrier. Despite its towering presence, sunlight still filtered in effortlessly, casting a warm glow over the plants. "How are you all doing up here?" Grandpa asked softly, as though speaking to the plants themselves. A low hum, almost inaudible, vibrated through the air. "I've been well," he murmured in response to the invisible reply, his voice full of quiet affection. Spreading his arms, Grandpa released a pulse of vibrant green energy, sending life to the plants. Without a working water system, it seemed this was how he'd been sustaining them, through pure vitality. Watching him work, I spoke up. "Grandpa, want to see something cool?" He looked over curiously. I pointed at one of the small garden beds he'd made. A hose was coiled beside it, once used to water the vegetables, now dry and useless. But as I raised my hand, a stream of water suddenly surged from the hose, sprinkling over the plants like nothing had changed. "Well, what do you think?" Grandpa frowned slightly, puzzled. "Are you drawing from the water tank?" "Jae-hyun, we barely have enough left for basic needs." The old rooftop water tank, a relic of our aging home, had nearly run dry. Even the LPG gas we used instead of natural gas was depleted. I shook my head. "No, Grandpa, I'm making it myself." I held out my palm. Droplets condensed in the air, slowly gathering into a shimmering sphere of clean water. He leaned closer, inspecting it with narrowed eyes. "You're serious?" "Yeah." I filled the water tank and the gas reserves. Electricity, too. He looked stunned. "This is all part of your ability?" I nodded. "From now on, we can live like normal again. No monsters, no shortages." Grandpa's eyes searched mine for a moment. "What do you mean, no monsters?" I explained my abilities to him, everything that had awakened in me. I even transferred over authority so he could act as chief over the people staying with him. If you increase their trust, their loyalty rises. Once it reaches 30, you can do something called vassal registration. You can register up to 3 people. It was clear he was confused. I couldn't blame him. Grandpa never played games. He was still getting used to smartphones. Okay, I'll take it step by step." He returned to tending the plants without saying much more. I watched as he gently picked persimmons and harvested lettuce. "I'll head back downstairs," I said. "All right." I could have used the stairs, but instead, I activated a newly unlocked skill. Absolute Dweller's Eyes. Focusing on the living room, I whispered, "Teleport." A gentle breeze brushed past me, and suddenly, I was standing in front of Mom and Grandma. There was a slight sense of vertigo, but nothing serious. "So it works like this." I grinned. The teleportation feature was more flexible than the Absolute Dweller's door, which needed a literal door. This only required mental strength, which I had in spades. "Mom, Jae-hyun, weren't you upstairs with Grandpa? Is everything okay?" "He's still up there." "How's Grandma?" "She seems fine, just sleeping deeply. Her vitals look good, and she seems stable." Mom had worked in a nursing facility for years. She would know if something was wrong. With Grandpa supplying regular vitality, Grandma's condition had stabilized. Thank goodness. I looked at Mom again, full of quiet admiration. She had always been the steady one, taking care of everyone even when everything was falling apart. And now, I've inherited her ability, subordinate contracts. Once her trust reached 100, her skill activated, allowing me to awaken up to 100. Individuals, names and faces immediately came to mind, those who had shown loyalty, courage, and capability. Some were already actively hunting, showing potential. Awakened vassals with higher base stats usually gain stronger abilities. As I reviewed the skill window, one particular entry caught my eye. Summon Familiar, 110. What's this? When I selected it, a message appeared. Summon Familiar, 10,000,000,001. Activated. The button was glowing, and without hesitation, I activated the summon. I've already seen what the three-legged crow can do. This is worth it. Summon Familiar will consume 10,000,000,001. A deep hum pulsed through the room as green light erupted outward, weaving a complex magical circle beneath my feet. With a soft burst of light, an egg emerged, cradled in leaves, as the leaves unfurled, a small figure was revealed. It looked like a fairy, wrapped in flower bud-like pink garments with tiny wings. Fairy, Levia 1. It hovered midair with a joyful expression, scattering glitter with every flutter. After a few clumsy attempts, it managed to fly, circling me before perching on my shoulder and hugging my face. Adorable. Just then, Grandpa had come down, having finished his rooftop work. He walked straight over to Grandma. He raised his hand and released a pulse of green energy across her body. In an instant, the fairy zipped over and absorbed the vitality like a sponge. Huh? What is this thing? Fairy's level has increased. Natural recovery in the area, boosted by 100%. Before Grandpa could get angry, shalala, the fairy gently danced above Grandma, releasing a shimmering shower of golden powder. And then, Grandma's eyes slowly fluttered open. She looked over at Grandpa's dirt-streaked hands and murmured, "How many times have I told you to wash up after gardening?" A sleepy yawn escaped her, and she slipped back into slumber. "Sweetheart, dear, hey, wake up!" Grandpa called out, shaking her gently, but she simply breathed steadily, peacefully. He turned to the fairy, eyes wide. Was that you? Do it again? Just once more." But the fairy, looking utterly spent, curled up midair and dozed off. "Just once more." "Grandpa." He turned toward me. "Please calm down. If you keep supplying vitality to the fairy, its level will rise. That means Grandma will start waking up for longer periods." His eyes brimmed with emotion, and I chose not to comment on the tears gathering there. It was clear now, this fairy wasn't randomly summoned. It was deeply tied to the world tree, and maybe the other summons would be too. Citizen Shim Kyung Taik has died. More death messages appeared, likely from the nearby annex. The relief teams had limited reach. People here were dying from injuries, monsters, even starvation. Why did this happen? That question had haunted me from the start. Why did the monsters come? Why were we given these powers? The world remained silent, but I had achieved my first goal, saving my family. Thanks to the fact that they were all awakened, we'd survived. If Grandma fully recovered, it would feel complete. Now the second goal. Why was I given such overwhelming power, far greater than others? Even compared to top-tier awakened individuals like Ha Dong-jeon, Oh Eon-ju, and Seo Ye-jin, I stood far beyond. Only Grandpa came close, and even then, I surpassed him. It might not just be because they're my family, but if not, then why? No. Answer came, but I'd have to keep searching. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. That old line from a superhero movie stuck with me. It still meant something. My second goal, it's embarrassing to say, but I want to save this country. I don't know about the whole world, but if I keep leveling up and building outposts, maybe I can save South Korea, one step at a time. Right now, I can grant citizenship to 220,000 people. So far, only 10,000 slots have been filled, and with that milestone reached, wasn't there a message about jobs unlocking at 10,000? I checked the citizen management window. Nothing new yet. Do I need to build the Job Research Institute first? Opening the construction menu, I found it. Job Research Institute, W2 500,000. A facility that unlocks job acquisition for citizens. Currently, researchable job. Hunter. Collects byproducts from prey. It needed a large, open space. Luckily, the area torn apart by the Cyclops was now cleared. I visualized the institute there. Constructing Job Research Institute. Requires 30 citizens for 7 days. Daily wage, $200,000 per person. Proceed with construction? Yes. No, I'd need to. Talk to Kim Dabin soon and gather a crew. It was time to build a future from the ruins. Cultivate oneself, manage the household, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world. Fortunately, the idiom came with its Chinese characters. Thank goodness for that. The path to saving the world, or at least the country, began at home. You had to be willing to risk everything for your family first. That was why our immediate goal was simple in theory, but crucial. We need to track down the vassals' families. It might seem absurd to prioritize family reunions in a crisis like this, but gathering the loved ones of key people wasn't just emotional, it was strategic. Our territory had to expand through leveling up, and no one contributed more to that than the vassals. They'd fought for me up to now. It was only right that I stepped up for them. Absolute dweller's eyes. Currently, Ha Donggeon's team was stationed close to Jigalchi Station. The annex's borders had grown, stopping just short of Vain Tsu. It was too far to teleport outright, so I used the absolute dweller's door to leap to the edge of our domain and called for them. Can you return for a bit? The group had come this far to locate Kim Gayong's mother in Daesin Dong. That would be our first mission. Rescue her family near Jigalchi, then continue on to others. Despite 5 days of progress, carving out a safe path to Daesin Dong had proven grueling. The monster waves were relentless, and we'd barely covered 1 kilometer. When I appeared, Moon Byung-ho looked stunned. You're here, Mr. Jae-hyun. How? Ha Donggeon, always quick, caught on fast. Was it your power that wiped out the monsters earlier? You could say that, I replied. If this place is under your control now, we've got a much better shot at succeeding. Yes, but that's not the only reason I called you. The party wasn't here solely to help push construction forward. The route to Daesin Dong was far too dangerous, swarming with more monsters than usual. Taking the subway would be our best bet, but even reaching the station safely was an ordeal. Once the annex was complete, though, everything changed. We had expanded enough to step directly into Jigalchi Station. We can reach Kim Gayong's family today. Gayong looked unsure. Even if we've created a safe zone, is that really possible? I've got a method. Trust me. With Seo Yejin's help, we could employ the mice and their poison mist again to clear the tunnels. There's something I'd like to propose to everyone. Seo Yejin had been sending out her mice to recon the underground routes. Jigalchi, Toseong, Dongdaesin, and Seodaesin. If you'd let those things roam unchecked, it would have been a nightmare. Underground, the situation was worse than predicted. We assumed it would be emptier with all the monsters crowding the surface. We were wrong. The tunnels were infested with marine creatures, catfish-like beasts, oversized crabs, serpentine eels, and more. Shwa! But in that confined space, Yu Hierin's poison mist was unstoppable. You have hunted an ironclad eel, level 32. XP gained, 625,738 no 94 1 deposited. You have hunted a dark octopus, level 27. XP gained, 268,876,356 1 deposited. It was a lucrative operation. Yu Hierin, now officially a knight after our contract, had leveled up dramatically. Her abilities had grown lethal. Name, Yu Hierin, level 34. Titles, 5th Vassal, Knight, Toxicologist. Abilities, Poison Mist, Poison Dust, Trust, 94, Loyalty, 100. Seo Yejin had evolved too. Name Seo Yejin, level 37. Titles, 10th Vassal, Baron Tama. Abilities, Queen of Mice, Evolution, Enhancement, Trust, 72, Loyalty, 76. Her title had shifted from Knight to Baron. With it came new strength, including a passive that scaled all abilities based on loyalty, and a new skill, Enhancement, which boosted her mice's speed and survival rate. And she wasn't alone. Ha Dong-geon, Kim Da-jong, and Oh Eon-ju had all received similar promotions. Oh Eon-ju, in fact, had ascended to Viscount. Name: Oh Eon-ju, Louvier 45. Titles: 9th Vassal Viscount, Warrior Abilities, Werebear, Primordial Vitality, Berserk Trust, 100, Loyalty, 100. Bonus: increased vassal capacity by 3. Thanks to that, I could now manage 21 vassals. Once the mist had dissipated, I gave the signal. Time to move out. Kang Deoksu led the charge. Name: Kang Deoksu, Laverne 32. Titles: 3rd Vassal, Knight, Commander Ability, Steel Knight's Order. He summoned not only his armor, but golems clad in steel. His summoned knights stormed forward, absorbing attacks and clearing a path. They weren't just strong, they were practically unstoppable. Soon, we'd reached Exit 2 of Jagalchi Station. The route to Seodisen is open. Move out. It was about 3 kilometers. At full speed, we covered it in under 5 minutes. We really made it in a day. Citizen Kim Ga-young's trust has increased. She stepped out and pointed toward the apartment complex. Out through Exit 2, it's right there. A pack of goblins was scavenging in the green patch near the road, catching sky marlins stuck in the trees. The fact that goblins were around meant marine monsters hadn't overrun the area. Disindong was naturally protected by small mountains. The terrain likely kept the worst at bay. We dashed past the goblins without confrontation and reached the apartment where Kim Ga-young's family lived. The entrance was barricaded with wood, a good sign. Ha Dong-geon smashed through it. You and I will head up. The rest, hold the ground. Got it. Rise. Kang Deoksu summoned his knights again, and they held the entrance. Without an elevator, we sprinted up the stairs, 19 flights in no time. Thump, thump, thump. Mom, it's me. Click. Nuna? Myunghwan, where's Mom? She's inside. Brother-in-law's here too. Ga-young. Citizen Kim. Ga-young's trust has reached 100. You have obtained Light Arrow. Tears fell as she embraced her mother. Mom, Ga-young, my baby. The reunion was deeply moving until grief bubbled up. Dad, he didn't make it. The words didn't come easily, but her tears said everything. Silence, then sorrow. The mother, the brother, and the daughter wept as one for the father who was no longer there. Even in moments of joy, there was heartache. A reunion gained, and a loss that would never be undone, the Fae. World wasn't fair. Some were born into cruelty, others into privilege. Some never had a chance. Others, like me, awakened with powers that bent reality. There was no explanation. No fairness, no logic. All we could do was move forward, grateful for survival, cherishing reunions, mourning those we'd lost. And now, the journey continued. Next up, the families of Ha Dong-geon, Kang Deoksu, and Kim Ga-yeon. Our next stop was Jangjeon-dong. A cramped apartment in Bujeon-dong Baek-so-ra lay motionless on the bed, the room barely large enough to contain it. I'm starving. Her stomach twisted with hunger pains. The last of the food had long since disappeared. And the convenience store? That was no longer an option, not since the streets had become a hunting ground for land-bound sharks. Water. She reached for a half-empty plastic bottle, tipping it to her mouth while still lying down, desperate for the last few drops. The bottle slipped from her fingers and rolled under the bed, still holding a trace of water. Is this really how it ends? Bitter thought crossed her mind. She couldn't even lie to herself and say she'd had a decent life, miserable from beginning to end. She reflected on her past. Her father, an alcoholic, left bruises and emotional scars. The world around her demanded more than she had: rent, bills, daily survival. Every moment was a grind. Just when she thought she might have caught her breath, the world fell apart. Why me? Why was she born into this life, into this family? Maybe it would have been better if she hadn't been born at all. A quiet sob escaped. Her lips. She had once dreamed of an ordinary life, a warm meal 3 times a day, friends, maybe even love, things others took for granted. To her, it was pure fantasy. Then, thump, thump, thump. The noise came from downstairs. The vibrations passed through the wall like distant drum beats. Her despair was instantly replaced with dread. A monster? Occasionally, goblins wandered into the building, but they'd leave if the doors stayed shut. She curled up tighter, praying whatever it was would just move on. Even now, she still wanted to live. A voice shattered the silence. "This is the rescue team. Are there any survivors?" At first, she thought she was hallucinating. Hunger and isolation were getting to her. Thump, thump, thump. Again, louder now. "This is the rescue team. If anyone can hear us, respond." It wasn't in her head. It was a real voice, human, full of urgency. "Rescue?" Her pulse quickened. Slowly, unsteadily, she pulled herself off the bed and staggered toward the front door. "I'm here," she croaked, her voice raspy from thirst. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, she froze. What if it's a trick? She'd seen it in movies. Monsters. Mimicking human voices to lure prey. Panicking, she called out through the door, "Are you really with the rescue team?" "Yes, you're safe now." The sincerity in the voice steadied her. Carefully, she opened the door. A man stood there wearing an orange uniform with 119 emblazoned across the back. He was handing a bottle of samdasu to a haggard-looking man nearby. Tears filled by Asura's eyes. Me too." The rescuer turned and smiled gently, passing her a bottle of water. "Hello. We're here on orders from Kim Jae-hyun." "Huh?" "Rescue efforts are coordinated under Mr. Kim Jae-hyun's guidance." "What?" It was an odd way to introduce a rescue team, almost like they were following a leader more powerful than the government. Some even called them cultists in jest. But it worked. "From now on, we'll escort you into Mr. Kim Jae-hyun's protected zone. You'll be safe there." Mentioning his name seemed to bring people back from the brink. Those on the verge of death found the strength to rise again. "Everyone who can walk, please follow us." One rescuer led the survivors out of the building. "Stretchers over here! Move fast!" Asura followed behind the group, her steps shaky but determined. Then, bam! She bounced off an invisible wall as she approached a street littered with wrecked vehicles. Letters materialized in the air. Entry not permitted. What now? Before she could fully process it, a new prompt appeared. "Would you like to acquire citizenship?" "Yes, no," a rescuer nearby explained. "You need citizenship to enter." She hesitated, then selected yes ding. "You have acquired citizenship." Immediately, energy coursed through her, clear and revitalizing, like a burst of spring. Water in her veins. What was that? It wasn't just physical. It felt like something awakened inside her. Kim Jae-hyun. Is this his power? What kind of person could create something like this? Soon she arrived with the others at a hospital on the 3rd floor of a nearby building, which buzzed with activity. "Please line up," a worker instructed. People in critical condition were ushered to a separate area. The rest, like by Asura, waited their turn. When her turn came, a doctor glanced at her. "Any discomfort?" "No." "All right. Please head downstairs and board the shuttle." Bus?" The doctor didn't elaborate. "Too busy." Next. Person. Downstairs, there really was a bus waiting. Some windows cracked, but it still ran. "We're departing." The vehicle rolled forward. Outside, the streets began to transform. The destruction faded. Clean roads emerged. The smell of fresh bread wafted into the bus. Bread? Asura wasn't the only one whose stomach growled. Everyone's eyes locked on the same sight. A functioning bakery, a calm crowd, a cafe nearby. People waited in line like it was any other day. Where are the monsters? The goblins, they were gone, completely. As the bus rolled into the apartment complex, she saw people walking dogs, kids on bikes, joggers. Is this even the same world? Tears welled up in her eyes. Was this a miracle? Had someone really saved them? I adjusted the communication ring on my wrist and listened to Kim Da-bin's report. So the facilities are over capacity? Yes. Can we expand them? I thought for a moment. Send those with nearby homes back. We'll extend our infrastructure outside the apartment zone. Will that work? I'll build new outposts, community centers, neighborhood offices. I'll install convenience stores too. People won't need to stay in the complex. The area had recently expanded to a 1-kilometer radius, plenty of empty homes. Apartments had higher survival rates. Houses, not so much. Using my absolute dweller's eyes, I scanned for good spots to register shops and services. Outskirt homes will be perfect for hunting teams. We'll set up stores nearby and hire locals to manage them. Population growth brought more manpower. No issue with staffing, Ms. Da-bin. Yes, Mr. Jae-hyun. I need you to select personnel for the new base operations. Understood. I activated construction mode, placing stores and utilities, water, gas, electricity. The medical team, thankfully, had all they needed. Supplies were abundant, equipment worked. If only I could include a university hospital in the zone, the E. Thought lingered as I checked on the front line. How far have they gotten? Ha Dong-geon's team was charging toward Jangjong-dong, using poison gas to break through to Gyode Station. From there, the line became an above-ground railway. The gas wouldn't be as effective. The rest of the path, pure monster territory. Luckily, their strength had grown. Come and go! A massive crow tore through the sky, shredding monsters. Hunted Sky Marlin, Levar 17. 95, 571, 1 deposited. Carmen had leveled up dramatically. Gunshots echoed, unseen but deadly. Moon Byung-ho, now invisible, picked off threats with ease. On the ground, Steel Knights summoned by Kang Deok-soo carved out a path. The team advanced efficiently. Then, stop. The railway bridge ahead had collapsed. The road forward was gone. Ha Dong-geon gazed down from above, his voice calm as he spoke. Let's head down. Although they were standing roughly 3 stories high, the group was more than capable of handling the descent, with their levels comfortably in the mid-30s range. The state of the bridge below didn't concern them much. The real issue, however, was something else entirely. Who was behind this? Ha Dong-geon pondered silently. How many creatures could be capable of breaking through a concrete bridge? It wasn't the Cyclops, no signs of giant footprints. The surrounding buildings were mostly intact, unlike areas that had been ravaged by the Cyclops. This meant the destruction had to have been caused by a different type of monster, which meant something powerful enough to destroy concrete bridges was nearby. Stay alert, everyone. The group landed near Dongnae Station. To reach their destination, in Jangjong-dong, they still had to pass through several areas: Myeongnyeon, Oncheonjang, Busan National University, and Jangjeon Station. They had about 4 kilometers to cover. As they descended from the elevated railway, monsters began to appear in greater numbers, but Ha Dong-geon's group dealt with them efficiently, advancing steadily. The most notable support came from Kang Deok-soo, who summoned armored golems to serve as shields for the group. At this pace, we should be able to reach our destination safely. With their combined strength, there was little concern. They mentioned an apartment complex of the same type. From past experience, apartment complexes tended to offer the highest survival rate. They were difficult for the most common monsters like goblins to infiltrate. Plus, the higher population density made it easier for survivors to band together. Let's hope they're safe. Just as he was reflecting, something caught his attention, A sudden ring of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to enhance his field of vision to observe the hallway. There, standing in front of the door, were 6 middle-aged men and women. What's going on here? Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. People had come to him for various reasons before. Some begged for help, others argued, some even tried to strike deals. It's been a while since things got this busy, though. I've mostly left things to Kim Dabin by now. Considering it was about time for their regular check-ins, Ha Dongjeon approached the entrance with a light heart, expecting a routine interaction. Click. He opened the door with a simple wave of his invisible hand. As he faced them, he saw that the individuals standing there had red eyes. Citizen Jang Sung-jun's trust has increased. Citizen Hong Kyung-taek's trust has increased. Citizen Lim Kyung-hoon's trust has increased. The moment he saw them, their trust in him spiked rapidly. Is it their first time meeting me? They were likely newcomers to his territory, as it was common for thousands of new faces to arrive frequently. With so many new arrivals, it's only natural. Originally, Ha Dongjeon planned to direct them straight to Kim Dabin, but one of them spoke up, piquing his curiosity. Please, can you lend us a gun? The request was made by the group, which appeared to be led by Jang Sung-jun. A gun? Ha Dongjeon asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, a gun, Jang Sung-jun confirmed, his tone firm. I'm afraid I can't just hand out firearms to anyone, Ha Dongjeon replied. Even in a world overrun by monsters, there was a reason to keep a tight grip on weapons, because we don't need firearms in my domain. His territory was a safe haven, fully protected from monsters. Only those with citizenship and approved animals were allowed in. The area was impenetrable. No creature could enter without Ha Dongjeon's permission, and any monsters hostile to him would be eliminated as soon as the area expanded. A perfectly safe zone. Why would anyone need a gun here? He thought to himself. Jang Sung-jun's face hardened as he answered, We need to go outside the area. Out beyond the protection of the safe zone, monsters roamed freely. For those who needed to venture into these dangerous spaces, firearms were essential. It's always beneficial to have more citizens hunting monsters, Ha Dongjeon mused. Currently, there was a shortage of monster hunters, as the increasingly powerful creatures were becoming more difficult to deal with. So, you're heading out to hunt monsters? Ha Dongjeon inquired, his tone neutral. He briefly considered the possibility that they might want to utilize the safe zone for hunting, but soon realized the real reason was more urgent. Jang Sung-jun shook his head. No, we're not hunting monsters. What do you mean? Ha Dongjeon asked, raising an eyebrow. We're going out to find our families. Ha Dongjeon froze. He knew all too well the pain of separation, the agony of not knowing whether loved ones were alive or dead. Monsters had torn families apart, not just for Ha Dongjeon and his companions, but for everyone. Some had given up hope, resigned to the possibility that their families were lost forever. Others, like Jang Sung-jun's group, had risked everything to reunite with their loved ones. People's responses were varied. Some prayed for their families' safety, others despaired, and some took a different approach, daring to venture into the chaos to find them. It was a dangerous pursuit, often leading to death. Citizen Seo Jong-ah has died. With the growing population, Ha Dongjeon had received countless death notifications, many stemming from citizens who ventured out seeking their families, only to be killed by monsters. They're just like me, Ha Dongjeon thought. He had stayed up countless nights, torn between his desire to help everyone and the reality that he couldn't. Yet, at the very least, he could offer some aid to those who sought it. How many of you are going together? Ha Dongjeon asked, his voice softening. There are 6 of us, Jang Sung-jun replied. Sing. Ha Dongjeon immediately conjured 6 pistols along with ammunition, preparing to give them even more powerful weapons if necessary. Would you be interested in signing a contract with me? He asked. Though he had yet to officially form a contract with a hunting team, this group seemed deserving of a chance. Thank you. We'll do anything to save our families, one of them exclaimed. The terms of the subordinate contract were strict, but Ha Dongjeon felt it was worth offering. "Kneel," he instructed. Jang Sung-jun blinked in surprise, but obediently knelt before him. I'm kneeling," he stammered. Even with his power, Ha Donggeon's mother had yet to fill all 100 vassal slots for a reason. He approached Jang Sung-jun and placed a hand on his head. "Swear to obey me from now on." "I swear." As soon as Jang Sung-jun pledged his loyalty, a blinding light shot out from Ha Donggeon's body, enveloping Jang Sung-jun for a moment before vanishing. Jang Sung-jun's system interface flickered. Name Jang Sung-jun, Vio. 30. Trust. 48. Awakening ability. Telekinesis experience distribution rate. 0%. Poison 100%. Settlement. Distribution rate. 0%. Poison 100%. Quest assignment expulsion. Telekinesis. Grade A. Consume mental power to exert physical force. A Grade A ability. Ha Donggeon thought, astonished. "What was that light just now?" someone in the group asked, confusion painted on their faces. "Is Jang Sung-jun okay?" another asked. Jang Sung-jun, still kneeling, looked utterly bewildered. Ha Donggeon smiled inwardly and casually summoned a quest. "Shop open. Buy 1 tangerine." Zing. He handed the tangerine to Jang Sung-jun, who stared at it in surprise. The quest appeared. Quest assignment objective. Use telekinesis to lift the tangerine. Time limit. 10 minutes. Reward. Mental power enhancement failure. Penalty. None. "Whoa," Jang Sung-jun murmured, trying to wrap his head around the sudden quest. With a focused gaze, he concentrated on the tangerine. And then, "Huh?" He gasped in astonishment as the tangerine slowly levitated. The others watched in awe as the tangerine hovered mid-air. "Is Jang Sung-jun doing this?" The tangerine soared higher and higher, but just as it reached its peak, bam, the tangerine exploded, caught in the force of Jang Sung-jun's telekinetic push. "I'm sorry," Jang Sung-jun apologized frantically, looking horrified. "It's okay," Ha Donggeon said, raising an invisible shield that stopped the tangerine juice from splattering onto him. Citizen Jang Sung-jun's trust has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Citizen Jang Sung-jun's loyalty has surpassed 30. Citizen Jang Sung-jun has fulfilled the conditions for vassal registration. Vassal registration. Jang Sung-jun. This was a huge gain for Ha Donggeon. While the remaining members of the group had lower-grade abilities, Jang Sung-jun's A-grade telekinesis was more than enough to make up for it. "Did you say it's the Iki apartment in Yeonji-dong?" Ha Donggeon asked as he prepared to send them off. "Yes, that's the one," Jang Sung-jun confirmed. "I wish you good luck," Ha Donggeon said sincerely. "Thank you," Jang Sung-jun replied, gratitude in his voice. As Jang Sung-jun's group departed, Ha Donggeon's party neared Myeongyun Station, where another danger awaited them. Grah! A terrifying roar echoed from the path ahead. A massive creature stood in their way. A twin-headed ogre. Level 45, twin-headed ogre. The ogre's hulking body was covered in rippling muscles. It raised both fists as it charged toward them with a massive swing. It sent a shockwave through the ground. The battle had begun. After the usual onslaught of beasts within the domain, their defeat translated into experience points, and with it, the people gained citizenship. The level up resulted in the domain's dome expanding outward. Naturally, the annex grew alongside. It's so far nothing out of the ordinary, but then came the unexpected. A dungeon has been found. This is your first dungeon discovery. Reward, 100 crystals. A dungeon had emerged in the newly added area. Receiving crystals as a reward must mean this dungeon has something to do with them. The location? Deep within the newly absorbed zone, somewhere near the middle of Hwangyongsan, tucked behind an apartment complex. I'll dispatch Lee Jun-hyuk's team for this one. Now that they were all bound by subordinate contracts, they had more than enough strength to handle the mission. With the newly enlarged domain, the relief team's operational perimeter had been fully absorbed, eliminating the need for further hunting parties. Activating the Absolute Dweller's eyes, I focused on Lee Junhyuk's group. They stood scattered across an alley, the dust of battle still clinging to the air around them, a clear aftermath of a recent clash. The monsters in that section had likely been cleared out during the level up. I reached out to him mentally. "Mr. Junhyuk, please bring your party to me." "Yes, understood." Without question, he gathered his team and began moving toward the apartment complex. While watching them, I kept another vision trained on Ha Dong-geon's party. They required no intervention. Their combined strength had improved so much that they were carving their way through enemy forces with ease. The twin-headed ogre, the dominant threat in their area, had already been slain, leaving their path mostly unchallenged. They were now approaching the residential complex where the families of Ha Dong-geon, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Gaeon resided. The apartment sign confirmed it. They were nearly there. Then, chwick! As they stepped into the complex entrance, they were met, not with relief, but a grim ambush. Scores of black-skinned orcs waiting to strike. These weren't the average orcs they'd fought before. Unlike the Jeonpo orcs who wielded only glaives, these ones carried an arsenal: spears, axes, bows, blades, hammers. Each one bore crimson tattoos marking them as elite. Their strength was undeniable. Black Orc, Leversta 31. Even the weakest among them was stronger than the Jeonpo orc chief, Black Orc Warrior, Lever 35. The armored ones were even more formidable, and the worst part? Their numbers kept growing. Orcs poured forth from the underground parking garage like a relentless tide. There was no doubt, this place had been overrun. The odds of any survivors, including the families of the party, were grim. "Rise!" Kang. Deok-soo roared, summoning 10 steel knights. "Kill them all!" The armored soldiers charged forward with halberds raised. "Shing!" The initial clash went well. 2 orcs fell immediately. "You have hunted a black orc," Lever 31. "You have hunted a black orc," Lever 32. But then came the retaliation. Chwick, crunch, slam, boom. The Black Orc warriors struck back, shattering the knights. Armor like paper. The tables had turned. These weren't ordinary enemies. So this is why the marine monsters had vanished. Clearly, they'd all been hunted down by this elite orc force. A deadlock formed as both sides clashed again and again. Then, whoom! A spear cloaked in black energy crashed into the center of the battlefield, erupting in a violent blast. Ha Dong-geon surveyed the scene with cold eyes. Battle start. The moment the dust cleared, the true fight began. Kim Geon fired his pistol rapidly. Steel Knights held the line as best they could, and Ha Dong-geon charged directly into the fray with a spear in hand. Blessing. Kim Da-jong's magic wrapped around Ha Dong-geon. He wasn't charging recklessly. He was calculated. Orcs were agile and high level. Ranged attacks weren't enough. He had to be in their faces. Boom! Every weak point he struck exploded in black. Energy. You have hunted a black orc, Luvern 31. 93,221 one credited to Absolute Dweller's wallet. He had reached level 38 and moved like a seasoned predator. Add in the Baron buff and the trust boost, and his power was nearly untouchable. The lower-tier orcs didn't stand a chance. Elsewhere, Oh Eon-ju wreaked havoc, supported by Kim Gaeon, Kim Ga-yong, and Moon Byong-ho. They had superior firepower, but when the elite orc warriors stepped in, bam, 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 the balance shifted. Summon Warhead from storage. Whoosh! That attack bought them precious seconds, but the tide was turning. Screech. Ha! Dong-geon's shoulder was pierced by a brutal blow. Heal. Kim Da-jong cast it immediately, but it was only a patch. They were being overwhelmed. Then came the worst. Swoosh! Thwack! Ah! Da-jong! An arrow struck Kim Da-jong's stomach. Healing magic failed. Her condition too dire. Without her support, their defense would crumble. Ha Dong-geon couldn't pull out. But if he didn't, they'd fall. So I did what I had to. Ha Dong-geon, level 38 to 40. Cost, 2 billion won. Then, Kim Gaeon and Kang Deok-soo to 40. Another 10 billion spent. Rise. Instantly, Kang Deok-soo's knights surged from 10 to 30, now faster and tougher. Slash! Chwick! Their blades cut deep into the orc warriors. You have hunted a black orc warrior, level 35, 23, 322,000, 54, 1 deposited. Kim Gyeon's summoned crows became lethal, attacking orc archers with ruthless precision. Whoosh! Kim Ga-yong's arrow found its mark, 1 orc archer down. Meanwhile, Kim Da-jong struggled. Assign quest. Reward, full recovery. Quest complete. Cost, 100,000,001. She stood up, healed, and ready. Level up, Kim Ga-yong, Moon Byung-ho, Kim Da-jong. Now all level 40. Bang. Moon Byung-ho obliterated another orc archer. 43 to 34, 460. 1 earned. No more holding back. Raise Ha Donggeon, Oh Eonju, and Kang Deoksu to 45.